Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, April 7th meeting of the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. We're going to start this morning with our invocation. Pastor Mike Blakely with Calvary Bible Church in Lusby. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Please pray with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this new day and for the opportunity to gather in service to Calvert County. We lift up the commissioners, the county leadership, employees, first responders, and all who serve our communities. Grant them wisdom, clarity, and integrity as they make decisions that affect the lives of our citizens. We ask your protection and blessing over the people of this county, our families, neighbors, businesses, and those most in need. May this meeting be guided by truth, respect, and genuine desire for the common good by all who participate and influence the decisions made in the topics today. We place our trust in you and humbly seek your guidance, believing that all wisdom and authority come from you. We offer this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Reverend, thanks for being here today. Do you have any plugs you'd like to give out for your church?
We have a beautiful church down in off Nursery Road, just south of the power plant. Had a beautiful service on Sunday, prayer at the cross, and wonderful time eating breakfast together, and then a service following. A nice community. We have a large facility that we use for volleyball and things like that. A nice gymnasium behind the facility, and you guys are welcome to come visit us anytime.
My daughter used to play volleyball there back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she did. She had a travel volleyball team, and that's where one of their practice sites.
Elite meets there regularly every week, and we use it for lots of other things for the church, too.
Right, well, thank you for taking the time to come out this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to the approval of our agenda.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt the agenda as submitted. Second.
So I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Any discussion on that?
No.
Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Public service announcements for today. We do not have an animal of the week. However, the adoption process for, I guess, the animal that was here, 2 weeks ago, is still open. The spay-neuter program is still in effect. In fact, we're going to actually talk about that today in a grant that we got on that. Find Some Bunny to Love during the Easter-themed adoption event at the Lindell Kelly Animal Shelter still going on. Adopters can choose an egg to reveal a surprise discount on any adoption fee as well. The adoption promotion runs through Wednesday, April 8th. The shelter is open for adoptions Tuesday through Saturday from 10 to 4. To schedule an appointment, you can call 410-535-7387. Public Works Hazardous Waste Collection Event. Department of Public Works Solid Waste Division will host a free household hazardous waste collection event for county residents on Saturday, April 11th. The event will be held from 8 to 2, rain or shine, at the Mount Hope Convenience Center located at 96 Pushaw Station Road in Sunderland. Acceptable waste items include auto and floor care products, pesticides, gasoline, fertilizers, and more. Proof of residency is required. There is no limit on the amount of material residents may bring to the event. Businesses are prohibited from participating. For a full list of accepted items, you can visit www.calvertcountymd.gov hazardous waste or call the Solid Waste Division at 410-326-0210. That takes us to our first proclamation, which is on Autism Awareness Month, and Commissioner Cox will be administering the proclamation this morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Christine Fenimore. I'm a county employee. I'm also a mom of an adult with autism. He is in class. This is the first year he can't be here. It's a little strange. This is the 14th year of recognition in our community, and we truly appreciate your continued support. Autism, spectrum disorders, or autism, refers to a broad range of conditions characterized by challenges with social skills, communication, and repetitive behaviors. It's important to understand autism as a spectrum. It looks different for every individual. It's often accompanied by other fun challenges like sensory issues, gastrointestinal issues, seizures, sleep disorders, mental health concerns, such as anxiety, depression, and attention difficulties, to name a few. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, autism affects approximately 1 in 31 children in the U.S. today. Diagnosis is complex. There's no single medical test. Doctors rely on developmental screenings, behavior, and observation. One of the most important things to remember is if you've met an individual with autism, you've met exactly one individual with autism. Some are able to fully self-advocate and live independently. Some are nonverbal. That's why early screening and intervention is critical. If you have concerns about your child's development, please, parents, talk to your pediatrician, talk to your child's teacher, talk to your daycare provider. That's how I learned a lot about autism. Learn the early signs. Speaking as a parent, I can tell you the process is overwhelming. It takes time. It's intimidating. But if you take that first step, that's the best thing you can do. If a parent listening to this today is intimidated about talking to their teacher or going to their pediatrician or going to their first IEP meeting, call me and I will go with you. There's a lot of local resources here in Calvert. There are folks here to speak on a couple of those. Calvert County Public Schools is a fantastic resource. Our experience was great. We started with infants and toddlers, and then child find programming, and then individualized education plans, also known as IEPs. At Calvert County Parks and Recreation, through therapeutic recreation programming. Pathfinders for Autism is the largest autism resource center in Maryland. Calvert County Sheriff's Office is another great resource, and they've received training from organizations like Pathfinders. The ARC of Southern Maryland, these are just a few that have resources in Calvert County. Individuals with autism are smart, they are capable, they are coachable, they are employable. NJ, my son with autism, has a job at the golf course. And if you go down there and talk to him, he will tell you all about how he loves the game of golf and the Green Bay Packers. They can live independent, fulfilling lives. The resources need to be there, and the support needs to be there. Today we want to recognize a couple speakers. Ashton Felton, who is with the Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee, and also Miss Joy Weir, who is with Therapeutic Recreation, Calvert County Parks and Rec. And Sheriff Ricky Cox, if he's in the room, I'm not sure. There are a lot of other supporting folks here today that may or may not come up for a photo. And then there are a lot of supporting teachers that can't be with us today that are in the classroom. It's important to note, autism awareness is important, but what matters even more is acceptance, inclusion, and support. So thank you again for this proclamation.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Come
you.
forward, please.
Not intimidating at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Ashton and then Joy. We're going to say a few words.
Okay, sure.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Excuse my voice. The pollen is killing me. My name is Ashton Felton. I am the chairperson for Calvert CCAC, the Special Education Citizen Advisory Committee. I want to thank you all and Christine for taking the time out of your day and doing this each year to recognize those that are touched by autism in your communities. Every year at this time, I think of the quote by Temple Grandin, "The world needs minds of all kinds to work together." Many different abilities, viewpoints, and backgrounds are needed to have a rich and diverse community. CCAC is committed to embodying this. We are parents, caregivers, CCPS teachers, support staff, leaders, and supervisors, related service providers, and community resources that come together for one goal, and that is to improve the lives and education of children and young adults with disabilities in our community. We bridge communication gaps, facilitate meaningful conversations surrounding staffing, supports, and services, and assist in resource referrals if needed. Autism awareness and acceptance is not confined to 1 month out of the year. It is 24/7, 365 for many families, including my own. I'm a mom of 4. My eldest daughter is autistic. Through our own personal journey, like you said, very overwhelming, and in sharing journeys with many other families across Calvert over the years, it is profoundly important to remind you to foster a culture of inclusivity, understanding and support, as well as making sure your constituents have a fully funded school system, ample ability for continuing and expanding parks and recreation programming, shout out to therapeutic recreation, and have first responders and health services staff equipped to aid the minds of all kinds in their home county, not in distant counties. It is important to ensure that there's a collaboration between county leaders and educational partners like infants and toddlers, child find and school system staff, and secondary transition and job development, and the disability resources that are local to Calvert. There is also the continual need to support the welcoming and growth of businesses that support the disability community. Calvert CCAC always welcomes those who are interested in making a difference for the community. You do not have to be a parent. We meet most months out of the school year, and our information can be found on the CCPS website under Quick Links. Upcoming, we are hosting a special education resource fair this Saturday at Calvert High School from 10 to 2 that will host 40 or more resources, business providers, presenters, and outdoor displays. We're also excited to be able to celebrate over 200 Calvert County Public Schools staff members nominated by Calvert families at our annual Staff Appreciation Awards on the 29th of this month. Thank you again for allowing me to join you today. I look forward to watching you continue to move Calvert forward for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Christine, we thank you for sharing your story with us. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Joy Weir from Calvert County Parks and Recreation Therapeutic Services. As Christine mentioned, we provide a variety of programs for individuals with disabilities, but especially autism. One of the things that I really want to speak about today is our wonderful swim program. Many of you may hear about children with autism that wander towards the water. And according to the National Autism Association, children with autism are 160 times more likely to wander and drown because of not being able to swim or save themselves in water. 160 times. That's just outrageous on that amount of children that could drown with autism. So we are committed in Calvert County to make sure that doesn't happen in our county. We have a wonderful group of swim instructors at the Aquatic Center that are dedicated to providing adaptive swim lessons. We provide 70 children of all ages, I shouldn't just say children, individuals with disabilities, autism mainly, with swim lessons. And adaptive swim lessons aren't like just regular swim lessons. There's some children that don't like to be touched, some children that don't like the water and are very afraid of water. But our main goal is to make sure they are safe in and around the water so we have no drownings in Calvert County. We have 70 children every week that attend swim lessons. And that is a huge amount every week. So for 8 weeks, we have 70 kids each week that come and provide instruction or receive instruction from our swim lesson instructors. That's a lead in the state. When I go to our Maryland Parks and Recreation Association conference, their numbers are, we have 13 a week and we just can't provide more. You can. You have to find a way to get these children into swim lessons. And some parents' recreation and lessons are the last thing on their mind because they have to pay for so many other medical or procedures or medications. So we offer our TR scholarship for them, where it would pay for a session of swim lessons, and we do fundraising for that TR scholarship to be able to provide that to those families so they don't have to worry about their children drowning. We are there for them to help them be safe. And this is the perfect time, spring and summer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anybody else? So, Christine, thank you for sharing your story with us. And anybody who has gone to the golf course knows MJ down there, because he's either cleaning the carts out or he's on the driving range cleaning the baskets and asking if anybody needs help down there. And when he's not working, he's playing golf and he can hit the golf ball. So we thank you for your story and letting us know that, this is not an illness, and there's resources out there that is available to everyone. And you just offer up your services, and I hope some people would take you up on that. So we thank you for all your stories in the swim team and all. So we thank you for coming in and sharing your information about autism. So with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, or autism, is the fastest growing serious development disability resulting from a neurological disorder hindering a person's ability to communicate, respond to surroundings, effectively problem solve, and form relationships with others. Autism is referred to as a spectrum disorder because it is characterized in varying degrees by difficulties in social interaction, verbal and nonverbal communication, medical conditions, as well as restricted and repetitive behaviors. Autism can be associated with intellectual disability, difficulties in motor coordination and attention, and issues with mental and medical health. And whereas autism affects 1 in 31 children and individuals regardless of race, creed, or socioeconomic status, and not only affects the person with the disorder, but also their families, friends, schools, and local communities. And whereas we recognize all the individuals and organizations in Calvert County that provide early intervention, outreach services, education, and advocacy, and the important contributions they have made to our local community, families, and individuals affected by autism. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Calvert County Board of Commissioners that April 2026 be known as Autism Awareness Month in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners commends all those committed to providing early intervention, outreach, education, scientific research, and services to all citizens, including those with developmental disabilities such as autism. We urge all citizens to join us in increasing their acceptance and understanding of autism spectrum disorders. Given a hands and seal the 7th day of April, 2026, signed by all 5 commissioners. Thank you all for coming in.
Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
That takes us to our next proclamation, National Public Health Week. Commissioner Hance.
Morning.
Just say a few
few words before we proceed with that. Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning to all. I'm Dr. Nympha Teneza Mora, Health Officer at the Calvert County Health Department. And I just want to say that we are profoundly grateful for your proclamation for this week as being National Public Health Week of Calvert County. And this is such a powerful tribute to the amazing staff and dedicated staff that we have at the local health department. I would like to say that behind every healthy community, there is a team of dedicated public health professionals who is working hard every day to help improve the community's health and to prevent diseases before they occur. And this week, throughout this week, we will honor and celebrate our staff at the Calvert County Health Department and really recognize their deep expertise, their unwavering dedication, and their heartfelt commitment to public service. Their action today ensures that we all enjoy a healthier tomorrow. And we are very thankful to our commissioners for joining us this morning. We also invite you cordially and everybody to our open house on Thursday, April 9 from 3 to 6 p.m. so you can also meet our staff and hear about the services that we offer. And I do want to say that this is my staff that demonstrates every day, and they prove that public health is a foundation of community success. And so I would like to it's now my great pleasure to introduce the leaders. These are leaders of the public health team, Calvert County Health Department. And I invite my exceptional team to join me at the microphone so they can introduce themselves and state their role at the health department.
Good morning, Denise Dickerson. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health.
Hi, good morning. Andrea McDonald Finglin, and I'm the Director at the Local Behavioral Health Authority.
Come forward if y'all would.
Come on up.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Williams. I'm the Director of Environmental Health.
Good morning. I'm Carrie Antonetti. I work at Environmental Health. I'm the Office Manager.
Good morning. I'm Katie Dorsey, and I'm the Assistant Director at the Local Behavioral Health Authority.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Pope, and I'm the Program Supervisor of Reproductive Health, and I also supervise our nurse that goes into the schools for hearing and vision screenings.
Good morning. I'm Tammy Halterman, and I am the Program Supervisor for Health Promotions, which includes our drug and alcohol prevention as well.
My name is Rebecca Hazel. I'm one of the nurses that works with disease surveillance and response.
Good morning. I'm Daisy Lucas. I'm the Director of Nurse for the Community Health Services, the Calvert County.
Good morning. I'm Mika Blizzard. I'm the Program Supervisor for Outreach and Education, which also includes harm reduction.
Good morning. I'm John McCauley, IT.
Dr. Moore, why don't you take a minute and talk about some of the programs that you have out for the public? I know you do a lot of work.
So the staff that we have here really demonstrates this is, I wish we could have invited all of them. There are 260, over 200 of us, but we do in community health promotions, programs that help prevent vaping or address vaping at the schools, cannabis information awareness, and I may end up asking for my staff to do that. We have disease surveillance, and we also have emergency preparedness. We make sure that my team here are prepared to respond in case of public health emergency. Usually that's related to infectious diseases. We also have behavioral health, which is a part of public health. There is opioid prevention team. We have the local behavioral health authority that ensures or works to ensure that there is access to care, to behavioral health care in the community. We also have environmental health. Environmental health protects the environment. They are intertwined and involved in the permitting process to make sure that the properties and actions on properties are also help protect the environment. I may have been missing something. We also have maternal child health. The members are not here today, but they are very instrumental in reducing fatality rates in infants here in our county. And so just one of a few of the many services. So we are excited to showcase that at our open house this Thursday.
So anybody have something coming up you want to put a plug for? Here's your chance. Nothing going on?
Oh, okay. We have our quit smoking classes. They are on Thursday evenings and at 6 p.m. So we will start the class right after the open house finishes.
Yes, hi. In partnership with many of our community partners, we're actually hosting the Shatter the Stigma 5K and Be Kind to Your Mind Health Fair up in Chesapeake Beach. It is on May 9th. And what time does it start at?
From 8 to 11.
From 8 to 11. So it's a 5K race. We are coming up on having to cap our registrants for having the timed race, but you're still welcome to join us to walk or run the course along Fishing Creek. It's a really beautiful spot. And then, of course, there's a health fair afterwards to help connect folks to different resources within our community. So come join us, celebrate recovery, shatter stigma against behavioral health disorders, and come and meet all of our resource partners.
Also, we partner with the Linda Kelly Animal Shelter. We have a free rabies clinic coming up next Wednesday. So if you have an animal that needs to be vaccinated, please go online at the Calvert County Government webpage and sign up. It's from 5 to 7, and I will be there along with another new employee that we have, Austin Coombs. He'll be there assisting, and he'll be helping out the Linda Kelly Animal Shelter every third Wednesday of the month. Thank you.
Yes, and so the Calvert County Health Department is also the largest provider of behavioral health services in our county, including substance use disorder treatment. And so please, if we can be of help to you, please don't hesitate to contact us.
I just wanted to share about the Maryland vaccine program. So we also offer Maryland vaccine program. Maryland has given us some vaccines for the adults 18 and older who are uninsured or underinsured or who has the difficulty with the transportation. We have some free vaccines for them. So that's one of the program. Every Tuesday we have 8 to 4. We are open for anybody who walks in for that vaccination service.
Is that it? They're a little shy till you get them going, but you know, we're very fortunate. We get to hear all about the activities that they all do for our citizens here in Calvert County, and as Dr. Moore said, it's a lot. You all work very hard to protect our citizens and make sure that they have the resources that they need for their particular issues. And it's a state, county-funded organization. They operate with a lot of grants. So, and environmental health is now housed right here in our new building, so that if you have to get a building permit or something, everybody's right here, so you don't have to travel around. But just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for what you do for our citizens every day. And Dr. Moore has been here for 2 years now. Yeah, 2 years. So it's really good to have you. And we just want to thank you all for what you do for everybody here. And I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas for more than 150 years, public health has transformed the expectancy and quality of life here in the United States, contributing decades to our collective lifespan through advancements in science, sanitation, and disease prevention. And whereas the 2026 theme for National Public Health Week, Ready, Set, Action, calls on all residents of Calvert County to recognize that good health requires purposeful action by individuals, communities, businesses, and government partners. And whereas the dedicated workforce of the Calvert County Health Department, along with public health professionals and community partners, serves on the front lines to promote wellness, prevent disease, and protect public safety and respond to emerging health challenges. And whereas through collaboration, innovation, and continued investment in public health, we can build a future in which all residents of Calvert County have the opportunity to thrive. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners with the support of the Calvert County Health Department that the week of April 6th through 12th, 2026 is recognized as National Public Health Week in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners, with the support of the Calvert County Health Department, urges individuals, businesses, and community organizations to work together to advance public health initiatives and promote the well-being of current and future generations. Given our hands and sealed this 7th day of April 2026, signed by all 5. And I do want to take 1 second to put a plug in for our hospital. We talked a little bit about that this morning. Under the leadership of Jeremy Bradford, our hospital now has a 5-star ranking. I think it's the only independent hospital east of the Mississippi that has that ranking, and it's rated in one of the top 10 independent hospitals in the country. So we have a great gem here in Calvert, and I know they work together with you all every day, all day, to make sure our citizens get the health care that they need. But just want to give a plug out to Calvert Health for all they do for our citizens, too. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so much for everything you do.
All right, that takes us to our consent agenda. There's 8 items on the consent agenda. I'm going to read through them. Department of Public Safety, fiscal year 2027 grant application for Maryland Department of Agriculture Spay and Neuter Grants Program and letter of support. Number 2, Department of Community Resources fiscal year 2027 through 2030 area plan. Number 3, Department of Planning and Zoning, Calvert County Environmental Commission annual report for 2025. Number 4, Department of Community Resources Maryland Access Point Federal Financial Participation Agreement for state fiscal years 2025 to 2030. Number 5, Office of the County Administrator Homestretch Difficult to Serve Agreement First Amendment with Comcast. Item number 6, Office of the County Administrator Ratification of State Program Open Space Application Acquisition of Property at 215 Laurel Road, Solomons, Maryland. Item number 7, Calvert County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2027 Police Recruitment and Retention Grant Program. And item number 8, Calvert County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2027 Gun Violence Reduction Grant Program. Have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt the consent agenda items. Second.
So I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items. Is there any discussion on any of these? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Takes us to first public hearing. It's 10:35, so we're good on that. Department of Community Resources budget adjustment for the Strategic Demolition Fund Grant. Jen Moreland. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Jennifer Moreland, Director of Community Resources. The subject is budget adjustment for the Strategic Demolition Fund Grant. Background: Safe Harbor, the county-owned domestic violence shelter, regularly exceeds capacity, and one of the biggest barriers for victims is finding affordable housing. The site plan submitted to the Department of Planning and Zoning in 1996 included an expansion of the Resource Center and 6 transitional housing units. Last year, the Department of Community Resources applied for a Strategic Demolition Fund Grant to support a revised site plan. Discussion: Calvert County government recently received the grant agreement for the fiscal year 2026 Strategic Demolition Fund Award totaling $300,000 from the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. The funding will be contracted to a vendor to complete site development for the property. Future development of the Transitional Housing and Resource Center will be managed by Calvert Safe Housing Network, Inc., the nonprofit that oversees the Safe Harbor Shelter. And fiscal impact budget adjustment BA 2026-000779 allocates $300,000 in revenue to be received from the grant and anticipated expenditures. Conclusion recommendation. Staff requests the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing on the proposed resolution and budget adjustment BA 2026-000779. In accordance with Local Government Article 9-105, any action by the Board to adopt the recommended budget adjustment must be deferred until at least 10 days after the hearing. This public hearing was duly advertised in 2 county newspapers for 2 consecutive weeks prior. And let's see. The county has adopted guidelines for conduct at public hearings as detailed in Resolution 6-89. This hearing will be executed in compliance with this resolution. A sign-in sheet has been provided for speakers and is located on the podium to the left behind me. And I will just go grab it. You got it? Nobody? Okay. Since there are no speakers to the microphone, do we have any online or via telephone?
Dawson, if you could facilitate the online portion.
If there's anybody that wishes to speak on this public comment, please raise your hand or press *6. I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Nobody has raised their hand.
Okay, and we did not receive any public.
Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat what you said? Can you repeat what you said?
As far as what, sir? The public comment?
Nobody has raised their hand for public comment related to this public hearing.
No, this is just in regards to this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And we did not receive any emails in advance with public comment, but of course this public comment period will stay open until the April, I believe, 26th meeting.
Okay.
Yep. Do you have any questions for me?
So, Madam Director,
Yes.
This project is for here. We have a lot of guests today. You want to talk a little bit about the project?
Yeah, sure. So really, this project is for site plan development and site plan development only. The county, does not. It's just set the nonprofit Calvert Safe Housing Network that merged with Safe Harbor up for development on the property where Safe Harbor is currently located. And that nonprofit has a lot of experience in transitional housing. The county, they actually will become the running the operations of Safe Harbor effective July 1. If you remember, Calvert Safe Housing Network came and provided a presentation in January about that transition. So we're looking forward to this being an opportunity. I can tell you our office for years, and I know the commissioners can attest to this too, have found victims that have had a very difficult time finding housing in Calvert County and needed more time beyond the standard time period at Safe Harbor, which I believe is 60 to 90 days. They needed more time beyond that to get established financially, with work, with childcare, all the things that are necessary for a single person to be, stable, financially stable and successful. So this transitional housing will give them this 2-year buffer period. They'll have case management while they're there. The nonprofit Calvert Safe Housing Network will be responsible for the development process for this housing and resource center. So they will be working with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence, and with partners there that are supporting this effort as well in seeking out funding federally and with private foundations and at the state level. So we're hopeful that if, this will really tell us what can be done on that site, this site plan development process. So it's really trying to set them up for success. Yeah.
There's no match required.
No match required.
Just a state grant.
Yep, and we've had a lot of success with these funds in the past. They've enabled us to, purchase properties both for the 85 Main Street property or I'm sorry, not 85, 87 Main Street property for the Resource Hub. And prior to that, we worked with Project Echo with this same grant to purchase the thrift store property for them to use in order to fund the Project Echo shelter. So it's all about, having good sustainable development in those sustainability areas and addressing blight and putting programs in place that are supportive of the community's needs.
So just to be clear with people listening today, is that this $300,000, is this just for the site work, or is this for the study, will this complete the portion of the site work?
This is the county's portion, yes.
Okay.
This will complete the site work. So it's looking at the soil, borings, all the things necessary to know what can be done at that site and what's going to need to be done in terms of stormwater too. And that's, yep.
There have been capacity issues there for years as well.
Absolutely.
And it's going to help minimize those, I would think.
Absolutely. And I think, the 90-day period, I think there is a period, especially when you're a family and you have children, where you want to be able to have a place to live independently, but you still need those supports in place to get you through that transition period to independence. So counseling, case management, assistance with, housing assistance with, legal, connection with legal, all those things that are necessary for these women escaping of violence. Yep.
Good motion.
Mr. President, staff requests the board leave the record open for 10 days pursuant local government Article 9-105.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to leave the record open for 10 days pursuant to local government Article 9-105. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Mullins.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next item on the agenda is old business, Department of Parks and Recreation, budget adjustment for driving range safety netting. Mr. Branham? Morning.
Morning.
Commissioners.
Morning, Bob.
Bob Branham, Director of Parks and Recreation. This is to close it. Better?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll jump right into the memo for your
Okay.
consideration. Background. For safety and security, the Department of Parks and Recreation intends to have driving range safety netting installed at the Chesapeake Hills Golf Course. The proposed netting is intended to reduce the risk of golf balls leaving the course and to enhance safety for adjacent properties and individuals. The public hearing was held on March 17, 2026, and the required public comment period has ended. Discussion. Based on the winning bid for invitation 2026-028 driving range safety netting, $390,000 in funding is required. The Department of Finance and Budget has identified funding in the Capital Improvement Project 000446 Finance and Budget Reporting Software that can be allocated to this project, leaving an additional $240,000 requested from the general fund. CIP 000446 is being closed out. There were 2 public comments received during the public hearing, including 1 speaker who also submitted a written comment. All comments reviewed and considered by the Department of Parks and Recreation, and the proposed driving range safety netting is intended to enhance the safety and security of individuals and adjacent properties. Fiscal impact. The driving range safety netting falls under CIP 000047 Chesapeake Hills Golf Course Improvements. Budget Amendment 2026-00730 has been created to move $150,000 from Capital Project 000446 Finance and Budget Reporting Software. The revenue comes from general fund contributions, not from bond sales. Budget Amendment 2026-00732 has been created to move $240,000 from the operating budget to complete the project. Conclusion recommendation. The Department of Parks and Recreation requests that the Board of County Commissioners review public comments received during the 10-day public comment period, close the record, approve and adopt the resolution approving Budget Amendment 2026-000730 and Budget Amendment 2026-000732. Any questions for me?
I have none.
We talked about this before in the public
Yeah.
hearing.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion? Is there anybody, well, actually, we already had the public hearing, so, yeah. Motion?
Yes, Mr. President. Staff requests the Board of County Commissioners review public comments received during the 10-day public comment period, close the record, approve and adopt the resolution approving budget amendments BA 2026-000730 and BA 2026-000732.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to Commissioner Cox's motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next item on the agenda is a presentation by the Department of Community Resources, Community Health Needs Assessment presentation. Ms. Moreland, you're back up. Ms. Moore?
Jennifer Moreland again, Director of Community Resources. I'm here for technical support, but really leading the show here well, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Ninfa Zamora, Health Officer at the Calvert County Health Department, and we are joined here by our partner at Calvert Health Medical Center.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kara Hare, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Ancillary Services at Calvert Health, and I've been at Calvert Health for 25 years.
Yes, and we are also joined by members of our steering committee for the Community Health Needs Assessment, and they're community partners from Calvert County government. If they could stand up and get recognized.
They're shy.
And members from the Calvert County Health Department as well.
And we're also joined with members from Calvert Health, if they can stand up as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Good with the presentation.
Great.
Thank you.
So I will start. So on behalf of the Community Health Improvement Roundtable, that is our local health improvement coalition, I want to share how incredibly grateful we are for being here today. This is truly a special moment for us because it's the first time that we've been able to brief the Community Health Needs Assessment to our Board of County Commissioners and to our community. And we are very thankful for your support. So I would say this is not just a presentation, but it's about taking an important step to build a deeper and stronger partnership for the well-being and health of our community. We also are very thankful because it's the first time that our commissioners have agreed to provide critical input as key informants in interviews. This is a part of the Community Health Needs Assessment. And by doing this, you have demonstrated your commitment to the health and wellness of our community. So we are very thankful for your participation. Next slide. So we will begin. So we have the agenda here, and we will begin by establishing the fundamental purpose of the Community Health Needs Assessment. And our focus will be on its significance and why this assessment is a vital tool for our community. Next, we will provide some historical information about our last assessment, the Community Health Needs Assessment that was conducted in 2023. And we'll just review some key findings from there and the priorities that were established. And then lastly, we'll proceed to discuss the plan for conducting our next Community Health Needs Assessment for 2026. Next slide. So every 3 years, our community undertakes Community Health Needs Assessment, or we call it CHNA in short, and it's a way to systematically identify the health needs within our community. This is a very important process for understanding the overall health landscape and for identifying gaps of service that may be existing in the community. And it's extremely important for voices of our community leaders, organizations, businesses, and our residents to be heard, because this will give us a more complete picture of the health landscape of our community. and broad participation is highly encouraged because it provides the most complete picture of our health needs. And the CHNA is an important tool that will help our hospital determine the health priorities and where their resources may be allocated or must be allocated. It also guides our health department in determining where to allocate resources to fill gaps and needs. And additionally, it also helps our local health improvement coalition, the CHIR, to determine where the critical health needs are and where they may be able to support. So the roundtable, Community Health Improvement Roundtable, is our local health improvement coalition, and it consists of the health department, the Calvert Health Medical Center, and various departments of the Calvert County government, as well as other community-based organizations. So it's a large group that's working together to maintain and improve the health of our community. The overall goal of the cycle of the CHNA is really to identify what those gaps are and then to put in action measures to help improve or make a difference and remove those gaps. So on this slide shows that cycle. Back to the previous slide. We conduct the CHNA primarily also for other reasons. It is federally required by the Affordable Care Act for all nonprofit hospitals. In addition to this federal mandate, the CHNA is also required by the state for all local health departments and local health improvement coalitions. And so it functions as a critical tool. We call it a critical resource allocation tool. And as I previously mentioned, we identify the needs and then we put together a plan to address those needs. And finally, it also allows us to put into practice data-driven decision-making, and so that we're not shooting in the dark and guessing. So we have data to back and to support the actions and the measures that we take. Next slide, please. So in 2023, our community conducted the CHNA, which identified top 5 health priorities for the county. And they are shown here. So cancer being the #1 priority and still currently is. It's followed by diabetes, mental health conditions, as well as nutrition and healthy eating, and substance use disorder. And so to address these critical needs, our local health improvement coalition has established multiple committees, each committee addressing each of those health priorities that have been identified. And what they've done is they have set specific initiatives, and the overall goal is really to improve awareness by the community, as well as improve education on the treatment and prevention of these conditions. Next slide. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hare.
Thank you, Dr. Tenzia Mora. Thank you for giving us an overview of the 2023 Community Health Needs Assessment. So here we are, 3 years later. We're now in our next cycle of the 2026 Community Health Needs Assessment.
Kara, can you please speak up into the mic?
Oh, thank you. Is it good? Can you hear me better now? Okay, thank you. All right. So as Dr. Tenzia Mora had mentioned, hospitals, nonprofit hospitals, are required to do the Community Health Needs Assessment every 3 years. And data, as mentioned, is extremely important. So we do a comprehensive data collection, looking at a survey, really talking to key informants, and also this year, compared to 2023, we're asking for 2 focus groups from the community, one in Prince Frederick and one in Solomons. After we do our data collection through all these key elements, we look at what's called a prioritization process, and really ranking the priorities of our community. Also important is looking at how we're reaching the community to take this survey and how we are marketing and ensuring that our community is aware of what our priorities are in our county. All right, so what is some of our data collection for 2026? The first driver is our primary data, and that is our key informant interviews. Compared to 2023, we have about 16 key informant interviews that are going to take place within the next couple of weeks. And thank you for being one of the first time that Dr. Tenzia Mora mentioned that the commissioners will be participating in this interview. It is extremely important that we hear your voice. Other organizations in these interviews are Calvert Health Medical Center, members from the Calvert County government, our health department, members of Huntingtown Methodist Church, NAACP, many physician representatives through our county. Not only Calvert Health, but we have members from Dunkirk Family Practice. We have retired physicians, as well as Calvert Internal Medicine. And of course, our local behavioral health authority. So yesterday we kicked off our community survey, which goes from the 6th of April through the 27th of April. So next I mentioned the focus groups. We've invited the community. There's information on social media as well as our website, as well as our Community Health Improvement Roundtable partners websites on where these 2 focus groups will take place on April 16th. One will be in Prince Frederick and one will be in Solomons. And of course, we also have secondary data, which is a lot of our public health indicators from the CDC, Maryland Department of Health, and also looking at many local data sets. So as mentioned, the survey will be from the 6th to the 27th. So the survey is about 10 minutes, and it's about 33 to 38 total questions, and really focusing on our demographics, what our community resources are, and our physical and mental health. Compared to 2023, the 2026 Needs Assessment Survey really puts a focus on social determinants of health and barriers to care. We all know that transportation, affording medications, paying bills and utilities has been a barrier. So this survey will also incorporate some of those questions to see what the barriers are in our county. So really looking at the needs, we're really going to prioritize through an identified structure and really looking at that data. We're going to have all our stakeholders together once we have our prioritization after we get our survey completed. And our final priorities will also reflect what our community needs, how impactful it will be, and aligning what resources we need in our community. So next, we have a very comprehensive marketing plan. All our Community Health Improvement Roundtable members are promoting our survey. We're really hosting tables throughout the community, libraries, many organizations are contributing. The Calvert County Health Department will be having and hosting an open house this Thursday from 3 to 6, and we'll also have a table there engaging our community. We're engaging our physician and providers. We're looking at large employers in the area, going to SMECO, Giant Safeway, looking at the Calvert County Public Schools as well. Promotion will be everywhere on social media. We're engaging our PIOs in both our organizations, as well as creating flyers and emailing to primary care patients. So this is the post and the flyer that you will see with the QR code for the survey. So it's really your voice. It shapes what happens next. So we're really encouraging everybody to take that survey, define our priorities in our county, and really rank what the health needs are of Calvert County. And it's important. If you live here, if you work here, we want to hear from you. Another difference with this survey is that in 2023, if you only lived in Calvert County, you were able to take the survey. Now, we've incorporated many other factors in our survey. We're asking these very specific questions. One, if you live in Calvert County, do you work in Calvert County? Do I live and work in Calvert County? Or do I utilize resources in Calvert County? Because it's really important to know if others from different counties are utilizing our services and resources as well. So I want to close with our healthycalvert.org website platform. And what this website is, it's a collaborative, a community collaborative that shares all the health data in Calvert County. It's a hub, as Dr. Atenzia Mora had mentioned, for our 2023 priorities, where we have subcommittees that are working on improving the health of our county. And also looking at local health data, past needs assessment, and implementations plans. But we couldn't do it without all our team members and our Community Health Improvement Roundtable partners, as you can see listed here. It takes a team, it's unity, and moving and tackling our health initiatives in Calvert County, moving forward as a team, is very impactful. Thank you.
I just wanted to mention the value of this healthycalvert.org platform, because our department, and I know many other organizations around the county, depend on it for the data. Yeah. We use it for our grant requests, and it drills down very specifically to like zip code level to for all of these different health needs, and also socio-demographic information. It's very difficult to use the census site, and part of what they give to us, the hospital and the health department in this partnership, is this very easy to navigate data. So it's just an output from this process.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for
Thank
taking
you.
the time
Yes.
to come out and do the presentation, and we look forward to seeing your results.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you once again for being part of the interviews.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Takes us to our first work session, Office of the County Administrator, debt overview and capital planning considerations.
That was a tough act to follow.
Not as much
Do you have
fun.
a QR code associated with yours?
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Danielle Russell, Capital Improvement Projects and Grants Manager from the Office of the County Administrator. Today's presentation is designed to walk through how debt fits into Calvert County's overall financial picture, what it is, how we manage it, and how it impacts decisions moving forward. Before we get into the details, it's important to understand why this matters. Debt is not a standalone issue. It is one part of the county's overall budget. It directly affects our ability to fund services, maintain infrastructure, and manage taxes. And most importantly, the decisions we make today impact our financial flexibility in the future. One of the easiest ways to understand county finances is to compare it to a household. A household has income, expenses, savings, and debt. The county operates in a similar way, just at a larger scale. We receive revenue through taxes and fees. We fund services and operations. We maintain reserves, which we call fund balance. And when we borrow, we repay that through annual debt service. The key takeaway here is that debt is simply the county's version of a long-term loan, similar to a mortgage. But unlike a household, we are borrowing to finance public infrastructure, things like schools, roads, and public safety facilities that serve the community for many years. There are three main reasons governments use debt. First, it allows us to build infrastructure when it is needed, not years later. Second, it helps avoid higher costs due to inflation. And third, it allows us to spread the cost over time so that the people who benefit from these projects help to pay for them. Used appropriately, debt is a tool that supports long-term investment. In Calvert County, debt is used to fund major infrastructure. This includes schools, public facilities, public safety, roads, and utility systems. These are long-lived assets that support the community's quality of life and future. Debt service is the annual payment on our borrowing. Just like a mortgage, it is a fixed cost. We have to pay it every year. And because of that, it competes directly with other priorities like education, public safety, and other services. Using fiscal year 2027 as an example, debt service is anticipated to be roughly 4% of the county's overall expenditures. That's why affordability is such a critical part of the conversation. Debt decisions are not made in isolation. They are part of a broader plan of finance that includes financial modeling, timing, market conditions, debt structure, and its impact on our credit rating. So when we talk about debt, we are really talking about a long-term financial strategy, not a one-time decision. The county uses clear internal policies as guardrails. We limit debt service to no more than 9.5% of revenue. We limit total debt to no more than 1.8% of assessed value. And we evaluate all of this through a long-term affordability model. Currently, we are well below the debt service limit, but we are approaching that 1.8% debt to value benchmark. This chart shows our debt relative to the county's assessed value over time. We remain below the policy limit, but you can see that we are trending upward towards that 1.8%. And this is one of the key indicators we monitor when evaluating capacity. This shows our annual debt service as a percentage of revenue. We are currently well below our 9.5% policy limit, which gives us flexibility. However, we model this carefully as new projects are added. A credit rating measures a local government's willingness and ability to pay its debt on time and in full. The rating is a measure of risk that potential investors use to decide whether or not to purchase that government's bonds. The higher the rating, the lower the risk of default. Calvert County maintains a AAA credit rating from all three major rating agencies. This is the highest possible rating and reflects our strong financial position. It also allows us to borrow at lower interest rates, saving taxpayers dollars. Based on data from November 2025, Calvert is one of 10 Maryland jurisdictions that maintain a AAA rating. Going back to our household comparison, we have credit scores versus credit ratings. Credit scores are three-digit numbers that tell lenders whether an individual is likely to be a responsible borrower. Credit ratings, on the other hand, are letter grades assigned to corporations or governments and are used by investors to assess risk. Credit rating agencies provide credit ratings, whereas your credit score primarily comes from FICO, and your credit worthiness is determined by the three rating agencies, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. When it comes to applying for a personal loan, mortgage, or a new credit card, lenders review your personal credit score to determine whether they will extend you credit and how much. In the same way, when investors seek to purchase government debt, they evaluate the credit rating assigned by credit agencies. Both ratings and scores are designed to show potential lenders and creditors a borrower's likelihood of repaying a debt. Rating agencies evaluate four primary areas: the strength of our economy and tax base, our financial position, including reserves, our management practices and policies, and our overall debt and liabilities. It is the full financial picture, not just debt, that determines our rating. Calvert County is in a strong financial position. We have strong reserves, strong policies, and a AAA rating. However, we also face a structural constraint. Our revenue base is not growing at the same pace as our needs. So while we are strong, our capacity is not unlimited. Our fund balance, our reserves, is a key driver of financial strength. We are currently at around 37% of revenues, which slightly exceeds Moody's most conservative rating agency benchmark of 35%. This is a major reason we maintain our AAA rating. Our fund balance contains three categories: committed, assigned, and unassigned funds. Committed is for our stabilization agreement, assigned is for governance identified uses, and unassigned is flexible and can be used for any lawful purpose. The table on this slide comes from a recent Interagency Council for School Construction presentation on proposed state share adjustments, and I included it because it shows how Calvert County compares with its peer jurisdictions in average untapped tax revenue from the state's perspective. Revenue is the key driver of debt capacity. Debt is not based on what we want to build, it is based on what we can afford to repay. Because our revenue growth is limited, our ability to expand capacity is also limited. This brings us to our central issue. Capital needs and requests are growing, but our financial capacity is not growing at the same rate, and our requests are trending towards outpacing our revenue. So every new project must be evaluated within that constraint. As we move from the county's financial framework into capital planning, we want to highlight several additional requests that have been brought forward since the development of the staff recommended capital improvement plan. These include a new St. Leonard Volunteer Fire and Rescue Facility, additional volunteer fire rescue and EMS apparatus, turf fields at all 4 county high schools, the Armory Pavilion, and restoration work at the Cove Point Lighthouse. Each of these reflects a valid operational or community need. The purpose of this discussion is not to evaluate merit individually, but to place them within the county's overall financial capacity. The key takeaway is this. The question is not whether these projects have merit. The question is how and when do they fit within our financial capacity. So I'm going to go back to this slide. And what we are seeking as staff is direction on how you would like to incorporate these additional capital requests, if and how you would like to incorporate these additional capital requests into FY27 and the 6-year capital improvement plan.
Danielle, could I ask you to go back to slide 14, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that a little more in depth? The AAA rating, the county guardrails, because I think the public sees $145 million in fund balance and says, you've got the money. Could you explain why we really don't have the money and what that available fund balance is in there for? What could we possibly use that for? And our credit rating would go down if we ever had to tap into that. But could you give us a little more information?
I am going to ask Mary Andes, she's in the audience, to come up to discuss a little bit more about the use of fund balance.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Andes, Deputy Director of Budget.
That's it.
Oh,
That's it.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Grasso. Could you repeat your question?
Yes, I think there's a lot of questions about this slide, having 145 million in a fund balance, and it looks like we're so flush. And we have a AAA rating, and then we have county guardrails. Could you possibly make clear to the public why we have to have this 145 million in there, why we can't dip into that for turf fields? What catastrophes could we have that would cause us to have to dip into the fund balance, and then our AAA rating would go down, but thank God it's in there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll start with the first one, the committed, the 35 million. That is set aside, again, in case there's a, God forbid, a horrible incident in the county, that those funds are set aside to pay for that. The 5 million is for compensated absences, I believe, but I need to double check that. But again, that number has been set aside and has been set aside for quite some time. The unassigned balance of 104, those are the dollars that are available for use. But you have to use, when we calculate the fund balance ratio, you have to, we pull all of the dollars together. If something happened and the commissioners said they needed to use the $35 million because, again, God forbid something horrible happened, you could do that. But so we look at all three of those numbers. That's how we get the 145 million. That cannot be more than 35% of our general fund revenue coming in. So right now what this slide shows is that we're currently sitting at 37.2%. So I can't remember the exact dollar amount, what gets us down to the 35%, but we have that idea of this is how far we can go. And if we go below, then we lose the AAA rating across the triple AAA rating, and then that affects our bonding authority for the coming years.
And does it also affect us in that with the projects that we are doing for the community, when we go to borrow money, it enables us to borrow at a lower interest rate. And that lower interest rate helps our bottom dollar with our CIP projects. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true. With having the AAA credit rating, the AAA credit rating, we pay a lower interest rate than if we had a AA or, it's just like, you have an 800 or I have a 600 credit score and you have an 800, you would get the better rate than I would. So, it's important. It's important.
You see that when you go in as an individual to buy a car.
Exactly.
And it really affects your bottom line budget when you're buying a car if your credit rating is higher. Your
Right.
payments will be lower.
Right, and we try to not put everything to debt. Just like when you're buying a home and you have some skin in the game and you put some of your own cash into it, and then we fund the rest through a mortgage or a car payment. The same thing here. I believe it's $12 million that we've put aside for capital projects for FY27, and then the remaining is debt. So the county is putting their skin in the game for these projects, and that looks, it's how things should be done. It's a fiscally responsible way of doing things. We're not debt funding everything. We're using fund balance when we can. We're using our reserves when we can.
So, Mary, let me ask you something. So, when did Moody's change its standards?
To the 35%.
To the 35.
I do not know off the top of my head.
About 2 years ago? Sound about right? So, I was here when we had 2.
Okay.
And when we went to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Every single thing built in this county prior to 10 years ago was built with a 2.
Mm-hmm.
So the 3 was nice because you better credit rating, right? You get potentially lower loans. So it's a philosophy. Moody's doesn't want to be in business anymore. They've gone to 35.
Okay.
So do you know about how many states still have a AAA rating?
I believe the number right now is there's 54 municipalities, counties in the U.S. that has a AAA rating. Is
And how
that
many
correct?
states, Stephen?
111.
There was 111.
111 jurisdictions across the United States
Right,
have
about-
a triple AAA.
And how many states?
How many states? I would have
Around
to find out.
14-ish, last I had looked. But anyway, where I'm going with all this is, so to keep Moody's happy, to stay on that track, every additional dollar that we gain in the budget, we were going to have to take 35 cents and basically park it. Right?
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's a simple math.
Okay.
And every year our budget is going to increase because assessments go up, wages go up, what have you. We've seen our budget go up every year. Now we're at what, 411? What were we last year?
The 411 includes the 12 million of fund balance that
Okay,
we're
so let's
using.
back that out. That would put us 399. What were we last
Minus
year?
3.5 for the EMS cost recovery program. It was a 2.5% increase from FY26 to FY27 on what we actually could earn.
General fund revenue for FY26 was $389,643,338.
And where is it now?
For FY26, it's too soon to say.
Okay, so where I'm going is basically, if you want to stay on that path, and that's a philosophy, and that's what the vote is, you are going to commit to having to put 35% of every additional dollar into an account. What do you do with it, right? You've already collected tax money from people, so are you walking down a road where you're committed to either, one, not doing as many projects, not funding as many things, or committing to raising taxes every year? So what is it? Because, I mean, our fund balance grew, what, $7 million last year? Is that correct?
I believe it was 9. But
9? So it grew $9 million, and we would have to take $3 million of that and park it and just look at it, when we could actually do a one-time purchase, which they used to call pay-go or what have you, take it from the general fund, buy it, and be done with it, not pay any interest on it or anything. So I hear you where you say, well, okay, you get a better credit rating, but now how many states back to, man, I haven't checked it recently. Somebody, I'm sure, will fact check me today and go, Mike's wrong again. But the last time I looked, it was around 14 or so. So now you still got people out there competing for this. Wall Street's still competing all the time, but they've got less people to look at the AAA, which now makes the 2A much more competitive. So once again, it's a philosophy. I'm my 20%, but you know how I have felt about this. I mean, PG County is forced to put, what, $2 billion in an account and look at it? Going at that, isn't their budget around $6 billion? Something like that? It's an absurd way of doing finances. If we took every dollar in our house and said, it would be nice to be able to take 35% and park it and then put the rest on a credit card, but, take any project on there. Let's say it's a $5 million, $6 million thing. Well, our fund balance, you say, grew by $9 million. That meant we paid all the bills and we still had $9 million. Why wouldn't we take a portion of that, buy it, be done with it, and not pay any interest on it at all? Now you say, well, your other projects are going to pay higher interest. But before we lock ourselves in this road that we are committing to a higher budget and to a higher fund balance year after. When I came on, I think we had close to around 30, and the county was bleeding $8 million a year every year, and that's when the decision, first time that taxes were raised in years, was based on that. But walking down that road to have to commit to 35% is committing to a tax increase every year, unless somebody's got a different calculator than I'm looking at, or not doing any projects anymore. So what do you cut? Got a sheriff's office over 100 years old. Got 2 firehouses that are well in need. We're one of the only jurisdictions that don't have turf fields. You see it all the time when you travel. I mean, we put hardly anything into that, but we got a nice nest egg that we're looking at and polishing it. And I'm not saying spend everything you have, but I mean, this 35% is unreasonable. What are the other 2 companies? What are they asking?
17%, correct? To have a.
So they're double than what the other 2 bond ratings agencies are asking for.
If I could just clarify, we did have a $9 million drop to fund balance for FY25. That was largely because of the volatility of the income tax revenue.
Yeah, but there was a tax increase.
I'm sorry?
It was a tax
It wasn't because of the tax increase.
No?
That's not why we received
No?
the excess dollars. It was because the state has been currently doing a reconciliation of the income tax payments. And so we received, as they went through that, we received additional dollars.
How much?
If we would have known that we received those additional dollars, we would have done the fleet maintenance, the fleet replacement in FY26 and, I'm sorry, in FY25, and that would have used some of those dollars, and you wouldn't have had that fall to
So
fund balance.
how much was that from the state?
Total for income tax for FY25, 139, 137.
The reconciliation.
They're still working on it, sir.
So the last 3 years, I think we increased 21 million in fund balance, and that includes after when we did the one-time payment of 12 million out to the school system. Is that right? We would have had roughly 33 million over 3 years if we hadn't have done that adjustment, which I'm all about. Don't get me wrong. That kept teachers paid. I was not going to lay off teachers or fire teachers. So that adjustment, when the superintendent came in for that additional funding, but had we not done that, wouldn't we have had, and I'm just asking you, the finance person, I'm just asking, wouldn't we have had an additional 33 million over those 3 years?
If we did not give the schools the additional $12 million, we probably would have funded additional items within the county government.
But I'm just saying, we would have had access to roughly an additional 33 million. Is that correct?
I'd hate to say, but.
And if that's the case, then over 3 years, if you did an average, that's 11 million extra a year.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, so it's real easy to just do this overview. But Terry Shannon used to say the devil's in the details. When you drive down deep and you start looking, going back to what I said, every single thing built in this county prior to 10 years ago was with a 2A. And we seem to survive. So before we walking down that road, I think it's taking this very high-level overview. I mean, are we being asked to pick projects today?
So we are asking
what
for
I'm saying?
direction on capital projects.
So the
yes.
premise would go, and hey, maybe I'm in the minority on this, but the premise would go, well, we're close to broke, so we're going to have to cut something, even though we're looking at how much discretionary? What's the discretionary right now?
I'm sorry.
How much discretionary funding do we have?
We 104.
$104 million. So who gets the short straw? Right? I mean, that's the decision here. So I think you can do a combination of still put things out on the CIP, and you can look at some pay-go, and we still have never walked down the road on some of these long-term projects. We're still doing them over, 15 years? We still haven't explored what is an interest rate. Hey, I don't want to build debt forever, but if you're going to build a police station that the last one's been sitting there for 100 years, and we go 30 years, why would we not at least explore what is that payment over 30 years? A firehouse that's been, I think Solomon's was built in the 80s. Is that correct? St. Leonard, a little bit after that. So these are buildings that are 30, 40 years old, but we're putting this pressure on to pay it 15 years. I get it. I wouldn't want to do a turf field over 30 years. But a turf field, I believe, I know I've heard everything from $6 to $10 million. But we still don't even have a hard number, do we? Do we have a hard number on the turf field?
We do not have a hard number from a provider of turf fields,
So
but looking at best practice, it's 1.2 to 2.5 million.
For each one?
For each field.
So let's say we allocated $9 million for that. Okay? You could write that check if the board chose to. You could do a one-time thing for that. I mean, so many other things. I'm not saying that, the Armory Pavilion, I don't know how much that is or what have you, but $2 to basically take this high-level approach and go, oh my God, if we touch it, it's the end of the world. It must have been the end of the world when I got here, because they didn't have it. And you know, the only reason that the board got a AAA back then, because I know, unfortunately, I've been here so long, there's no more history left here, because the Board of County Commissioners raised taxes, and Moody's liked that. Moody's wouldn't give them the AAA till they raised taxes, and now they go back to 35%, leading me to believe they're going to go down the same road again and go, well, if you're willing to raise taxes on your people all the time, we'll give you our blessing. And how much is that blessing worth? What is the difference when they're out here competing for these projects? Calvert's got a pretty good financial reputation, and it has for decades. I don't know that we're going to get turned down at the bank if we've got 2 or 3. Just my 20%.
So if we were to go to a AA, the fund balance ratio would be approximately 17%.
I believe we would have to check that against, 17% is not the only factor that
Not the
S&P
only
or
factor.
Fitch's would be
That is
looking
true.
at.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if you reduced, let's say, magically to 17%, there would be other factors that we would need to look at within our, we would need to bring our financial advisors in, we would need to bring our tax advisors in. There are experts that can help guide that kind of a process, but it's not just a simple reducing the fund balance to 17%.
I understand what Commissioner Hart is saying. I, for one, am glad we have this $145 million, because for the public that doesn't know, we are about to give additional $6 million to the BOE. That means in 4 years we've given $40 million to the BOE. We are about to incur teachers' retirements that will come down to us. It's a trickle effect, because federal government is sending more to the state is sending more to the counties. This is an election year, and Governor Moore is going easy on us this year, so we will get the teachers' pension funds that we will have to incur. The health department, we just had a wonderful presentation from them. Our costs for the health department go up not by $500,000, it's $1 million or $2 million, you know, so the expenses roll in. But from what I understand, if Governor Moore gets back in 27, it's going to really hit the fan. 27 and 28, the expenses that counties are going to incur without even knowing a number is going to hit us. So I'm glad we do have this, and we may have to take a look at what Commissioner Hart is saying in order to survive and not raise taxes on individuals. Kerwin, Blueprint, we raised taxes a few years ago because of what Kerwin was putting us through. We wanted to make sure that our teachers had a living wage, so we put more money into, like I told you, into the BOE, so we could retain good teachers for this community. The LNG, the Constellation, really turned this county around when we were able to be the lowest performing schools in the state to #1. So there's always consequences to actions. It's not easy to run county government, but I just want all of you all to know that we have a lot that we are faced with, and thank God we've been fiscally conservative, and we do have a $145 million fund balance, because I bet you anything we're going to have to dip into it in order to run this community and to make sure our children are educated to the level that we have seen in the past and we want to continue to see in the future. So I do get what Commissioner Hart is saying, and we may have to make some adjustments for sure. Thank you all.
So just want to add that, you know, Commissioner Hart's right. It's a lot of money to keep in savings. But I do remember, was it last year when Maryland lost their AAA, or was it the year before last?
Yes, it was last year.
Where
Last calendar year. I can't remember if it fell in fiscal year 26 or in 25.
our party, Commissioner Hart, bashed Governor Moore because he was mismanaging finances because Maryland lost its AAA bond rating.
I did,
And
I don't. I think it's been a disaster since it's been there, but that's just me.
I know, but I'm just saying that, you know, a AAA bond rating is a measure of your financial stability. And what we do also hear from the bond raters every time we go there is that you get a lot of your revenue from two sources. And what happens if one of those sources goes away or something happens and they shut down? You have two facilities contributing this year $83 million in revenue. And what happens if the largest one of those two, for some reason, discontinues business? You immediately have a loss of revenue of $60 million. And I completely understand, Commissioner Hart, it's a lot of money sitting there, and you know the projects are needed. We've been had this discussion for the last 7 years that I've been here about fund balance and how much do you spend. And once you start doing that, where do you stop? If you make the decision today that, you know, heck with AAA bond rating, let's just spend that money. Why we have it sitting there? So where does that stop? Where's the basement? I mean, you said
that's the discussion, right?
Yeah,
so what do you want to live or die on? Because if you're going to live on that 35%, you're committing to raise taxes every year or cut projects. You can't overcome 35%.
Well, we've done
I mean, it's just a philosophy. Like I say, I'm not throwing rocks at anybody.
No.
I'm just saying that's a philosophy, and you've seen that other jurisdictions have found it unattainable. Look, Moody's just doesn't want to be in that game. They're a private industry. They're allowed to do that. That was the game before. When you see 35%, they don't want to be in that game except for the top echelon. And somehow this county survived for years on 2. Just saying, it's just options out there. There's many options before we take this hard line of every single dollar that comes in, we're going to put 35% over and look at it. Most households don't have that luxury.
To your point, Commissioner Hart, I understand that you referred to it as a high-level overview of debt. It is a high-level overview of debt. We are looking at these projects within the guidelines and policies that we currently have set.
Agreed.
I'm asking for direction within the policies and guidelines that we currently have
I can
set.
talk this with you all day.
And if we
yes,
go,
sir.
if we go from 15 to 30, I thought I used to hear that doubles the cost of a project. Is that true?
We would have to check with financial advisors. With market instability and inflation, I am not comfortable saying a number like that.
Because if you look at a home mortgage, if you double the length of time, that means you're paying interest for another 15 years.
Correct.
And
significant.
Well, your first interest is always, first 7 years is almost all interest, and then as amortization report goes, you'll watch it go down. There's a million real estate people here watching this would send us all that.
Right.
But where I'm going with this is if we're being asked to choose this today, we're only being asked to choose it from a certain point of view.
Correct, sir.
And that's what I'm saying. I think the smart thing to do is get some of these questions answered and say, okay, what does it look like? Because the board's right. We are going to pick up more of the teacher pension shift. I'd like to know how much is left. Can't be much left. We've been pretty much getting a fair amount of it all the time. I mean, if there's only 15 or 20% left, what is that number? And we probably should anticipate we're going to pay that number one day. We ought to, because that's the direction it's going. I mean, when we lost the highway user fees, that was another one at the time. That was $5 million a year that never came back. I think Commissioner Hance has asked a few times in the states, and are we going to get any of it back? So normally when it goes away, it doesn't come back. But the contributions from the states getting lower and lower and lower, and same with the federal government. So I get all that. I just would like to have a full picture of what the future is, because I think that's a very grim outlook to have to live on that 35%.
Yes, sir.
So, Danielle, just a couple points I would like to make. So our general obligation is 15 years, correct?
General obligation is 15, enterprise is 25.
Enterprise is 25, so I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to clear that up. So I do too like the fund balance where it is because of the unfunded mandates that are coming down on the state. And I think the health department is over $4 million. Yes. So I would like to pause this down the road on Commissioner's Hart motion and consult with a financial advisor until we get more information that we can put this in. I know it's going to put you on a time frame, Danielle.
The commissioner's recommended budget hearing is May 5th.
Yeah.
In order to have a budget printed, we need to, for the commissioner's recommended budget, we need to have input on what would be in the capital improvement plan.
How soon could we get that information together with the financial team?
Turn it to Stephen McGibbon.
So, good morning, Commissioner Stephen McGibbon, Deputy County Administrator. The comment was made that once it goes, it never comes back. That is also true for your credit rating. It is hard to regain that AAA status once you lose it because you have a higher hurdle now to cross. You've got to prove certain things to get back there if it's desire of this board to retain that. So I think you are making some long-term decisions here that you need to calibrate with the help of a financial advisor because there are various variables that must be considered. I would encourage you, so if we're going to look at moving from a 15 to perhaps a 20-year, 20 years is still a good benchmark for AAA entities for their general obligation bonds. A 20-year adds 5 more years. Your projects are going to extend even beyond that. The life of the projects, as Daniel said, are long-lived projects. So it's still fiscally responsible to look at an extended duration for your amortization schedule and still be responsible. So we could bring in the financial advisors to evaluate that, what it would look like if we went to 15 to 20, added cost on an assumed level of debt, and we could have them examine that for you and bring that information back to you. I don't think it's a threat to your AAA rating if that occurs. You still have your normal bell-shaped curve for the amortization schedule that Commissioner Hart was talking about, where you accelerate your debt payment, and then it is a bell-shaped curve. So we can look at all of that and come back to you with some options as far as duration, interest cost, and then just some other factors to consider as you contemplate going down this road. We talked also about the threshold there coming up against that assessed value as far as the parameters that we've put to safeguard our debt issuances. Those parameters just serve the county well in determining how much debt you should be taking on. The assessed value one is of lesser value than your other one, the 9.51. That's on the screen there, just because it's the projected debt service is just a better measure of what your real cost is on an annual basis. So we can look at several factors for you and come back to you with some additional information.
Thank you, Steve. And just one last point. So our requests are outpacing our revenue.
Yes, expenditures do outpace revenues. You'd have to find additional revenue sources. I don't necessarily agree that everything speaks to a tax increase. There are other measures you can take to control your spending and to address revenue issues. The cap is only based as a percentage of the revenue, so the cap. So it's all proportional. So you know, not everything screams tax increase.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so you started to make a motion. Do you want to make that motion and see where we're at?
Yeah, so let's make that motion. So make a motion for a financial advisor to come in, assess the situation we're in right now, so we can go with Danielle's guidance that she needs.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to basically pause and consult with a financial advisor before we move forward. Is there any discussion on that?
Commissioner, am I allowed to make a discussion on that?
You have clear direction on what we're asking you to do?
I have clear direction on what you would like to do with the financial advisors. In terms of your commissioner recommended budget, the budget hearing is May 5th. If we were to allow the financial advisors to come in, I will not have enough time to print a book that includes new requests added to the capital improvement plan. The book has to go to print, I believe, next Friday.
It needs to be complete by this Friday so that we have time to proof it for it to go to print next Friday.
Could the CIP be a separate?
It is a separate book.
It is a separate volume.
Okay, so I'm saying, could we move forward? I realize that there's not going to be a perfect balance there, but Is there a way around it, is my question to you.
Just a clarification, are you asking for the financial advisors to come before you just to meet with your staff? Because we can have that happen pretty quickly, just meeting with staff to discuss options.
Okay. So
Yes.
if you can make it happen quickly and we can get an answer quickly, that's fine. If not, we have another way around it to make it happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
I just wanted to say to you all, you've done a really heavy lift this time, and I think we're all feeling very secure with the budget. You are being very responsive, and thank you for all you're doing, because I know you all have done a lot of heavy lifting this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. So that takes us to Department of Planning and Zoning, proposed moratorium on data center projects. Mr. Brinkley?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So I'm going to forego the reading of the memo and just jump right into the presentation if it pleases you all.
Director, if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to say something first.
Sure.
On March 3rd, we voted unanimously for an immediate moratorium and directed staff to bring forward an ordinance in a public hearing. 4 weeks later, after a 5-0 vote, we don't have a draft ordinance yet, without a hearing or a moratorium in effect. But we did provide parameters because we're moving too fast and the situation demanded urgency. Instead, we have a presentation that reopens this discussion, weakens the intent of the vote, even floats the idea that maybe a moratorium isn't necessary. So consistent with not deviating from the board's March 3rd, 26 prior unanimous 5-0 vote, I move the Commissioners direct staff to prepare and bring forward a draft ordinance and implementing a previously approved parameters for an immediate temporary moratorium on the data center development for a period of 24 months. This moratorium shall apply to all approvals, permits, rezoning, site plan reviews, construction authorizations, and any other official actions related to a data center development until an development and an independent comprehensive environmental impact study evaluating land, air, and water impact is completed and presented to the public. And further move that staff advertise and schedules the required public hearing in accordance with the applicable law to be held no later than May 5th, 26.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to Commissioner Hart's extensive motion. Discussion.
Madam County Administrator, can you read, do you have the original motion that was made on March 3rd?
Give us a minute.
I've got it, Commissioner, if you...
Can you read that, please?
I can. It is motion... I'm reading based off of what was in the minutes. But to begin / move forward with the process of requesting that the Board of County Commissioners impose an immediate moratorium for a period of 24 months on any approvals, permits, rezoning, site plan, construction authorizations, or other official approvals related to data center development until a comprehensive environmental impact statement evaluating land, air, and water impacts is completed and formally presented to the public.
So at the beginning of that motion, doesn't it say to start the process, not to initiate?
It does, Commissioner. It says to move forward with the process of requesting that the Board of County Commissioners impose an immediate moratorium.
And this is just part of that process, correct?
No, it's my motion to start today.
I'm asking about the...
So, and I think this brings up a good slide, and I'm skipping forward here. The next part of that process is drafting of the ordinance itself. And I think that's where we're at, and that's what this work session is today, is to get that feedback. Because as part of any moratorium, you have to have a ordinance in place to adopt it. So the feedback we would like is, in order to draft that, and working with the county attorney's office to make that happen, we want to make sure we're getting specifically what the Board of County Commissioners wants in that potential ordinance, that would then, as shown on this slide, go forth to a public hearing. Then there would be a vote after that public hearing, and then the study and updated regulations would potentially take place as part of that moratorium.
And what's the new motion say? Can you read that back? The new motion?
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
I move the commissioners direct staff to prepare and bring forward a draft ordinance implementing the previous approved parameters for an immediate temporary moratorium on a data center development for a period of 24 months. The moratorium shall apply to all approvals, permits, rezoning, site plan reviews, construction authorizations, any other official actions related to a data center development. An independent, comprehensive environmental impact study evaluating land, air, water, and impacts is completed and presented to the public, and further move that staff advertise and schedule the required public hearing in accordance with applicable law to be held no later than May 5th, 2026.
What's the difference between the two motions?
Are you asking me that question?
Well, I'm asking somebody.
The two motions, I think the difference that you're speaking of, Commissioner Hans, is with respect to exploring a possible moratorium and actually moving forward with a moratorium.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I just want to be clear.
Any other discussion?
So, I just want to ask Commissioner Hart, the 3 studies that you've asked for, do you know if they already exist?
No, because we haven't conducted them.
But you don't know if they already exist anywhere
Well, if
else?
a corporation does it, that's fine. They don't have to do that for their MDE permit or or potentially PERC, but we need our own. Going back to what was requested when the Dominion project was done, the community was very upset that even though Dominion had done those things, the community had demanded its own independent one, but none was ever made available or done for them. This is not to make the mistakes of the past.
And if we do it, the community is going to be okay with that?
Well, they're going to let us know. They've been letting us know pretty regularly. I think the community's going to want that time. The community may even come up and say, you know what, put this on a referendum and let the county decide. But at this juncture, with the rate of speed, this thing's moving like a freight train. Brakes got to be put on. We have to know. No disrespect to any corporation. We have to know. And that's our job sitting up here, to make sure that we know we've done our best to go out and get an independent company. This is what they do. Work with our folks. Work with our environmental people. In fact, we got a letter even from the Environmental Commission that they were upset that they weren't in on this. And this is a commission that we put out there to help us with this. So this is the start.
Have you read that whole study, Commissioner?
Just walked in and saw it today.
Okay.
So,
just a point of
Director, has anybody applied for any permits or applications to build a data center in Calvert County?
No permits have been applied for on the county level. It's our understanding there was state level permits that for stream crossings and things of that nature, but no local permits have been applied for, or no local development projects have been submitted.
So is there an opportunity for the Environmental Commission to work together with the Planning Commission to determine these outcomes that Commissioner Hart's asking for?
So officially, the Environmental Commission is not part of the development review process. So I'm not sure how to best answer your question, because they are not required to be a part of that process. And any change of that would be a change to our zoning ordinance, absent a moratorium.
Because I think the Environmental Commission's raising the same concerns Commissioner Hart has in his motion, correct?
Sounds similar, yes.
And in the Planning Commission process, they can do all those things, correct?
The Planning Commission can put certain reasonable additional restrictions and requirements or requests on the applicant, but they also are bound by what's in the zoning ordinance.
And is there a requirement for those studies to be done?
There's not a requirement in this particular situation. There would likely not be a requirement for local environmental impact studies per our zoning ordinance. There is language in our zoning ordinance regarding impact studies, but it's for subdivisions, which most of the time of the scale and nature would be large housing developments of things of that nature. I believe at the state level they do environmental impact studies, but they are not required to submit those to the county.
All right. Okay.
So, Jason, one question on the moratorium. Once the moratorium goes into effect and the studies come back, we have to mitigate it. We have to make text amendments to coincide with the study. So what's the difference between that and a text amendment relating to the concerns that Commissioner Hart has?
So if you implement a environmental impact study or comprehensive study being done as part of the moratorium and has to be completed within 2 years, I'm assuming based on the motion that process would then look at that study and then draft and submit updates to the zoning ordinance to potentially address any concerns that were raised. You can do that independent of a study if you are aware of potential, and we have amendments currently working themselves through the process. We are going back before the Planning Commission here in approximately 2 weeks to have further discussion, maybe next week, having further discussion on those potential data center amendments and conditions that we've discussed here on at least 2 or 3 occasions over the past few months.
And we are working on water, third-party reviews, infrastructure, and generators, correct?
Those are the ones that the BOCC directed. I know the Planning Commission has some other proposals that I think they plan on discussing next week.
Correct. Okay.
Mr. Director, until you have an actual project, what do you study?
So are you referring to the comprehensive environmental impact statement or study that Commissioner Hart, or are we talking about the zone? Can you add some clarification on?
So if we don't have a project, we're going to do an environmental impact study based on what?
I wasn't the one that made the motion, so I suggest you.
So what you're going to study is, so apparently we have interest from 2 companies, and they're going to have to submit what that plan looks like, and then it will be reviewed to that. That's why this goes in place first. So it's here, and they submit it, because you weren't here for the Dominion project, but see, remember, everything that was in those informational meetings, okay, you will find, and I'll be very careful I say this, but you will find residents that don't believe it came down that way. We have a thing in the county, you like to say you don't want to hear it, see it, or smell it. Well, that's not the case down there. They smell it, they hear it, they see it. Okay, you're seeing people hearing stuff at Calvert Cliffs, this, that, and the other. So that's back to all these unknowns. I'm sure that since we're to a point where somebody's even willing to want to buy our property, they must have a plan. So they should have to submit that. I believe there was an MDE plan that even listed 8 location sites. I don't believe they're that far down the road without having some version of what that project looks like. They should have to submit that to us so that those can be studied, because they could be 2 completely different projects, and what we don't know, we've never had this before. And that gives us the latitude during that 2 years to address all of that.
In your motion, was there a moratorium on applications?
It's 2 years starting from today. So if they put an application,
But
say
they
a year
can't.
from now, right? I mean, if, you know, it's all about, okay, you can do the political game that can say, well, we'll do all kinds of legwork, we'll get the ground right, we'll do this and the other, and we'll just kick it and kick it, kick it and kick it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just come back and extend it again. So I got ran over by a truck with apartments.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not running me over on this one without me seeing it anyhow. So nobody ever dreamed in past boards that we would look at apartments everywhere. And now I spend my time fighting, going, okay, you can't do this. Well, we'll just go out and do that, and we'll just go out and do this, and then we'll do the Lusby Parkway, which we don't own, for 11 years. The hard way, figuring out, oh, well, we'll do this, but it won't hurt that over there. So just a great example. So the location of like the new park, have we gone and seen how many houses are over there and who it's going to affect? We hurt people with that draft ordinance. When we changed the zoning, we hurt people. Now, my intent was not to do that, but we hurt people. There's families now that when we changed that zoning, they thought they were going to look out their house, see trees, see woods, the tranquility that they bought, and we hurt them. Now, it was unintended, but the fact is we still hurt them. This gives an opportunity to redraw that line back and say, hey, look, X amount, I mean, we got 400 feet from a house. I mean, I can talk 400 feet and somebody hear it, much less what some big industry is. So this gives us the opportunity to do things right. And if one ever happens one day, because I realize you can't say no to any industry for eternity once an industry is legal in the state, but there has to be parameters on how we do it. So I'll pick on my industry. So I own a liquor store, everybody knows that. But I am completely with all kinds of guidelines, state of Maryland, how I can buy, who I can buy from. There's a 3-tier system. I'm responsible for my footprint. So if somebody buys a bottle of booze, they sit on a curb, I lose my liquor license. And I sign that, I know that, I embrace that. We've seen high density come into places not responsible for their footprint. We had a D rating on the traffic study all the way up to what, 2022, 23? Mm-hmm. How absurd is that? And all they had to do was get from their car to the first artery. Well, we knew that was wrong. But unfortunately, all this other was grandfathered, says that and the other. So now you got to have a C to get to the major artery out there. And what that did, unfortunately, is if you put 300 units, you said 600 cars have to make it to the first artery. And now what I'm trying to do is make sure we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. We owe it to everybody. Like you said, there's not a permit. So no harm, no foul. So we're at the genesis of this. So now let's start addressing it. Obviously, there's plans out there. Let's get a hold of those plans so we know what we're working with and we know what we are addressing. And let's just do it right.
So once again, so your moratorium is on a submittal. So they submit a plan to us, the Board of County Commissioners. We do the studies, and then they put in an application for a site plan to the Planning Commission. Is that your...
At your own risk.
That's your motion. No.
Oh, I thought you meant the philosophy.
No. I'm talking about you in your motion.
Yes, so my motion today
So they
starts
apply to
immediate...
us first.
Yes, so it's immediate stop now. So nobody can so they try to pass one, whatever. And then at that point, the application comes in.
To us.
To us.
The Board of Commissioners.
Right. We have 2 years.
And then we study that. We do all these studies on that.
An independent study.
And then we, this board, approves that.
Not necessarily. Because we already said these folks haven't even been consulted. So we have the Environmental Commission needs to be consulted. Okay. Planning Commission needs to be consulted. We may have to go out and get a private board, no different than what we do with even a Parks and Recs. We have a public Parks and Recs board to look at stuff. So this buys us time to start putting all these different pieces together, because the Board of County Commissioners might not be able to go down checking every little waterway, this, that, and the other, but these independent people are going to have a point of contact to come back to, report to. It's just so much more complex. Then they give it to us, we look at it and go, because I saw, and I have seen studies in my 11 years where we say, well, you have to have this to get that, and magically it comes back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and you know darn well nobody really did the due diligence to look at it right. So I'm not looking to be able to simplify a process or make a process more difficult. I'm trying to look for a process to do it right. Like I said, this is all brand new ground, but this stoppage right here allows us to put things in place. You were on the right track when you said, hey, we want to make sure no groundwater, things of that nature, but that's just touching the surface. That doesn't make every box checked.
I'm still confused on the process. How's, Madam Attorney?
As Mr. Manning and I were just discussing a few seconds ago, a draft ordinance would have to be put in place like Mr. Brinkley already has in one of his slides. I believe the slide is currently on the screen before, and a public hearing before anything can be put in place.
So should we vote on this motion and then move forward with his presentation?
Yes.
So if you vote on this motion,
If you vote on this, yeah, go ahead, I'm
it
sorry.
pretty much
Puts it in place already. The way
there's
the
not a need to go through the rest of the presentation unless you need me to or want me to, but the next step would be for staff to draft that ordinance, and then that ordinance would have to go through the public hearing process, which has to be noticed in the newspaper for at least 2 weeks. And
So
And be
can
ready
he
by May
rescind-
5th.
Can he rescind
It
his
could be ready.
motion and go through
Nope.
the,
his motion, I think, ordered staff to begin drafting the ordinance. I think that was something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody, have you seen, you're not from here, you ever seen a process like this before?
I think that's not a good question to ask somebody from Texas. The process is this process is not similar in anything that I've seen, but that's not saying. I'll defer to the county attorney's office.
New York City is what, going for 3 years right now?
There are other, and I will say that there are numerous jurisdictions out there that are putting in various moratoriums for various things.
Maine's looking to do the entire state?
I saw
believe.
something where Maine was looking at, I think, almost a 2-year moratorium. I don't know if that has passed yet, but I know
Right,
that is in
right.
discussion.
And Baltimore City, theirs goes to vote May 5th. They believe they have a 5-0. They're just a year.
There's a couple of them within Maine that are a couple of counties within Maryland, that are between 6 and 12 months. There are plenty of discussions that are happening. So this isn't, and I've said this multiple times, we are not alone in this this issue. This is a nationwide issue, and we're all trying to struggle through how to address it.
Commissioners, can I interrupt for a second? Is there an Anna Yockley, with a gray Honda Pilot present? Ma'am, could you please go to the security desk out front? Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, Commissioners.
Sorry.
Was there a question on the?
I'm just trying to think through this process. This is probably a complicated process Commissioner Hart has laid out.
Jason, how would this we got two different sites. One even has forest retention already deeded on the property. So how would the study pertain to each site? Because we have two unique sites, very differently, to one another. Would you do one study per site? Would you do, pertaining to the BOCC? Or how would we do this?
And I think the challenge is there are environmental impacts that are across the board that are known. I mean, I think there's been numerous people that have voiced their concerns over some of the environmental impacts, and then there's some that are so site-specific and location-specific for how you lay out any particular project. So I don't know, and I think staff would ask for more guidance on in drafting this ordinance on exactly how that environmental study would be conducted or what the parameters of that would be in order to accomplish the wills of the board. We are only confined to a couple of locations in the county where a data center can come in, so that it is very small in scope, as you don't have to look at multiple areas of the county. It is a couple of sites, but those sites are unique and present individual challenges.
Right. So does the planning commission, when they get a project handed to them, do they look at it on an individual basis?
Yes, they'll review
specific so that each individual.
They'll review the site plan. Mainly what they're looking for is conformity with the comprehensive plan, zoning, things of that nature. They're not doing an independent study themselves. Since there are, Commissioner Cox, going back to your question, since there are effectively 2 sites in the county that a data center can come into, and I don't mean to, I'm trying to not steer you on any one direction, but one potential avenue would be to do independent studies on each site as the board, and that would take some time to do, and maybe up to 2 years to make that happen. I'm trying to fit it within the confines of Commissioner Hart's motion, as opposed to relying on a submission from a data center that could wait it out for 2 years.
But in Commissioner Hart's motion, he mentioned individual citizens out doing independent studies that we have to rely on.
Well, potentially we could bring those citizens in, but we have to hire a company that just professionally does this to do an independent study.
And what are the qualifications for the individual citizens to make those
I
decisions?
guess that's what we'll have to come up with. I mean, I think you're going to want somebody from EMS, fire rescue. You've heard people talk about there's fire things.
For environmental impact?
No, once these studies start and all these things come back. Remember, it's from everything, right? From land, air. I mean, I think we will need somebody from all walks. I mean, what I know about a data center fits in this pinky. Okay, that's what I know. So that's what I'm saying. This is the genesis of that. So I'm not trying to make it so constrained that it doesn't have the latitude to do what it needs to do, because it needs to be very open-minded to any type of health risk. And like I say, we put together, I mean, these people, Environmental Commission, they're saying a lot of the same things that I think they should be consulted as well. You know, a member from there is on there, or just professionals that, I mean, I've had people come in and tell me that they don't even believe this cooling system, that they've spent extensive time with the nuclear industry, and just terminology that's way above my pay grade. And I think all of our pay grades. I mean, this data center is not what we do, but we're being asked to do it. And I just think the responsible thing to do is to buy time to get the right people in place to help us walk through this and go through all this. And I don't want to put handcuffs on anybody.
Okay, go ahead, clean that up, and then
All right, is there any other discussion on his motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Opposed. Motion carries. Motion declined. So, motion, it was a 3-2, I'm sorry, it was my fault on what I said. It was a three of us opposed and 2 were for. Commissioner Hart and Commissioner Grasso were for. So,
Please,
we're gonna
please keep your comments down. Thank you. There'll be a public comment at the end of the meeting.
So, Mr. President, can I have the floor for a minute?
Go ahead.
Okay, I got some things I need to clean up here, okay? Just for the record. So bear with me. Is this a big decision? Absolutely it is. Should we have presented this, or could the process have been stronger? Absolutely. I think we can learn from hindsight here. Where communications were broken down, where the concerns of our citizens, we still see missing pieces here. So I just want to be clear here that there is a clear timeline on our website. Okay? And this goes all the way back to April 19th, 2023. Okay? We have letters that we sent to Annapolis on HB 949, signed by the commissioners here. Favorable. We have another Senate Bill 1 that we sent to Annapolis. Co-locations. SMECO came out with another one on April 4th, 2025 to pay for all upgrades. We had the delegation here one night at the HEB. All of us there. We talked about data centers. So I just want to make sure that you all understand the process that has been, and like I said, I think we could have done better. So let me start by this here. Let's start with electric bills. We all have experienced higher utility bills, especially this winter, colder than normal, longer duration of cold weather. I also feel the pain here, express concerns about why we are paying this. What I haven't heard in our conversation is letters and emails to be sent to the appropriate sources. So let's just go through these sources. Maryland Congressional Delegation, Maryland Public Service Commission, Maryland Energy Administration, Office of People Counsel for the State of Maryland, PJM Interconnection. So Maryland Public Service Commission approves or rejects rates changes. Their job is to make sure rates are reasonable and justified. So I would like to direct staff to send a letter to the Public Service Commission expressing not only mine, but maybe my fellow commissioners' concerns about electrical rates. So that's number one. Number two, Constellation expansion. How many of you all have heard about the press release on November 4th, 2025? Okay. It's about 5,800 megawatts of new energy projects in Maryland. The company has already submitted those proposals on October 31st, 2025 to the Maryland Public Service Commissions under a permitting program. Just want to lay that out on the table. Something else we need to clean up, and Jason, you alluded to this earlier. We currently allow data centers in I-1 with conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And I-2. So if you look on a county map, you'll see a bunch of little blue dots, which is I-1, and then you see the three down bottom, Constellation and Offsite A. So I just want to clean this up with a motion here, because it's my opinion that these smaller tracks, you know, they are with conditions, but with the setbacks and everything else, a data center wouldn't fly on them. So today I want to clean up the I-1 and I-2.
Before you make your motion, I want to explain my vote. You all want to know why I voted the way I did. Today, we don't even know if those projects have already done all these things that Commissioner Hart has asked for in his motion.
Please keep it down, please.
We don't know if they haven't already done those things because they haven't applied to us. We have a planning and zoning process. We have a planning commission process. We have an environmental commission that we can involve in this process. Once an application has been made for that project, at that time, we can flush out, we can require that they do the things we want if they haven't already done them. They haven't made an application. We don't know. We think we know. I would assume the Maryland Department of Environment, before they have, if they have approved a plan, have done environmental impact studies. But I don't know that. But once they make an application, we can require that. I'm concerned about a process where somebody comes to the Board of County Commissioners and applies to build a building, and we go through what we currently go through now in the planning and zoning process. That's my concern about this complicated process that Commissioner Hart has laid out. And that I think they should do environmental impact studies, water studies, all those things. I think that they should be required, and they should do them, and they will. What I don't know today is if they haven't already done them. So today, we don't know that. And that's my question. That's my concern. So I understand that you all don't want a data center. I understand that. I understand that my predecessors 60 years ago approved a nuclear power plant to be built in this county. And I have pondered that through this process. You know, what did they think? They built a nuclear power plant in little old Calvert County to generate revenue. That, as Commissioner Grasso referred to a little while back, we had the worst school system in the state. We were poor as dirt. They lowered taxes, and they took our school system from the worst to the best, which is probably a reason why a lot of you are here today, is because of that school system. And over the years, you know, we got an LNG facility. I wasn't here when that was done. Commissioner Hart was here when part of that was done. I was not aware of that process. But I don't disagree with doing all those things he's asked for in his motion. But I don't know that they haven't already been done. And if they've already been done and they submit them, we can review them. We can allow the Environmental Commission to review all those things that Commissioner Hart has asked for in a study and see if they're adequate. If they're not adequate, then we ask to do more. But I can't sit here today and say that you have to wait 2 years to do something you might have already done. And at the end of the day, that's the goal we're all trying to get to, is to see if a project fits in Calvert County. That's all we're trying to do here today. Thank you.
Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, so back to my motion, please.
Can I say something? I'm a very basic person. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And I want to apologize to all of you. You should have been in on this a hell of a lot sooner. I mean, we work for you, and my vote to back Commissioner Hart was based on the fact that I have seen a polling that was done. I have sat in on meetings. I have received hundreds of emails on you all requesting that we not go this route. And in my conscience, I'm not Big Brother. You tell me what to do, and I do apologize from the bottom of my heart. You all should have been included a hell of a lot sooner.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Thank you, Mr. President. So my motion is I move that we direct planning and zoning staff to remove the ability of data centers to be built in I-1 light industrial mixed-use districts, and to include the amendment in the upcoming text amendments currently in development.
Can you put that in English for folks?
So we're taking away the I-1.
Where is that?
It's on the map that they presented us.
Give them a landmark.
It's throughout Calvert County. So
there's several. I mean, I might be able to clear that up some. So when we redid the zoning ordinance, a lot of the industrial areas were changed because they were in residential areas. We had some noise complaints from some of them, and that's some of the reason why some of them were changed. So there's still some little pockets throughout the county. They're small areas. They're not significant acreage at all. Are they, Mr. Brinkley, for the most part? If you had to guess the acreage on them, what would you say?
I don't know that I could guess the acreage, but you're referring to the light industrial mixed use zoning areas, which include most of the industrial parks. It's essentially everything that is industrial except for the 3 sites, which is LNG, the nuclear plant and its properties, and then the part by appeal. Those are the only 3 spots that would be
So are
able
we fixing
to.
the line where we hurt those people on the outs, where the things out there? Are we fixing that? Are we dialing that back?
This is only to the I-1 designation.
I don't even know where in the hell I-1 is. I want someone to take me. I want someone to show me. I want someone to show me. I want someone to show me where I-1 is. I don't even know where in the hell I-1 is. I want someone to take me. I want someone to show me. I want someone to take me. I want someone to show me. I want someone to take me. I want someone to show 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 me. I want someone to sho I want to be informed every step of the way with this process. I want to make sure if the vote is 3-2, that anything that we do is tightened up to the max, that it affects our people at the least. And
That
I
line's
don't
not
want
changing,
anything,
Commissioner
I don't want anything in process. I want to go, I want to see it. I want to be given more information as a county commissioner because I don't have the information I need. And I am very resentful of that.
Commissioner Grosso, that line's not changing. That line's not changing. It's still that same line that's out there that should have never happened.
Can you tell us the date that you brought that in front of us, Jason? The I-1 and I-2s? It's on a
That
timeline,
was
correct?
during the comprehensive zoning ordinance update, so that would have been
So
multiple
that
times
was
in
brought
that.
to us and to the public, just to verify what I'm talking about.
The map was shown fairly
The map
recently.
was shown. So just, and
Commissioners, they're pulling it up.
They're working on it. They're working.
okay, they're working on. All right, I'll come back to that motion.
Is it okay to come back to that?
CMR
Yes.
is pulling it up now.
Okay.
Okay.
You can have a second.
Go ahead. We'll come back to it.
Okay. So let's go back to the moratorium. I'm having a hard time with the moratorium being a temporary fix or kicking the can down the road, where a text amendment would be a permanent fix. So we have tied these text amendments to water, third-party reviews, infrastructure, generators. We can add noise. Let's add environment to these text amendments. Because these text amendments are not only going to affect the construction, but the post-construction. A moratorium is just going to address it, get the study done, and then they're going to start building.
No, because then you're going to come back and you're going to take the data that you got and you're going to put in real restrictions based off real studies, based off
Okay.
real knowledge from places, not speculating what if or could be.
so
Just
let's-
like that damn zoning, okay, that hurt those families because we're thinking we're tightening it up.
So let's
I'm sitting
go-
there thinking we're tightening it up because I don't want to live through the Dominion thing again, and then I'm finding out, seeing people got to look at them, and that's what happened, and it's wrong.
So here's the map right here. Mr. Brinkley, can you explain that?
So the map you're looking at here, the areas in the light blue, which are scattered throughout the county, there's Howling Point, are the industrial park off 231 is part of it, as well as some spots up north are all designated as light industrial mixed use. And in our current zoning ordinance, you could put a data center there with a special exception, which requires going to Board of Appeals for approval. So they would be theoretically possible in those locations.
Correct. So, and that's what I'm cleaning up today. We are going to take away that zoning in the I-1 districts. You want to vote on that?
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to repeat it.
I move that we direct planning and zoning staff to remove an ability of data centers to be built in I-1 light industrial and mixed-use districts, and to include this amendment in the upcoming text amendments currently in development.
I don't even know what it is.
He just
Commissioner
told
Grasso,
you.
do you know what it is? I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
If you want to ask questions and try to find out.
So in I-1 now, give me an example of an I-1.
So the
Holland Point Park.
Howling Point, yeah.
So you wouldn't put one there anyway?
Well, you could with special exceptions. We are taking it out. We are taking it out of the.
So let's put one on Safeway.
Can't do that.
I mean, my moratorium vote takes care of all that. It doesn't kick the can down the road. It takes care of all that. All this here sounds like it's just doing stuff that can't be done anyway. That's all it sounds like to me. I mean, I'd love to be proven wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me. I mean, okay, Halloween Point Park. What else, Director, could be in that?
It's the areas highlighted in light blue on the map. So the industrial park down in right outside of Lusby
So
could
PVP
be
is not big enough. It's only about 13, 14 acres over there. No water source or
correct.
anything like that. Right?
That is a light blue. The industrial area up near Owings and south of Dunkirk, that area is light industrial.
So what we're saying is you can't put it where you can't put it anyway. Basically.
Those are it is permitted there with a special exception.
It's the definition of I-1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so his motion is changing the definition of I-1.
So it's effectively taking that out as an allowable use in I-1 is my understanding of the motion.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second to do just that, to change the definition of I-1 and to remove data center from that definition, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there discussion on that?
I'm not voting on anything. I don't have a crystal clear picture for the rest of my time here.
Just a clarification, that's to be included in the current text amendments that are going forward to the plan.
Correct. That I'm assuming we've got the 4 or 5 conditions that we've already mentioned regarding data centers. It would be lumped into that.
Yes, and I got one more to add to that, but let's get through this one first.
All right, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, so let me get back to another topic here, cooling and water. So I believe there's an MDE study out there for rooftop runoff for cooling of these data centers. And it was the MDE's opinion it would have an adverse effect on the nearby streams and marshes. So I want to throw that out there. And there again, I think the BOCC needs some teeth in the game with these text amendments. And like I said, let's add noise. Let's add the environment. Let's come up with a good group. And like I said, this will be held accountable during construction and post-construction.
So, Commissioner, no disrespect, not to cut you off, and I apologize for cutting you off. Dominion said the same thing. So once it's built, how do you enforce it? You can say it can't do this, but then it does. So what are you telling them, to pick it up and move it? Because it still makes noise.
They'll have accountability for decibels. They have accountability for
Okay, and how do you mitigate it once it's making that noise? Once it's making that noise and it won't stop, and you say, but the code says it can't do it. So you say it can't do it, what teeth do you have? I couldn't make MDE make them clean up that road in front of them because it was a state road. I sent pictures to MDE because she didn't believe me. We had a staff member take the debris off there and have it studied because you couldn't get it off the car. Okay, we had 0 teeth with that plant, and we still do. So how are you going to enforce it? How are you going to enforce this sound thing? So if you build it, how do you enforce it? How do you say, hey, sorry, shut it off, unplug it? I mean, is that the teeth we're going to have? Are we going to have a clause in there that says, hey, if the people can hear it within an X amount of thing, you lose your license? I mean, are we, county attorney, do we have that? Going back to my business, I lose my license. So do we have that authority as a Board of County Commissioners, if a data center's there and it exceeds the sound ordinance that we put in place and they cannot correct it, do we have the authority to revoke their license and shut down their business?
We wouldn't have that authority.
Amen.
So the noise ordinance is regulated by who?
We have a county regulation in place with respect to noise, but as far as Commissioner Hart's direct question regarding shutting it down, we don't have.
What would the steps be to, and what could take place?
The steps are set forth in the zoning ordinance. You have to have someone come out there. You have to have a special device to measure the noise to ensure that it reaches a certain level. There are a number of steps that are set forth in the Code of Public Local Laws of Calvert County.
So what happens if it exceeds it?
If they exceeded the steps that are taken are set forth in the Code of Public Laws as far as citations or what have you, or fees.
Pay a fine, right?
Whatever's in place.
Yeah.
Yes, an injunction, you could file for an injunction as well.
So a lot of
But
times
that
it's
has to
state.
go, obviously, that has to work its way through the court.
Right. Can county law through text amendment be more stringent than state law? And
We can't preempt, we can't preempt state law.
okay.
We can't override state law, plain language.
I've been through this.
All right,
I've-
Mr. President.
I've been all through
I
this
have one more
before.
left.
Okay, go ahead.
So you brought up LNG plant, Mike, or
Mhm.
Commissioner Hart. So I just, like I said, I'm cleaning up points here for myself. So they donated $9 million to build a park.
Mhm.
We did the study. The study came back overpriced. We put it on CIP. And now a new developer has proposed to put a park in.
Mhm.
The one thing I do want to say there is that I am worried about the maintenance cost of staff and equipment, so I wouldn't want to put the whole allotted money towards a park. So in light of all of this, and let's go back to the LNG plant with the tax revenue. My personal view, we have not been fiscally responsible with that tax revenue from that facility. If you want to be totally honest, we have kids left behind from our CTA school. We have school facilities that need some help. We have a hospital with needs in newly formed departments. We have communities out here that need support from the county. Our shorelines, our septic needs. So with that in mind of us being not fiscal with that money, I have a motion here. You're going to like this one. I move that the Board of County Commissioners direct the county administrator and the CFO of Department of Finance and Budget to conduct a feasibility study and develop a policy framework for the dedication of any additional non-based tax revenue generated by any data center development. This study shall explore the legal and fiscal mechanisms for allotting a portion of the revenue to, I got 4 things here: property tax relief, providing a direct reduction in the county real property tax for all residents. 2, fiscal sustainability. Increase the county general fund balance reserves to maintain a high credit rating and a rainy day fund. 3, educational investment. Provide supplemental county contributions to the Calvert County Public Schools to address capital and operational needs. And 4, community mitigation. Establish a fund for infrastructure, environmental, and quality of life projects throughout our county.
Please keep it down. Please.
So was your motion?
That's my motion, Mr. President.
So Commissioner Cox has.
And what I'm trying to do here is any revenue generated by a data center, we would take a portion that goes directly back to each one of these 4 units right here. We have hospitals, we have schools that need help. We need to tighten our belt and be fiscally responsible for this money if a project was to come to Calvert County.
And what were your 4 bullet points?
Property tax relief, fiscal sustainability, educational investment, and community mitigation.
So I'll second for discussion. Can you run?
County
just
Attorney?
explain those again?
Excuse me, County Attorney, is this board able to obligate a future board to something like that? I was always under the impression that any given Sunday, 3 votes could undo it. So can you earmark monies? I was always told you can't earmark monies for future use or obligate a future board.
I think some of those questions, well, I think the bulk of that question is basically referring to finance and budget, and I would defer to them.
No, but legally, I was always under the impression you can't, all 5 seats are up. So next year you could have 5 new seats. They walk in and certain percentages of monies have to go to stuff. I was always told that you can't obligate a future board to do something like that.
The motion was actually for study, I believe.
Yes. This study shall explore the legal and fiscal. So Commissioner Hance, property tax relief, fiscal.
I understand that.
Fiscal sustainability.
The community one.
The community mitigation. So what I'm thinking on here is we have a lot of communities that need help with septic, that need help with living shorelines. We have schools that need help. So we could frame it, or staff could frame it back to us, that when a need arises, that it would come to the board for discussion and a vote. And it's just a portion of that money would be set aside. It wouldn't be spent every year. And I go back to, the Highlands, going through the Neal's Estate. You got so many of these communities that need help on septic issues. You have Apple Green up there right now that has a bunch of holding tanks. You have Neal's Estates, that's holding tank city. So
Shoreline erosion.
Shoreline erosion, that they could only do phase 1 of their commitment because of cost. I just want to tighten our belt. If any data center revenue was to come back to the county, and make sure our citizens got a portion of it. And
Can you
and
prioritize the community that's hosting the facility?
Sure.
There's a problem with volume. I can't hear all this.
Commissioner Cox, can you please make sure that you're speaking into the mic?
Okay.
Yeah. So can you prioritize?
Please keep it down. You're preventing people at home from hearing as well.
Can you
Please keep-
prioritize the communities where the facility is hosted in your community benefits portion?
I would kind of let staff take care of that. This would just be like a fund balance for the communities that need help, and that would apply for them, possibly. And that's why I asked for a study and do the framework of this whole thing. And they would, in my opinion, and, that's why I'm leaving it up to staff, but it's my opinion that they would, give it back to staff. Staff would, see what needs are out there and brought back to us.
So county attorney, so the study comes back. I understand the motions for the study. So the study comes back and says we've identified 4 areas that need financial need, whatever infrastructure, what have you. Can the board at that point obligate a future board to spend that money in those areas? Just as like speed camera money first was brought in through public safety, okay, and that battle back and forth. So what authority does a sitting board have on a future board on how it spends its budget?
Certainly you have sufficient appropriations language included with respect to only spending the money that you have in place and available to spend. You certainly can't extend credit that you're correct in that you can't extend credit you don't have. So if there's language in there with respect to only if the money is there with regards to the county budget, because you can't extend beyond what you have in place as far as the budget is concerned.
So is that, would that monies be only when it's deemed extra money? So if all of a sudden the county fell on hard times, what have you, now would that money be subject to be taken, to be applied there?
Just like I noted before, if there's sufficient appropriations language included in there, because you can't extend credit beyond what the county has in place for its budget.
So then would I be correct,
Budget, rather.
would I be correct then that a future board could deem a hardship and take those monies, or no?
A future board could say we don't have the appropriations for that, for whatever is going to be put in place
So back to, you can't obligate them no matter what, like the money that goes to Ward Park.
If you don't
That, you would need, what, you would need from the state assembly, correct, to put that verbiage in?
It would depend, and I got preface all of this, Commissioner Hart, with respect to the budget, what's in place, what's appropriated already. Like I said, noted before, you can't extend credit. The county just does not have that authority.
Right, so it could be good intentions, but you can't obligate that future board.
But we'll be obligating for the final year through our budget cycle, correct?
Well, we won't see data center money this year.
No, we won't, but I'm just
So
saying, no,
that
I'm
data
just saying
center,
if any.
if that data
So-
center got the green light today, that first check might not be here to 3 years or 4 years from now, and that could
So,
even be an additional board.
I'm just saying we need to be responsible
Well,
when any monies come in.
we
And
did with
have-
Dominion.
And we have not been.
I'll give you a great example. I was here for the first Dominion check. You know where it went? Anybody know where it went? Show of hands where it went? OPEB. OPEB is an obligation. Other post-employee benefits, an obligation from the state. Okay, so when a teacher, county employee, law enforcement retires, there are health benefits, retiree benefits that must be paid. It is required. It is law. We had hardly anything in it. That account got a huge boost. It got a huge influx of cash. There was no steps or colas for 5 years. So that money went to pay a teacher that hadn't had a step in 5 years, or that officer that hadn't. So all that money went there to do all that, and now we help balance this budget today because of those early steps on that OPEB account. Look around this state and see what those jurisdictions are putting in those OPEB accounts, and I guarantee you it's a greater percentage than what we're doing today. So back to good intentions. There was good intentions with that. That money came in and it fulfilled obligations we had. Problem is, it's a level $60 million, and our expenses have exceeded what that's able to do.
But to quote a fellow commissioner, it makes it harder for them to change.
It does.
It
It does.
So you have a response, Deputy?
Yes, Stephen Given, Deputy County Administrator. When this body has the right to establish a committee for setting aside funds under the government accounting rules, GASB financial rules, you can set aside and assign the fund balance for specific purposes. And it sounds like what you're contemplating there with your motion, that you can designate certain amounts and set it aside in an assigned fund balance and restrict its usage for that purpose.
Correct.
What about a financial
And then
hardship,
you
Stephen?
can also set aside, you could set up things in special revenue funds as well. So that would be another avenue. So if this motion passes, your staff can provide you with options as far as how to preserve the funding for future years.
But can you legally obligate that future board to, no matter what, that funding's not touched? And then who determines the area that needs the need? How does that break down?
I think that's what the Commissioner Cox was saying, that the staff can make that recommendation, and then you will have to make that final determination.
So we would be making a motion today for a future board to enforce, because we don't have an application today. We don't have a permit. So we don't know what revenues are or anything. So we're making a motion today that hypothetically a data center's here 2 or 3 years from now, this is what they would have to do with the money.
You need to be fiscally responsible, Mike.
You would set policy.
So I believe what Commissioner Cox is trying to do is protect the money. That's what it sounds like.
I get
'Cause,
good
I've heard-
intentions. I just don't know.
Commissioner Hart, I've heard you say in the past that it's very easy to say no when you don't have money.
Yep.
But it's very hard to say.
Commissioner Williams said it was a blessing and a curse. And it's
So I think this motion is actually putting some parameters on, okay, let's try to protect this money the best way we possibly can.
I understand. I just don't understand if we don't have a project and we don't know what the
It's
revenue
not
is.
saying project specific. This is saying any data center monies.
So 10 years from now, there's a data center here. We're going to do a study today to see what percentage would be pulled out of that. and then have a group put together to identify areas in need, and then the monies would be allocated to that.
Well, you got 4 different groups there, Mike, Commissioner. You got 4 different assignments there within that fund balance. We have 4 different funds here. We're doing property tax relief, educational, community mitigation, and fiscal sustainability. So you have 4 pots of money that we will be adding to. And go back to the 2 sessions that we have had. We have had questions asked upon us on water, energy. What are you going to do with this money? And this is the reason that I propose this motion, is because we have been have been savvy with that money from with LNG plant.
I think we were. If you were here when they were bleeding $8 million a year, and I'm sure there's a lot of county employees could raise their hand to how long they didn't get steps or colas, and we have 2 generations in that OPEB account. That's something that's dramatically changed overnight. So there were good fiscal decisions. It's just $60 million is still only $60 million.
Right, correct.
I mean, but I mean, and I respect what you're saying. I do. I get that. I just don't want to say what's the point, but where I'm going is we're trying to lay parameters for something that's not here, according to Director said there's no permits or anything, even though we're having hearings out here or meetings or what have you. We don't know what the money is. We don't know anything. But yet, we don't want to do my moratorium to give us 2 years to find all those things out. So that's what I'm struggling with.
So at what point would you start to try to protect the money?
I guess when it got here, right? But
no, but I mean,
I mean, what is that money? Is it $1? Is it a
No, at that point, Commissioner Hart, people already know. Here comes the money. We're going to ask for this, and this. At least they know the parameters that are in place at that point. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and what would define a hardship? What I'm saying is, I just don't know how you can enforce it. Because a hardship could be, we're going to go underneath the 35% threshold for a AAA bond rating, so that's a hardship. So we got to put it in there. This governor took this, it's a hardship. There's just too many open-ended questions. I appreciate the intent, but going back to the Dominion money wasn't squandered. I don't think the problem is a fiscal issue here. I think the problem is we have no guardrails and we have nothing in place the money's something separate. The health implications, the quality of life, all the things we're sacrificing to worry about, there's a blighted property to take care of. I just can't get that through my head that trumps making sure that we're healthy.
Well, we do have guardrails in place. We do have guardrails in place with the tax amendments.
So right now, that MDE thing that I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, looks like that 8th building sits almost on top of that BG&E field. I can hit Southern Middle School with a rock from there. So you tell me that's a school I went to, I believe first year it opened, that those kids would not hear any noise from there. We know that. We know that if one happens across the street over on Offsite A, that's not that far as a crow flies from Appeal or Patuxent Elementary, or even going. I mean, do we know those things? I'm more concerned that we know the implications of this thing than where the money goes. I just think my priorities are more. I'm more concerned on that than I am the money, because I know I'm in the minority. The sky's not falling. We're not going to turn the lights off. We're not going to lay anybody off. I know there's future pressures coming. I'm not naive to that. But I'm not driven that we got to have this data center to balance the budget, because guess what? We ain't going to have it today to balance the budget. We ain't going to have it tomorrow to balance the budget. So we're going to have to do our job anyway. Without it, I want to make sure it's safe. I want to make sure it's healthy. I want to make sure we don't impede somebody's quality of life.
And when they apply for a state process, we'll have that ability.
So let's do it with my moratorium. Let's make sure it's right.
But we don't have a project to approve.
Okay, so we put it in place, and when that project comes in, the clock starts.
So
And
it's
we've
2
got 2
years
years
from
to
whenever
break
they
it
apply.
down, analyze it, kick its tires, do everything to it, and if we come back and say, hey guys, sorry, but your project is too close. Right now there's a 400-foot buffer. It's not enough. We know it's not enough, but that's what's in there today.
What's enough?
We don't know till we get that back, do we?
I know.
Right.
Till they have a site.
Right. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
I'm with
you. Know, I mean, so raise a hands. Who couldn't get home from work when Dominion had the road closed building the project? Okay? Who couldn't get home?
But that was a different project.
But is it?
It is.
Because we don't know, because we don't have a project. So we don't know. Do we have to close a lane of Route 4? Do they come down H.G. Truman Road? We don't know anything is my point. I'm not criticizing anybody. What I'm saying is what I know fits in this pinky. So I don't know anything, so I can't sign my name on something that I don't know anything about. So let's do the right and just thing and say, okay, Mr. Data Center, you're coming, this is your proposal. Okay, to let you know, so just to manage expectations, we have a 2-year process. And during that process, we're going to kick every single tire on this thing whatsoever. We're going to come back to you, maybe even during the middle of that, not much different than we do a home. When a guy applies for a home here, we go through the same thing.
Yeah. And that's my argument. We already have a process in place.
But we know what a home looks like because we've done them for years. We don't know what this looks like. So we're going to have to come up with a new process that we don't currently have.
And that's what you flush out through the planning commission.
Oh, no. I've been there for that. When David Burry said, this doesn't meet your code, this should not be grandfathered in, and it went anyway. And it could not come back here for us to say no. That planning commission only has the teeth, we get it. So no, If they were an outside independent organization that could go through that and vet that, and they were professionals that done several data centers, it's a different conversation. I've been down that road. All I'm asking for the 90,000 people here, make sure it's safe, make sure it's healthy, and put a process in place that we know that. None of us are going to be alive 30 years from now. None of us. But my kid will be, and everybody else's kids will be, okay? I mean, this is what they expect us to do. This is our obligation. And we go, and no disrespect to anybody, worrying about money that may or may not come. I can't even get my head around that when I don't even know if the thing makes noise. 10 people tell me it don't, 10 people tell me it does. How about a professional? Ask me an alcohol question today, and I'll nail it. Or if I can't, I sure know somebody who can. But I can't do that, and no disrespect to any of us up here. It's not our background. It's not what we do. The smartest business people in the world identify what they don't know how to do, and they get the proper people to do that. That's all I want to do. And I just don't think 2 years is too much when you're looking at eternity. If that approach, and you're right, the nuke plant would have never made it here with social media. You're absolutely right. But we have the ability to get to technology and to information today that they didn't have back then. Okay, we have the ability to do sound checks and air checks and water checks. We're a lot more people here now. I mean, when the nuke plant came here, what was it, 20-some thousand? We're 90 now on the still same road. So we have to be tighter. We have to be stricter. When there was, it's just like with every project. Can we just take our time and do it right? It's not being mean to anybody. It's just doing the right thing. I've already made a mistake on this. I've already made one. And we ain't even got started. I mean, if we don't even have a permit here and I've already made a mistake, how many more am I going to make without this information? In trusting their study, I will tell you the people that live on Cove Point Road really don't care about that study that was done. I can tell you they don't. And I hear it every week. And I know sometimes they feel bad even saying it to me because they know I wasn't there. They know I didn't approve that project, but my name goes on this one. And I can't put my name on this. Just like, and Ms. Dunkel, if you're out there, I love you. You know I've said this to you before. How many times did she talk about the community center? She used to say, I want to put a shovel in that dirt, then there's a shovel in me. And I said, Ms. Dunkel, I can't look you in the eye and say I can build it because I know I don't have the money, and I don't want to avoid you in Safeway because you said Mike Hart said he was going to do that. I just don't know it's safe, and I don't know that any of us up here can say that. Maybe it's the safest thing in the world. Maybe it's no noise. Maybe it's nothing. But don't you want to know? Don't you want to know for a fact?
So, Mr. Manley, I do have a question for you on Commissioner Hart's moratorium. The 2-year process, that would have to go in front of a judge, or can you explain that and then tie it back into the text amendments, please?
Yes, sir. Basically, the moratorium, were it to pass, would be for a definite period. Let's just say the 24 months. A challenge could come in by the party affected by it, and then it would be incumbent on us to defend the 24 months. And basically, when, at least in Maryland, when we're looking at 24 months, the burden is shifted to us to really prove that that isn't a taking. For the most part, the Maryland cases have put the time frame for acceptable moratoria at the 6-month to 12-month range. After 12 months, the burden shifts heavily towards us, and it is hard to defend after 12 months. Now, there are examples of cases where the courts did uphold moratoria longer than 12 months, but it's the burden really does shift to us, and it becomes very hard to defend that. Generally, the courts prefer to think of moratoria as a short pause. So generally, 6 to 12 months, courts favor 6 months or less.
And compare that to a text amendment and how we can have teeth with the text amendments we put in place?
It's as you said before, text amendments are permanent until it's actually changed through the another text amendment process. A text amendment basically puts into effect a law, whereas a moratorium, again, is just a pause. So if there was a problem that we had to address or a question we had to address, that moratorium would allow us that time to do it. Whereas a text amendment is, well, this is what we've decided, and these are going to be the parameters for instance, zoning. A text amendment on our zoning ordinance, henceforth, this is the way that our zoning ordinance will read, and this is how it's regulated.
So wouldn't the moratorium allow you to find those out, put those into a text amendment to where they could be permanent, where right now you don't know what text amendment to write because you don't know what data, because you don't have it. So great. We've discovered something today. That's the right way to do it. Let's put the moratorium in. Let's get the information. Let's find out what we don't know. Let's put it into a text amendment. Let's send it to Annapolis, and let's get it put into law. And now we have ironclad protection. I like that.
So, going with what Commissioner Hart just said, why couldn't we take his study request, make that a text amendment, and it automatically goes into effect?
So there are examples where environmental studies are required as part of the approval process, and that could very easily go into a text amendment. For instance, when we look at critical area, we have to do a review before those things are approved. So to answer your question, Christopher, yes, that is absolutely possible.
So, okay. So the timeline on doing that versus the timeline on a 2-year moratorium, if somebody challenged it, because if they challenge it, it's tied up in a court process, correct?
Well, when it comes to a moratorium challenge, actually those move quite quickly, and the reason why is because what the other side would argue is basically the inverse of an injunction, that that moratorium is affecting a taking. So if the court decides that it's too long, they'll just strike out the moratorium. If after the fact they're able to prove that a moratorium acted as a taking, we could actually be set up for the damages.
Okay, so go back to the text amendment.
Yes, sir.
The text amendment process takes how long?
Well, we have to go, a text amendment, because it affects the map, has to go through the planning commission first.
Correct.
So after it goes to the planning commission, then it's just set before a public hearing before the board before your board. So, I mean, it could be something as short as, 4 or 5 months.
Okay.
So what if we did a text amendment to require your test, Commissioner Hart?
Isn't that what my motion is?
But your motion, what we talked about is your motion can take a lot longer to do than a text amendment. A text amendment would put them in place much quicker.
So what would the text amendment say? I mean,
Require an
so if
environmental, all those studies you asked for.
from an independent person, right?
Yeah.
And then when it comes back, we put it in place.
Yep.
But during that process, are they able to get started?
Can we stop them?
You could
Can
stop
we stop
today.
them?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by stop?
Make sure that they can't get in, be grandfathered in ahead of a text amendment change.
Oh, absolutely.
So why not just do my moratorium and then get started on identifying these things and put them into text amendments?
Why take them extra time when you can accomplish the same thing?
And this is
It's the same thing.
This is permanent.
It's the exact same thing.
Okay, so then the motion is, it's an immediate stop on everything that I said. And the motion says that we're directing staff to do text amendments for every single thing I said after an independent group comes back and identifies these things. Is that what it just is?
No, it would.
It's a
correct me if I'm
study.
wrong, but it would
Because
have-
a generic environmental impact study is going to miss a whole lot. Okay, because that is a cookie cutter approach
You're absolutely right.
to something.
absolutely.
But a site-specific
So,
study,
so we're going to bring somebody in to do this.
so it would have to be site-specific, wouldn't it, Mr. Brinkley?
Yeah, it would be, what I'm hearing would be a additional condition of approval for a data center. So they could submit, but as part of the approval process, they would have to satisfy any environmental impact study or any environmental studies that you all want to have in that zoning ordinance. But it would specifically have to be laid out in the zoning ordinance on what they have to regarding XYZ, whether it's whatever environmental issues that y'all deem necessary. And just to elaborate a little bit more, we are going through text amendment process now regarding those conditions that we referenced earlier. I would say our current timeline on that is probably July or August, if assuming it's on its current trajectory. So you're looking at a 4 to 5 month process, maybe 6 months on putting those in. Now, we have historically been don't apply any changes to projects already in the door. However, the Board of County Commissioners can say any projects, because it takes the development review process is a months long, if not more, process. So if any project submitted today, you can't get approved in less than 6 months. It's just not possible.
So Director, not to stop you, what would be the harm? You put the moratorium in the motion and as planned. Immediately, we go out and get a firm to start doing these studies. They get us the data, they come back, they start putting these text amendments in. But that 2 years buys us time to get all the information we need, okay? When a group comes in, they know they could be subject to this 2 years if they're different than what we've had, because we've heard the different things. I mean, we're going to put text amendments in on these 2 projects, but another project could come in and be different, and then once again, it doesn't apply. I think there has to be a length of time given to each, no different than like an expectation of building a house.
But they
Where-
got to be project specific, Mike, because the technology, Commissioner Hart, because the technology is different for projects. They build different things, but you've got to have a standard that they meet, correct?
Okay, so
Director
during our
Brinkley?
2-year moratorium, can't we start establishing all these things?
It depends on what you're wanting to happen during that 2 years, because as Commissioner Hance said, we have an idea of what, at least on one, what maybe both, what they may be proposing, but
No, we don't.
we've seen pictures. I mean, we haven't reviewed anything, but we've all seen it's out in the world. Let's stop pretending it's not.
Sorry.
But but it's really site specific. I mean, what's going to be in the environmental impacts, if you're up against closer environmentally sensitive areas, it's going to have more environmental impacts than if it's not.
Correct.
So I think that requiring that as a condition for an individual project is a good idea. Whether that requires exactly what is in that condition, I'll leave it up to you.
Director. That's my point right there, because each one could be different. So that 2-year process gives us plenty of time to make sure we're right with every project.
And
right now, like the one, like taking it to only certain areas, well, what if another board wants to open it up to other areas and other areas? Okay, you're going to still need a process because that topography will be different than the other one. And just like what you said, I mean, we're only, 7 miles wide? Isn't that correct? Something like that? So it's too easy to harm so much different spots that one size is not going to fit all.
So are you saying a 2-year process for every individual project that comes through?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, nobody will ever come.
And then,
I mean, I would rather be right than fast, and I've said that many, many times.
But you can require those things of each individual project through a text amendment.
and then it has to come back to the public, so the public knows what the findings are, and the public can determine if it is acceptable to them.
It's a public process.
Like I say, I don't know why we're scared of that moratorium. I mean, I just think it covers all the bases and lets us get a scalpel out and make sure we're right. That's all. It came so fast. This puts the brakes on, lets us breathe, and let us get some processes in place to make sure if anything ever happens in the future, that it doesn't harm anybody, doesn't put it near schools or I mean, we really have no regulations in place that is consistent with what the problems they could have, because we've never had it before. I mean, you know, I just go back and think about the commissioners in the 80s that never dreamed there'd be apartments everywhere. They never dreamed that could have happened, and they just weren't prepared. So now let's get prepared when we've seen it's not just here. Calvert County's not the only place. They're trying to put them all over the place. And that's why you're seeing these moratoriums pop up all over. I'm not some genius. I got it researching it. I didn't sit around and go, hey, what would a moratorium do? But this is what they're doing to try to be successful at it. You know, I mean, when Baltimore City is saying, let's take a second. I mean,
how long is theirs?
Theirs is going to be a year. The county is 6 months. New York's looking at 3 years. Maine's looking at one for the entire state. And where I'm going is everybody's saying, wait a minute. There's all this different talk. Everybody's an expert. Everybody's an expert on this thing. Let's make sure, at least in our community, we're right and that we've done everything we could do to be safe and to listen to what the public is saying. And what they're saying is, and also, too, what's the price on our quality of life? I mean, take all that out of it. Let's drive down 4 and let's just see, like, what, these places that got just multiples down the road. I mean, is that what we want?
We gave that up a long time ago.
Well, do we have to keep giving it up?
Yes, we did.
Do we have to keep giving it up? I mean, remember the whole town center master plan where it was, keep the buildings, off the farmland, put it all in because we wanted to protect the rural character, right? Mm-hmm. That sounds great, okay? But then all of a sudden the guy goes, I don't get that much money, out of a single family house because I only got a few acres to fool with. But you know what? Let's put 300 of those guys, and now I can get money off 300. They didn't foresee that in the 80s. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you couldn't have foreseen that now, but it's here today. So let's not make the mistake, and I don't fault back in the 80s, because who'd have ever dreamed? If I'd have said to you, you could go rent an apartment in Calvert County in the 80s, they said, where? What, somebody's basement? Somebody's room? You remember we didn't even have places when we had the outages for the nuke plant. That's why people would stay in basements and everything else, because there was no hotels, was no anything.
They still do.
Right,
Still
right.
do.
So now we're at the genesis of this. It's our responsibility that going forward, not to just go, well, we'll patch it as we go. Stop it. Get trained professionals working with the public, working with people like the environmental groups, planning commissions, anybody and anybody that needs to touch this thing, and come up with a plan going forward. In each individual project, they may come back and go, yeah, 2 years is what it takes to do those projects. They could say 3, they could say a day, whatever. Let's hear a professional say it. Let's hear what the community says, like, hey, look, 400 feet ain't good. Potentially might come back and say put it on a referendum. I mean, but let's just get options. Let's not just say, well, we're going to go forward and figure it out as we go.
Don't know what that would
So
be.
first, I guess we still have to clear up a motion, don't we?
I was,
We do.
I was just about
Yeah.
to say Commissioner Cox's motion is still
Well, you
on.
got us going down a rabbit hole that time. Ooh.
And it was seconded by Commissioner Haynes.
For discussion.
So is there any further discussion on Commissioner Cox's motion for the money? Or do you want to rescind that and come back and revisit that? Or what would you like to do?
It's too much.
I would like to keep it and let the study come back to us. We got to approve the study, so it's just putting a study out there to see what it looks like. And
Sorry, these mics have to be right at your mouth, folks. We're sorry.
So this is a study. So what's wrong with a study? We want 10 or 12 of them, so what's another study? Let's look at the fiscal side of it. That's all I'm saying. It's not locking us into these 4 groups. It's not locking us into these 4 groups. It's not locking us into anything. It's a study. It's going to be brought back to us for discussion. That's all, that's all I'm saying.
Just the staff.
It's just
the
staff,
staff.
just staff to study it and bring it back to it, and what would it look like? That way, when I'm at another data center session, I can be advised what a tax relief would look like for our citizens.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstain.
Okay. All right, motion carries to move forward with the study. Thank you. Was that the end of your
Yes.
list?
Thank you.
Okay, very well.
So I'm going to ask one more time. Is there no reconsideration for that motion? We're going to stand hard on this and figure it out as we go.
I just think we can accomplish the same goal through text amendments and do it a lot quicker. And it's site-specific.
So how much time does this person get who submits a site plan or a concept plan? And does an independent person go out? I mean, so right now today, there is no stoppage. Now I go in, I get grandfathered, because I've seen that game before. So now everybody runs to the office. They run to planners. You better get over to your office, Jason. You better get over there now. Tell staff to come in and do overtime because we opened the floodgates. Let's get it in. Let's get grandfathered, and then we're going to do these text amendments, and it's not going to apply because they're grandfathered in.
Didn't you say we can we can not allow them to be grandfathered?
That is correct. Yes.
So
Yes,
we
sir.
just put it in there. Nothing can move until the text amendments are complete.
From what day?
Today.
So everything stopped today.
Till we get the text amendments in place?
And then these text amendments will be based off of what?
The studies you're asking for.
And the questions from the two sessions. We have had over 800 questions asked upon us on noise, environment, water, energy.
So what's the difference between that and a moratorium, County Attorney?
Between the text amendments and the
No, between the stoppage today. What's the difference? A moratorium is a stoppage.
It's like Mr. Manley said earlier, it's a pause. Doesn't stop. A text amendment will be permanent.
Right,
Unless,
but this verbiage of saying, okay, today it stopped while we go down and explore text amendments, what's the difference of that verbiage and the verbiage of my moratorium? Because I'm not an ego guy. It don't have to be the way I say it. Okay, I don't care about that. I just want the result.
So,
Mr. Manley's going to elaborate on
thank
this, since he's
you,
been the one
Commissioner.
addressing the moratorium.
Maryland is a late vesting state. So basically any law that goes into effect until they actually start construction applies to them. So if we did a text amendment 6 months from now and they haven't broken ground yet, then that text amendment applies regardless of when they put it in. Unless you put a sunset provision or a special vesting clause in the text amendment itself.
So today's April 7th.
Yes, sir.
Goes in today.
I'm sorry.
So April 7th, stoppage goes in today. Because that's 6 months while we're trying to get studies done and everything, right? They got time to break ground? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they would have to go pull permits, get the site plan approved, all of that. And even if they got a permit, today, we could still pass a text amendment, which would trump that permit up until the time they actually break ground.
So why take that chance? Wouldn't the more solid thing be you put a moratorium in while you're doing all these things?
I can only advise you on the law. I
mean, if you put a moratorium in, you know you have a stoppage today. And now you start exploring if the text amendments are better, then let's do text amendments after that. But let's put it in today to where there's nothing going forward. I've just seen people a lot smarter than me learn how to work this stuff, and next thing you know, there's this project, there's that project. There's one down home right now I've been fighting for 10 years. Okay, and JR knows exactly what I'm talking about, and every time you tell them no, they come up with a different way, when in actuality it doesn't fit there. So I want to make sure that if these text amendments are the concrete way to do this, then let's put a moratorium in. We know that's a stoppage today. And then during that time, we hire somebody and we start gathering the information we don't know, and we turn that information into text amendments which make them permanent.
I do want to just point out one thing as far as a moratorium. We would still need to advertise and have a public hearing on it.
Okay, it takes 2 weeks. Okay. So what's wrong with that?
So, Mr. Brinkley, the text amendment process that's already in place, that the Planning Commission, they've already reviewed the first set, haven't they?
So the text amendments on the data centers was before the Planning Commission in March, this past month. That was the same one that the same set of conditions that the Board of County Commissioners, you all had discussed, and I think 3 work sessions already this year. We are going back to them this month in April to solicit feedback. That's what we did in last month, with ask them for their feedback. We will then compile a report and bring it to you all. Plan is for probably early May, to get your direction on whether to go forward with the public hearing process to potentially adopt any of those potential conditions. That public hearing process requires going back to the Planning Commission for a public hearing and then coming back to you all for an additional public hearing before it can be adopted. So overall, you're looking at a few month process, probably, like I said earlier, probably 4 to 5 months on its current track to get passed. I understand Commissioner Hart's concern about There is no, if without a moratorium, there is no official stoppage, but I think a lot of I will say that the development review process is a 3-step process that also requires going to the Planning Commission for that project. We are government, and government does not move fast. So
I got a bad taste in my mouth down in Lusby these days because I saw a traffic study come back faster than I can order a pizza.
well, that was on the private side, not on the public side.
Yeah, but apparently somehow it made it to the state and it came back and it made it for the next meeting. So why take a chance, right? Why take a chance?
But I am saying that development review process is a several months long process
It
too.
is. But if I go over there and I mow the grass, did I break ground?
No, you have to have actually some kind of structure in the ground is considered breaking ground.
Like I say, why chance it? Just do the moratorium. There's nothing wrong with it. It ain't broke. It's a legal moratorium. It gives direction. It gives the date to be put in. It's completely legal. And during that time, gives us the chance to explore all of these things that obviously we can't get done in a day because we don't even know what we're looking at. I just think that's the responsible thing to do.
But text amendments are permanent.
Okay, let's put them in once we get this information.
So, Commissioner, I guess one thing is, you didn't go to Ashburn with us when we went, what was that, a year ago or something like that? Place is covered up in data centers. It's got more data centers than any place else in the world. There are schools in the middle of that. We saw there's a housing development in the middle of that town, and those houses, I would say $1 million, but based on Loudoun County, they were probably $2 million, all surrounded by data centers. This is nothing new.
You want to live by it?
90,000 people live in Ashburn.
Yeah, but we don't have to.
And they haven't left.
Yeah, but we don't have to.
Do you want to live next to a nuclear power plant?
I do now.
I know.
And
I'm just saying.
But when I came here, it was here.
People move here every day because it's here.
Yeah, but what I mean is right now we're asking folks, we're going to change the landscape here.
Which they did when they built the nuclear power plant.
Yeah, but you knew that coming here.
I didn't know that.
I'm talking people that are already here, and then we're going to allow the landscape to be changed. Like, remember when the lighthouse at the end of Cove Point Road, when we got that, okay, so we didn't own it, the state did. We got it, we gave it to the museum, and we told the folks at the end of that road, hey, look, it's just going to be a bed and breakfast, it's going to be quiet, this, that, and the other, right? Wrong. They started doing weddings out there, okay, 10 o'clock at night, you're hearing all this noise and stuff, people are leaving litter everywhere, okay? We bought that, and we changed the game. We enabled them to do that. So then we had to go back, this is all on my first board, we had to go back and go, okay, if you want to just have a quiet thing, you can, but no longer the big parties or whatever. We didn't intend for it to happen that way, but that's just what happened. You know, the unintended consequences. So people moved here for a way of life. And then all of a sudden we changed the game. It's like buying that lighthouse down there. You know, you didn't intend for it to be like that, but I don't know how you hide this thing. I mean, when I first heard the word data center, I thought it's a building. I didn't know they build acres and acres and acres. And what if one day, as we've said it before, we put all this in and we don't have limitations on how many a company can own, right? You take that site down there at Offsite A, there's 300 acres sitting next to it. And all of
That's
a
in a
sudden-
permanent state easement.
Yeah, and how long would it take to get it out of Maryland?
I have no idea.
That's right. That's right. And
I'm not sure there is a process.
Oh, if it's there, we've seen that. Okay, so and that's playing and it's granted it's playing the what if game, but what if that happens? And now those people saw there was 100 acres, now there's 400 acres. Because I'm sure in Virginia when that first one hit, they probably didn't dream, those people living there, that they'd have them all over the place. It's like I say, and we don't
Still building every day.
We don't have to do this financially. We do not have to do this.
Well, we disagree on that, but.
I mean, $135 million sitting there says we're all right, at least this year.
And you can blow that and the capital projects on the list today.
In a minute.
It'd be all
I
gone.
bet you if I went to people in Calvert County and said, what's the price to sacrifice your way of life? How much?
The school system is asking, Commissioner Grasso said $6 million. Actually, we already had built 3, but they're asking for 9. That's just for teacher salaries.
Maybe we put
just
it
for
on a
teacher salaries.
Maybe we put on a referendum.
Just for teacher salaries. Commissioner Hart. That's 9 million,
It's not
and
gonna
that
go down.
every year
It's not
it's going to
gonna
go
go down.
up. Yes.
It's not gonna go down.
And one year we refused to give them the money, and they came back and said, if you don't give us the $12 million, we're going to lay teachers off.
And
If we don't give them the 9 million, what are they going to do?
When we gave
They're going to lay
them money
teachers
that
off,
time. But
and
what
that's
I'm
going to
saying
keep
is-
going up. How are you going to pay for that?
But let's give them.
How are you going to pay for that?
Let's
How are you
give
going to
them
pay
the
for
choice.
it? They've already told us they don't want their taxes raised.
Okay.
Loud and clear. Don't want your taxes raised, do you? Nope. No.
So okay. So maybe services suffer.
Yeah. So
But
you
that's a
close
choice
parks.
but they have to make it.
They
have to. They don't need our permission to plow the road. They know we need to plow the road. But to change the landscape and to change the culture of this county, we don't have that right. They have to do that. And if they choose that, and the board comes back and goes, hey, you made the decision. We can't pay the bills and your taxes are going up. Well, they made that choice too. But give them the choice. Let them make the choice. And like going to court, let somebody sue us. Bring it. Bring it. Sue us. But at least we're trying to defend our way of life, how we want to live. Not being dictated out of fear, not being dictated what some court will do. Let us do our best effort. And if somebody beats us, at least we can look in the mirror and go, hey, look, we tried everything we could to keep our way of life. And we got beat. But I'd rather get beat than not swing. I mean, let them do it. Let them sue us. I said that before when Maryland comes out. I said before that BS with the governor taking that $22 million. I don't understand why the hell every teacher union under the sun didn't go there across the country and go, I can't believe you took money from a school.
Well,
and they
I'm
can
gonna
blame
say-
us, blame whatever. But regardless, what is the price to protect the way of life?
So, Mike, the only thing I'm going to say is, saying sue us is
Commissioner
I'm
Allen.
sorry. Saying sue us is, I hate to say it, but I think at this point it's irresponsible. Would you want to go up against AWS?
Yes.
Or Constellation?
Yes.
Okay, listen.
Yes.
Listen. How many taxpayer dollars and where would you draw the line to stop? Because their pockets are a whole lot deeper than ours.
So anybody can just bulldoze us?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
What would you do to protect your home?
I'm,
Commissioner Ireland, what would you do if somebody was kicking down your door? You would use every means necessary
Mike,
to protect the people in there. This is our home.
Commissioner, what I'm saying right now is we need to put text amendments in place to protect us.
Okay, and let's start
So
that process with a moratorium.
We need to start the text amendments immediately.
Okay, but we need to identify it, correct?
We have started
We
to
have some.
identify the text amendments, and like I said, your study to make those studies a condition of those text amendments, we could get that ball rolling right now to protect us and the citizens of this county.
You could have a
And that's what
moratorium
this
in
is
place
about.
in 2 weeks. How long till you get your first text amendment in place?
I have to go back. The text amendments are permanent.
Okay.
They're permanent.
I want to do
The
it.
only
I think everyone
moratorium I've ever been a part of was when they shut down rockfish season, however many years ago that was.
Put the moratorium in place and start gathering your text amendments. I didn't say not to do that, but just have that protection now. That means in 2 weeks from now, it's over. And now we got time to get the data and do those text amendments. I love it. I think it's a great idea. Let's do it.
What's missing in our current text amendments that Commissioner Hart's looking for?
So if you would like an additional text amendment regarding an independent environmental study on certain things, then we would need direction from you all to include that in the current batch of text amendments for data centers. And we can come back with some suggestions on language for that, obviously, but we just need direction from this board.
So he's got mentioned in his motion the environmental and water and air. And we currently don't have any of that in our guidelines or requirements.
Not specifically. If I would say that would need to be a condition of the data center approval itself. So that would need to be one of the, we already have certain conditions on data centers now. We're going to add probably another 5 or so potentially through this current batch if you want to add that to that list.
And air covers any contaminants, correct?
It can. we can draft it as such.
So, Mr. Brinkley, got a question for you. Doesn't MDE have when they issued a permit, include the Clean Air Act?
They do have a set of reviews and requirements that.
Yes.
But there's no requirement necessarily to submit that to us, but that is reviewed through MDE.
Yes, correct.
So they could, well, we don't know what that requirement is or what that study looks like, right?
I know
For
it's just
MDE.
a study is performed, yes.
Correct.
On the
Right.
Clean Air Act, yes,
Right.
through MDE.
Right.
And also with your energy, SMECA requires a transmission study also. So the only one we haven't talked about was noise.
Well, we have a noise standard, but it's not low enough, right?
There has been feedback that it's not low enough, correct?
What is it currently, 0.65?
I think it's, and it's one of the conditions. Give me 1 second, I've got them. It just says it has to comply with Chapter 80 of the noise ordinance of noise control ordinance of Calvert County, which I believe is 75 decibels. There has been feedback that that is too high. I know that there's in the report that's being generated for the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission will likely make a recommendation regarding that, and will very possibly be suggesting that it be lowered significantly.
What about low frequency noise?
I think that is I know there's at least one Planning Commission member that has expressed that needs to be addressed.
Low frequency noise, let me see. The World Health Organization has recognized it as an environmental problem. Exposure can significantly cause depression, mental health dysfunction are seen between 3% to 5% more than prevalence in general population. And also feelings of discomfort, agitation, restlessness. Researchers continue to investigate the destructive effect on human body tissues. The most important point in dealing with LFN is the possibility of detrimental interference with biological structures. So that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's no joke. And I don't know how you control that. I just don't know how you control that. And that can affect generations to come.
Incorporated into text amendment.
Is that what comes from our phone too?
No, this is different. There
Those
are
are
two.
EMFs.
There's two
is that what
different
EMFs
types of
Electromagnetic
noise
field.
that your phone, your computer is what you get within your home. If you're underneath electrical lines, that's a whole nother thing. Low frequency noise is a biggie, and it's completely different.
So we could address that as a text amendment as well.
And guys, I hate to keep beating this dead horse, but doesn't the motion just buy time to do all of this? Doesn't this just show how much we don't know and how much information we need and all the questions that we have? And no disrespect to you, Director, but I don't know that you're a data center analyst. You're extremely intelligent. You've proved that to me many times. But I just think, doesn't that motion cover all of this, allow us to get the professionals in, and start putting the text amendments in that county attorney, you agree with Commissioner Ireland and them that makes it permanent, and then that way we have something to go on?
Text amendments are permanent until they're amended again, if indeed they are ever
So
amended.
doesn't that seem like the right way to go is just do the moratorium, collect the data, have those experts say, well, you thought you had this covered, but you should do this as well. Because you give those people your directive, what you want to see, the quality of life you want to protect, and let them start breaking that down and go, well, you know, if you have a 400-foot setback, you'll have this. If you have 1,000, you'll have that. Whatever those experts say. Take that data and put it into text amendments. I mean, that just seems to be the most logical, professional way to go about it.
Can't we speak before you vote again? Perhaps that might help with what we have to say.
Please don't interrupt the meeting.
Is there a motion to move forward? All right, is there any other discussion?
What's the motion?
There isn't a motion right now.
So we're just moving on.
With text amendments, I guess the way we've been moving forward.
So he really has no direction today.
I guess his directions to continue moving forward with the text amendments.
With what text amendments?
Well, we're talking about that, and we talked about making your study
So
requirements a condition
so are
of
we
text
going to put a
amendment.
moratorium in place to buy the director time to start getting these things together?
So I think we've determined that they're going to be about the same period of time, correct?
No. Moratorium will go in place in 2 weeks. His text amendments and the ones that you don't even know that you need. That's the issue, is you just don't know what you need. You don't know, as Commissioner Grasso said, what the sound restrictions are and stuff. Look, it's either we want to do it or we don't. I mean, it's really getting to that point. I just don't know how to be more thorough than that. If we truly is the goal to do it right, put the moratorium in place. Buy you that time, get the text amendments done, and then move on.
So, Madam Attorney, give us the time frames again, please.
For a
Or
public
Mr.
hearing,
Attorney, either one.
for a public hearing, you need 2 weeks as far as notice is concerned. So I don't know how quickly that could be put in place this week to have 2 weeks notice. It probably wouldn't be until the early part of May.
And all that would be is if my moratorium was voted on and passed, all that 2 weeks would be is when we come back to the public hearing, we would do it again and then close the record, correct? It wouldn't be another drawn-out process.
It would be dependent upon what the outcome of the public hearing would be as to.
Right, but the board would have the ability at that time to go ahead and put it into law.
No, not on that date.
So it would be going again.
You would have to wait the 10-day period.
Okay, so manage expectations. Gets advertised from today. 2 weeks, we hear it. It passes. Then it has to go 10 days during the public hearing process. We come back. Basically, it's an old business item, and then we vote it into law.
It wouldn't be passed on the day of the public hearing. You would
No,
have to
but the
wait
10 days later, the 2 weeks after that, basically, because we don't meet in 10 days, we'd meet in 14.
Correct.
So 2 weeks later, then it could be put in.
It depended on the desire.
Okay, so to walk through those steps would be public hearing we would advertise today.
Well.
Or whatever.
We would.
So then 2 weeks from now, come back, goes for the vote. That vote would be the vote to take it, so we would vote to move it forward. Then 2 weeks after that, we could vote again and close the record and it's done.
Yeah, just to be clear, you don't vote on the day of the public hearing. You vote the 10 days after.
Okay.
Just for clarification.
So the public hearing would be to let everybody know the motion that was made today. They would come in, they would speak. They would give their part of it. Then that record stays open for the 10 days. We come back in 2 weeks and then vote to either go with it, don't go with it, but then close the record.
But there would have to be a draft ordinance in place to be attached to the public hearing notice. And then the public hearing, you would hear comments from Department of Planning, Zoning, and other public comments that may be noted or written in. And then you would have to wait 10 days or 2 weeks.
But that draft ordinance could be done in 2 weeks.
I would defer to planning and zoning. I can't speak for how quickly they could get that in place.
So, Mr. Brinkley, I have a question. Does your presentation that you were going to do, did they cover all this?
It covers a portion of it, yes.
Would you?
If I had access, I would. I don't know that if they can pull it back up on the screen.
Go ahead with it.
So do we want to walk through the presentation now?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
So, I think we've already talked through some of this, so I'll try to be quick. I think it does pay to talk about what is a moratorium. It is a temporary pause on certain types of developments and approvals. So it's a pause. It's not meant to be a permanent thing, but it does allow time to study impacts and potentially update any regulations. And the county does have the legal authority to impose a moratorium, and then obviously through the zoning ordinance a legal authority to update any land use or impose any additional conditions. So as Mr. Mattingly pointed out earlier, typically a moratorium is between 6 and 12 months. He walked through some of that from a legal perspective, so I would defer to what he mentioned earlier. But it must be for a valid public purpose. It can't be for something that is not pertinent to the issue at hand, and it must be clearly defined and limited in scope. So you couldn't have an open-ended moratorium. It had to be tied to a specific expiration date or a specific event that needed to happen. So, and this has been discussed significantly. So like I said, I'm kind of going through this at an abbreviated pace, but some things to consider when potentially opposing moratorium are there growth issues that need to be discussed, such as increasing demand or local interest or inquiries that need to be fleshed out. Key issues including infrastructure capacity, land use capacity, environmental impacts, fiscal impacts, and then is there a gap currently in our regulations that need to be addressed when it comes to location criteria, performance standards, or scale and intensity of that type of development. I'm going to preface this slide by saying I'm providing this for context. This is not for legal purposes. I have to say this because I am not the attorney for Calvert County, and I'm licensed in a different state and not in the state, so I've got to preface that. But it does have to pass the reasonableness test. It can't be, which is the same things we went through earlier. It's got to be for a valid public purpose. There's got to be a clear connection to the issue, and it's got to be temporary in duration. Now, this gets to the point that we were just discussing. This is done by adopting of an ordinance, which does require a public notice and a public hearing to do. That ordinance has to be clearly defined, and it's got to be in the advertisement that goes out or in the notice that goes out, and specifically what the ordinance is drafted that is planned to be potentially considered and adopted. So we had the slide up earlier, but we're really at the first step of that, which is the board direction, which is what we're here today for. If we move forward with some sort of moratorium, then there would be drafting of the ordinance. I'm going to feather out a little bit more what the county attorney's office said, that because of the requirements to get this in the newspaper, really the earliest we could have the public hearing reasonably would be May 5th. And that's on the very end of the slide, just because of the 2-week notice requirement and then the meeting schedule and then the requirements necessarily to draft it and get it in the newspaper. As the county attorney's office said, that wouldn't take effect, or the vote wouldn't happen until at least 10 days after that public hearing. And then the last two, which is the study period, that is what the pause is for, and then potentially any updates to the regulations that would be necessary as a result of that study period. And then at that point, the moratorium would theoretically end. So key policy questions: do we need more time to evaluate impacts? What specific concerns should be studied? What exactly, broad or narrow, should the moratorium be on? And then the duration, which duration is appropriate for a moratorium. And then the last slide is kind of a roadmap of where we're at today, which is the information and feedback. And then if we get direction that no moratorium is necessary, continue with as was previously said, the current text amendment process, or draft the ordinance necessary to impose a moratorium. And on this slide, I do have the earliest that public hearing could take place would be May 5th, just because of scheduling. So that's my brief presentation after the fact.
So, Mr. Brinkley, can I add one more thing to this conversation? So, we just touched on the environmental commission that we have in place here at the county. This is an 11-member board, and their role is to advise, educate, and to recommend to us. They go under a resolution 16-18. After thorough study and deliberations, prepare and submit to the BOCC. Prepare recommendations in conjunction with coordination with other relevant county departments and agencies. Look at studies, water sources, biodiversity, aesthetic impact, socioeconomic impact, general health and welfare, flood mitigation, environmental education, sustainability, which we talked about, conservation, the three pillars of that: environment, economics, social sustainability. And I just want to point out that they started meeting, and I have the notes from their meeting here, November 24th, December 15th, February 2nd, March 2nd, March 30th, April 2nd. They've been looking at this. They've sent us 2 letters. That's all I have.
So to piggyback on that, here's an excerpt from what they sent. In their recommendation, the Environmental Commission outlined several recommendations if a moratorium were enacted. Allow time for a comprehensive environmental impact statement. Provide for independent expert analysis across environmental infrastructure and security domains. Enable meaningful public engagement and address community concerns, and ensure alignment with best practices already being adopted by peer jurisdictions. I mean, obviously, they're not happy. And these are the people that we have to do this, and they're not even in the conversation.
Well, they have been. They
Well,
have
are
been.
they? They're not up here. They're not here.
Yeah,
to,
they have been.
I mean, this is it. This is
here's
saying they're not happy.
Here's the minute. Here's the minutes.
Okay. I mean, I don't have the protocol to allow them to speak. I would love to hear what they have to say before a vote would go in, but I don't have that authority. But they are our partners in this. Would it be okay with the board to allow a member from the environmental committee to come up here and state what they believe?
Well,
So you don't need
we have done it, and that was my point. You know, they are looking at all the studies. They are looking at, you know, NRC, the EPA.
So, Mr. Director, they met with the Planning Commission.
To my knowledge, they haven't met with the Planning Commission.
Why is that?
I'm not sure that request has been made.
Can we do that today?
We can get it scheduled.
You need a motion for that?
I'm sure we can take care of it at staff level.
Well, I would get them as soon as you can and start having those discussions.
We can make that happen.
Can we hear from one of them as an expert, like a planning commission member we would have come up, or part of staff? Is that okay, Mr. President?
I don't know that that's fair, because at least one of them's a county employee.
Well, do we have one that's not a county employee here?
Is there a member of that board here that's not a county employee?
Would you feel on the spot to come up and speak your opinion?
Neither of us are chair or vice chair.
I mean, if that's okay with the board?
Would you go through the chair, Madam Attorney?
Hold on, stand by.
I would not advise that. And the reason why I say that is because they will be speaking on behalf of the board.
Fair enough.
Right,
And
correct.
I would not
Thank you.
advise that. Thank you.
Change the agenda for Amazon.
Thank you.
All right.
Where we at? Public comment?
Done? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so that takes us to public comment.
So the moratorium's dead.
Yeah, decided to do text amendment route.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
So that takes us to public comment. Madam Attorney?
To maintain decorum, the Board of County Commissioners adheres to established procedural rules first adopted in 1989 that are applied in a viewpoint-neutral way only to genuinely disruptive or threatening behavior. As an invited speaker addressing topics pertaining to county government, please observe the following guidelines. All remarks and conduct must be respectful and refrain from personal attacks, inflammatory language, or disruptive behavior. Prior to commencing your remarks, please state your full name for the record. Individual speakers are allocated 2 minutes. Designated representatives speaking on behalf of an organization or group are allotted 5 minutes. Individuals seeking to influence governmental decisions are categorized as lobbyists and are required to register with the Ethics Commission prior to their engagement with the board.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess. I'm Myra Gowans, and I represent Calvert Citizens United. And I was going to talk to you, all 5 of you, today about Kelly McConkey. And I was going to give you empirical data that he is not a resident of District 3. But I'll put that on the agenda for next week with you all. I'm going to wave goodbye to the 3 of you because you're not going to be here anymore. You're out. You're gone. There's no way. You can't even buy votes, and the unions aren't going to give you any more money. You all have made this. This is a product of your own making. The unions gave a brown bag of money, which benefited the 3 of you. They told me so. They let me know this. They told Buddy, all we want are our jobs down here. Now, a couple weeks ago, when the gentleman got up, when we had the hearing with the individuals, Naftali, when the gentleman came, very politely said, the unions are ready. We're ready for our jobs. That's what he said. And he was telegraphing that to you all, that they're not going to let you off the hook. I know this. Now, the other thing is that you all didn't bring the jobs to them. 5 years have gone by. That's how long it took us to get rid of McConkey. 5 years of litigation for our citizens. That's a darn long time. Now, what ends up happening is you all have backed yourselves into a corner. You wouldn't have even thought about data centers down here. We've got more shopping centers, more of this, more that. And it's the data centers that gave you all that good money. And they told you, spread it around, buy votes, do with it what you want. We want our jobs down here. And that's why everybody is up in arms, because we have to have data centers. You all have made a mistake, and don't even put your signs out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Flaherty, Commissioner Candidate, District 1. What bothers me the most about these data center situation is how we got here. The process has been vulgar. NDAs signed behind closed doors, data center language quietly slipped into the zoning ordinance with very little public discussion, and major players getting a 2-year head start while the rest of us were kept completely in the dark. Now, after a full month since you first voted to initiate a moratorium, we're still not voting on an actual moratorium, which is moot now. We're only voting to direct staff to draft one. More time wasted, more delay. Where is the transparency? That's why I support the cleanest and most permanent fix available, a text amendment to remove all mention of data centers from the zoning ordinance the county added itself in 2025. Because you put the language in, you can take it out. This single action would reset the entire process from scratch. Any future proposal would have to start over with full public hearings, independent environmental studies, and real community input from day one, instead of the fast-track backroom approach we've seen so far. The people of Calvert County deserve a fair chance to have their voices heard, not wake up 2 years later behind while decisions have been already been made in secret. I've drafted an ordinance that you all have in your possession, I'm sure, by now, that does exactly this. The immediate removal of the existing debt language, plus strong safeguards so it can't be quietly sit back in later. And I've made copies available today, which you have. Let's stop the delays and the half measures, and let's do things right and give Calvert residents the transparent process they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlo Wine, representing a group, an organization, the neighbors of Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant. 5 minutes, please. Morning, commissioners.
Afternoon.
Or afternoon, sorry. All right, I live on Camp Kenoi Road in Lusby, and my home has shared property boundary with Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant, and that's now owned by Constellation Energy. All right, I'm representing many of the residents on Camp Kenoi Road. I also have permission to speak for the family farm. It's the Miller family farm on H.G. Truman Road. They also share a property boundary with Constellation. There are 7 residents in total who have property that borders the southern Constellation property. I'm not talking the west side and over by H.G. Truman Road and Nursery Road. So all of that property, Constellation property, was rezoned from forest and farming to heavy industry in 2025 so that Constellation could market that property for data centers. Constellation did not gather the support of their neighbors by communicating with them. Instead, they decided to work in a way that appears to be behind the scenes and with the Calvert County government. Just appearance. And here we are today. I would like to set the record straight right now in public. The county data center information page. It leads one to believe that the comprehensive rezoning of 2025 was to allow data centers only on property that is zoned heavy industry, or I-2. The actual truth, the comprehensive rezoning of 2025 allowed Constellation forest and farming land to be rezoned to heavy industry, specifically mentioning data centers. All right, back to the neighbors of Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant, Constellation Energy. Who are those neighbors of Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant? Just the southern border neighbors. Those are my neighbors. That's me and my neighbors. That's James and Mary Beth Bacchus. That's Charles Weems, Damian Weems. These are all independent property owners. Carl and Nancy Elwine, Ernie and Kimberly Shiflett, Thomas Johnson, the Miller family farm. Many of these residents have been at their homes since before BG&E bought the Old Bay Farm in the 60s to build Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant. None of those properties, boundaries, neighbors were notified by Constellation of their plans to rezone or to build data centers 400 feet from their homes or farms. Let's not forget the other impacted residents. They would be up at Nursery Road and H.G. Truman Road. I'm willing to bet that most of those residents have no idea that Constellation wants to put 8 data centers right next to their homes, even though there's all these public meetings. I'm willing to bet, because my neighbors didn't know until I told them Saturday, a couple weeks ago. And Mr. Johnson himself, 85 years old, he is not happy. Okay. Anyway, they won't know because the H.G. Truman Road people, because I haven't had time to go visit them. And they're probably at work. All right. Additionally, I have permission to speak for my neighbors across the street from me. They're all Camp Kenoi Road residents, although they do not have property bordering with Constellation. they would be impacted as just the same as me. All right, that's Leroy Savage and family. That's Lorenzo Gross and family, and he can't be here to any of these public meetings because he has to take care of his wife. Stuart Weems, Doris Weems, and family. Samuel Weems, Crystal Weems, and later, if I have time, I'm going to tell you the impact that Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant had on them. Their mother was she passed away, and she was impacted by Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant construction. No, she wasn't. She was an original neighbor there. Calvert Cliffs came and there was no impact to the Weems family because of the forest buffer, none at all. And all of her sons and daughters are in that neighborhood. The oldest son, 85-year-old Samuel. The youngest is Charles, my next door neighbor. He's 65. They are impacted now by Constellation Energy, and we ask that there be no data center at that property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I apologize.
Hi.
My name is Corey Wathen from Lusby, one of the White Sands Associates area. I see this first part of the people that are watching on YouTube. They're just asking about why everyone wants a moratorium, your constituents, but no one is passing that along. They can see it, they see that I asked. I'm trying to figure out why we decide that we should move into like a city lifestyle. Seems like we're moving way too fast to what Calvert County used to be. And then hearing about, y'all went to Ashburn, which thank you giving me the time to do some research about Ashburn, and they are not happy right now. I would invite you to go there and talk to the citizens now. And I'm telling you right now, from everything I'm hearing, from mental health issues, increase in their electric bills, pain of infrastructure, visual and noise pollution. I mean, it's bad. I know it sounds good. Everything sounds good in the beginning. So I would just take when you say, oh, Ashburn's doing such a good job. They're not. And I fear for their people, their representatives, because they might be in trouble now. And I hate that. I came to Calvert County to escape St. Mary's because St. Mary's was changing. I was a lifelong Southern Maryland person. I always believe in progressiveness. It should be a slow, steady thing. Not let's evolve everything. Let's go start from having nothing to everything at once. It's not a good idea. You're evolving too fast. It should be a slow, steady pace. I usually stay out of politics, but I was just with the protesters. I never thought in my day of my life you would see me with the protesters. But this isn't an 80-20 issue. This is a 99-1 issue. I can't find one Calvert County representative who's for this. And I want you to consider that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Kirkwood. Some of you know me. I have a unique experience in this, that I worked on the draft environmental impact statements for Calvert Cliffs Unit 3. I was a supervisor of the draft environmental impact statement for Bell Bend Unit 1 up next to Susquehanna. And I just recently retired from completing the construction of Vogel's Units 3 and 4 down in Georgia. And I was the lead regulatory affairs engineer for all the amendments we had to make as we built the plants. And the thing that you've got to protect us from, there's a unique hazard to these data centers. And it's the noise. It's a heat island. The temperature could be as much as 17 degrees higher around a data center. And it's also a 500 megawatt load that I've gone through I've been to the meetings and I've seen the presentations that they have on the county website, how they're going to purchase the power in a manner such that it won't raise our rates. You can't pull 500 megawatts off the PJM and not affect the price of electricity. So these are unique parameters that you need to look at. And for the people that want to fight to resist this, the environmental aspects will be covered by the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Protection Act. Those are all well understood, well known. But the other hazard is going to be, how are they going to cool these things? I'm not real confident in what I saw on the one that's going to be built next to Calvert Cliffs using the discharge from the power plant. And the effect on the groundwater, particularly on our aquifer, those are unique hazards that I really implore on the county to protect us looking at these hazards. Good luck with it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Patty Upke. I live in Long Beach, and my home is located within the 2-mile radius of the northernmost data campus that is being proposed at Calvert Cliffs. And my big problem is with the low-frequency sound waves and the infrasound and EMFs. Thank you, Catherine Grasso, for mentioning that the World Health Organization finds that to be a problem, because I appreciate that other people are looking into this. Noise cannot be stopped. The sound waves travel with vibrations through concrete walls. There's no mitigation. Our homes, it affects human health. It affects children going to school. It affects developing fetuses that are in utero, and one of the problems is that the sound waves are amplified by fluid and water, and the babies in utero get an even harder hit. It'll affect the watermen when they find out that the oysters clam up because the vibrations make them feel there's predators around. The crabs lose disorientation, they get dizzy, they start swimming upside down, which makes them prone to being hit by a predator. The rockfish, they will carry a bigger parasite load. So talk to the watermen and make sure they know what this decision will impact. Also, the hunters. Flag Ponds is a big area for hunting. Licensed hunters go there every year. That is within the 2-mile radius. And the white-tailed deer, small game, all of that is affected. I've researched this so much that I know that there isn't one living thing. Even the little tiny bees that pollinate. I mean, it's a disaster. And so I do not want to live with that low frequency noise. Don't do the data centers. No data centers.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Farringer, and I'm representing myself today. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. I have attended both the oppositional demonstrations for the AWS data center at the Constellation plant and the one in Natelli down for Lusby, organized by people who live in those impacted areas and who will be dealing with these concerns with the data centers daily. As a proud member of the Independent Party, I want to make sure that you are all aware, since this NDA and data center conversations have blown up, a large majority of Calvert County Republicans, Democrats, and Independents are all having an agreeing conversation and uniformity on this, that they do not want any high-density apartments or data centers. They can stand next to each other on Southern Connector Boulevard and actually talk to each other. When was the last time that you could sit in a figurative table, sharing seats with someone from your opposing team party, and say, yes, I agree, that's wrong? That should be the loudest bells ringing for all of you right now, County Commissioners, that we have all parties saying they do not want this. We don't want bonds for promises for parks once again. We're not even guaranteed to get that park in Lusby if that person does not sell the property to Natelli. It'll just go somewhere else in Calvert because of a bond, which once again will end up burning Lusby and get shafted again. Even with these text amendments that you're proposing to have studies, etc., please hear us in Calvert County. We do not want this. And if you don't believe us, don't be shy. Put it on the ballot for November, and we'll talk to you then.
Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to address you. I'm Leonard Zouza, live in Solomons, and am speaking on behalf of the concerned citizens of Calvert. We believe that when the Baltimore Banner provides us more details about Amazon's plan for a data center in Calvert County than you have, you are ruining your credibility. Their April 3rd edition revealed detailed plans for a large data center near Constellation Energy's nuclear power plant. You have allowed facility advocates to appear before you, and some of them have either lied outright or misrepresented facts. Kelly Schultz of the Data Center Alliance repeatedly said that reports that our electric bills would continue to increase were fake. That was a lie. Becky Ford of AWS said that Amazon had not requested a site plan design, but the banner provided copies of plans submitted to state agencies for a large facility that would require 500 megawatts of power, create 7 sites, build multiple buildings of 225,000 square feet in size, and occupy 150 acres. Ms. Ford was not lying when she said that no site plan had been submitted and that the drawings were not available. What she was really saying was that this information was not available for Calvert County, but that they had provided plans to state agencies for review. Approval of designs by state agencies would make it more difficult for you and residents to object to such facilities. You have been supporting only one side of the data center issue, namely that such facilities would provide financial benefits. You reinforce this message by allowing companies that advocate for these facilities to either address BOCC meetings or lead county-approved forums. But you have not allowed one representative of an environmental organization, a financial expert, or anyone concerned about potential problems with these facilities to speak to or for us. Calvert residents want to hear both sides of this issue so that we can inform you what we support and what we oppose. This is especially important when it comes to assessing the financial aspect of such facilities on us. Why? Lobbyists have persuaded federal and state regulators to shift a large portion of the cost of increasing power production and urging upgrading high voltage transmission lines that they require from themselves, from the companies, to county residents and businesses. Several of you have implied that we should ignore these price increases as though they are unavoidable and to look to the financial benefits of pilot agreements. There are 2 flaws with your arguments. First, you have not made any effort to support state legislators struggling to restrain the cost of electricity for constituents. We have not heard any of you support Delegate Mark Fisher's legislation to limit the cost of data centers in Maryland. So we concluded that you do not intend to do anything to prevent our electric bills from increasing. Second, those who favor getting data centers here point to the large pilot payments that Calvert received from the LNG and nuclear facilities. But the finances of these facilities are functionally different from those of data centers because of their sources of revenue. They funded previous pilots from traditional business profits. For example, funding the LNG facilities pilots come from profits earned from foreign countries that buy our LNG. On the other hand, as I said earlier, data centers have a skewed business model in which regulators have shifted a substantial portion of the development costs to residents and local businesses. So we are subsidizing data center profits. If our electrical bills continue to rise, we would be providing a portion of the pilot payments that appear to be coming from the data centers. Concerned citizens of Calvert are appealing to you to, number 1, allow individuals and/or organizations who have studied potential issues to address you, the BOCC, to share their views and concerns about them. 2, create a citizens committee to work with you to review proposals for new data centers. 3, hold balanced public forums in which advocates can continue to argue for data centers, but Calvert residents should be able to question these advocates about subjects that they have been avoiding. Commissioner Hance, thank you for bringing up a point that has not been discussed otherwise. You and Commissioner Ireland have said how you value the rural and agricultural character of Calvert County. If we go the same way that you approve in Ashburn County, Virginia, we will lose that rural and agricultural character of this area. Thank you for this opportunity to address you, and I look forward to seeing your decisions in future issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Long day today. I've done a couple bathroom breaks in between, so I don't know how you guys are holding up.
I just did one.
My name is Mark Jafrida. I've lived in this beautiful county for 48 years, 39 in Lusby. Please stop killing us. We already have a nuclear and LNG plant in Lusby. Now you want us to have 2 data centers. The LNG staging site was supposed to be reforested with 100 acres that they destroyed. Instead, they gave it to the county with a boatload of money. I don't know where that went. Now you want to destroy more woods, where I've also seen eagles and hawks and other wildlife live. We already have sound, light, air, and water pollution in Lusby. Do you want to put the last nail in our coffin? Do you really hate us that much down south? Show us some love. Vote no, or at least a 4-year moratorium. Well, you already said no to the moratorium. So we can, again, vote for you guys that stay in office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Dixon, and I live on Cove Point Road. Here we go again. Anyhow, sometimes the experts are wrong. I am saying they are wrong, and I see the pretty presentations from NoTally and Amazon, and they're wrong. And they're saying, oh, we're going to be quiet. And Dominion built a 60-foot wall, sound barrier, and guess what? We still hear it. We still hear the hum. Just recently, NBC News 4 did a story about data centers. And guess what? They're noisy. They get up to 90 decibels. I got the video right here if you want to hear it. Here it goes.
Imagine what it would be like if you had a helicopter just hovering over your neighborhood all day and night. It's kind of what it sounds like at a data center in the Ashburn area. Residents started to notice the constant humming over the weekend. Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey found the trouble spot and then tried to find out why this data center is so noisy.
You can't miss the loud drone driving along Loudoun County Parkway near Waxpool Road. Even rolling up the window doesn't drown it out. And the closer you get to this data center, the noise grows louder.
Remember, 3 of you guys are voting for this noise. I'm surrounded by noise, and then you want more noise? Are you freaking kidding me? I'm done.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Kaiser. I live in Dunkirk, so I really don't have a dog in this fight, but I do have an opinion. According to the Department of Energy, Maryland ranks 13th right now in the nation for electricity costs. In 2024, the average residential cost went up by 18%. And that's attributed to the data centers. And if they get in, they're going to consume between 7 and 12% of the nation's electricity, not just the county. So this will make our grid go to 32 gigawatts by 2030. That's enough to power 24 million homes. PJM Interconnectional LLC coordinates the movement of wholesale electricity across 13 states. From 2024 to 2025, their costs jumped from $2 billion to $15 billion. And in 2026-2027 estimate, it's going to $16 billion. These hikes are stemmed almost entirely from existing and projected data center usage. That's on the PJM grid. It takes PJM 8 years to build a new power generation system. Since 2018, Maryland has retired 6 billion watts of power in Maryland, and they've only added back 1.6 billion watts. We have 2 power generators sitting right now in the state of Maryland, in southern Maryland, that are idle. It doesn't make any sense. Maryland relies on other states for 40% of our power. We're buying that power. There's a lack of accountability and research about these long-term impacts and effects of data centers, making it hard for the government to regulate. They just haven't been around long enough, such as environmental impacts we talked about, noise impacts, ambient temperature increases up to 48 degrees in some areas, whether it's water-cooled or air-cooled. And thank you, Catherine, for talking about the low-frequency hums and things. We know. Oh, may I finish my sentence? I have one display right here.
Sir, your time has expired.
You can finish,
Finish the sentence. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
sentence,
finish.
January of 2026, SMECO, PJM, called for all of their power to help us out when it was so cold and long term. So PJM knows right now that they're limited to their power.
Thank you.
And we proved that in January. Thank you for hearing me.
you.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Sheeline. I had a bunch of different comments to make, but there's a few things I have to respond to about what was said today. Regarding the Environmental Commission and their report, Commissioners, I think it was Cox and Hance, you both spoke about this. The Environmental Commission does great work. In the past, however, I just want to remind you all, when they produced a report for Dominion, and it was very clear, it was very thought out, the BOCC removed it from the public record. I know this because I reposted it. It's the only way it was in the public eye. They didn't like it, and then they also refused to reappoint the head of the Environmental Commission. So you don't let them speak here today. You haven't apparently asked them to come up and make a presentation in public. So that says something about how much you really are going to value and use the input of the Environmental Commission. Enforceability of what the data centers will do. How do we know that they will really be enforced? Okay. Well, another example, Dominion. Their toxic emissions were way over what they said, and they knew it. They deliberately reported low emissions. We went to the PSC hearing where the PSC not only removed the limit for the toxic emissions, they also allowed Dominion to self-police. So no, I don't think we can rely on MDE and PSC for this. We need to retain some control in this county and take charge and show some backbone and not be worried about if we're going to get sued or not. Another thing, I'm just shocked, Commissioner Hance, that you said you think it's okay for Calvert County you implied that it's okay for Calvert County to look like Loudoun County. That's shocking, and I think all public citizens here need to know that. And then lastly, I just want to say, don't forget about one of the things we never talk about is cultural and archaeological resources. And the Maryland Historical Trust has already presented stuff on that. And we need reports that are independent, not produced by the data centers, not produced by the state, something that we can go and that are detailed and will cover all the environmental impacts, heat island effects, all of those things. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dave Hill. I live up in Huntingtown. I also don't have as much stake down here, but after listening to today's session, I thought I had to say a few things. I had talked to a couple of you at the AWS and the Tele sessions over the last couple of weeks, and I was going to limit my comments to that we needed some kind of a public town hall, but I think after today, listening to some decision making that I think is going to be with incomplete information combined with what I think is a sense of public outrage, I think that the no-brainer of a moratorium is going to be a recipe for disaster. And listening to the planning and zoning presentation that they showed up on the screen at the last minute there, which I thought was a good thing, I think a moratorium is exactly what can kind of make us all take a little bit of a pause, take a step back, and take just a sense of what really needs to be done to satisfy some of the public's concerns here in Calvert County. I think allowing the text amendments only without some kind of a stronger controls that a moratorium could bring for us is pretty much putting too much at risk, and I think a moratorium would tie together a lot of the moving pieces that I think are in place right now. In general, I don't think the overall impact of 2 major data centers in Calvert County has been addressed any place. I sat through what I thought were going to be some pretty good sessions by AWS and Ateli Holdings, and I left with more questions than I could answer for myself. Questions like, What's the impact and the reality of closed water systems? What's the reality and the impact of electricity usage? And again, what's the impact of 2 major data center sites in Calvert County? I don't think taking the chance of just putting text amendment processes in place without some stronger controls with some kind of a moratorium in place to take a step back is the right way to go, and I think it's a recipe for disaster. So I'd ask you all to reconsider your stance of not putting that moratorium in place that Commissioner Hart has suggested. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm James McQueen. So I'm on just a couple of things.
Sir, please state where you're from.
Lusby, the hood. I'm proud of it. So I want to talk a little bit. Everybody here is speaking the correct stuff. Everybody's telling you what's going on. You've heard it over and over again. I just want to give you a couple little news items. Okay, so half the data centers that are planned for 2026 are facing cancellation. Why? Because they can't get the chips, because they can't get the computers. There is a backlog. They're sitting and waiting. Next, Virginia judge just stopped data centers next to the parks. Gone. Done. Shut it down. Another one, do you all know that we don't need a data center? Because our phone will still work. Our TVs will still work. Our computer will still work. So why are we bringing data centers to this beautiful county? Why? There is no reason other than money. And money ain't going to save us long term. This might be the end of my family being around, but I still have 135 relatives still sitting in this county, and they're the ones helping me run for office. I wonder why.
Patty Stuckler, candidate for County Commissioner at Large. I live in North Beach, for the record. The lady who spoke, who talked about this issue being a unifying political issue across all spectrums of politics is absolutely correct. Republicans in the majority do not want a data center in Calvert County. So 3 of you, and I appreciate you, Commissioner Hart and Commissioner Grasso, for listening to the people. They're speaking, and I truly feel sorry for people who live in the southern end, in Lusby, in Solomons, who are having to have all of these large infrastructure sites right in their backyard. And when you start comparing data centers to gas plants, to power plants, that's like saying, okay, this is a cat and this is a dog. They're not the same things. You know what gas plants do right now. We know power plants, 50 years. We don't know regarding the data centers. All of the health impacts, that infrasound, which is the low frequency that Catherine was talking about, Commissioner Grasso, appreciate that. There's just far too much we don't know. Do you want to get that wrong? And by the way, it's not up to you 3. 3 county commissioners cannot override what the majority of the county wants, and that's across all political spectrums.
Hi, Commissioners. Beth Bubser from Dunkirk. Patuxent High football coach Steve Crown said, "I'm here today to speak for the kids who can't speak for themselves and for the coaches who need a voice in this. For 25 years, I've watched Calvert County athletics." He continues, "St. Mary's County has 10 turf fields, and Charles County has 3 turf fields. Coach Crounce has been coaching high school football for over 25 years and is advocating for the turf fields for the football teams. Coach Crounce's point that we need that we need turf fields is a great goal, but before we install turf fields at Northern High, the girls' field hockey teams, varsity and JV, the girls' varsity soccer teams, and the boys' varsity soccer teams deserve their own practice fields. These 4 teams practice on the same field at the same time. 90 athletes cannot hold practice on one field. Nothing gets accomplished. Only 4 tennis courts of the planned 8 were built for the tennis team at the new Northern High. It is impossible to hold practices on 4 courts with 32 tennis players. Huntingtown High has 8 tennis courts. 5 additional tennis courts are required to host tennis matches. The Northern girls softball team have won 8 state championships and have an old and run-down facility. In 2013, Northern softball team won their 6th straight state title and was named the #1 high school softball team in the nation by USA Today. The record that year was 23-0. Commissioner Hart pressed the argument that the county should foot the bill for the turf fields. Thank you, Commissioners Grasso and Ireland, for touring Northern's athletic campus with me and witnessing the inadequate facilities for the girls' teams. Commissioners, please do not invest in only one sport. I speak for the other athletes without a voice, both boys and girls, for the coaches who fear retribution. Each team deserves a separate practice field. The Northern girls' teams dominate the state championships, and their performance warrants a fair investment. They also deserve turf fields. I agree with Commissioner Hart the county should pay for the turf fields. The teams who dominate the state championships at Northern High, the softball team, the girls' varsity soccer team, and the girls' field hockey teams are deserving of turf fields. It is your duty as county stewards to ensure all athletes have the same opportunities, regardless of the sports played. Thank you.
Okay, Sylvia Baton, speaking for myself. I'm going to continue on turf fields. Finite educational resources require making shared decisions between essentials and enhancements. Artificial turf fields fail on the nice side, on the nice-to-have side of that equation, and should not compete with core educational needs within the core schools, within the school board's budget. The primary responsibility for school boards is clear: prioritize academics, staffing, safety, and student support services, areas that all impact on students' education. Within having a constrained budget, that means focusing on initiatives such as improve preschool lunches. I'm reading the wrong thing. Preschool lunches, adequate salaries for teachers and staff, support staff, and many more, because I've forgotten what they were. I think that turf fields should not be something that the school board tries to budget for. I think school turf fields would provide enhancement for the life of student athletes, yes, but it also enhances parks and rec resources, enhances finances for the county. And I think if the county is I think rather than have the school board pay for turf fields, it should be the county that pays for them. I don't think the school board should even spend any time looking into what it's going to cost for the school board to put in turf fields. So I'm a no on turf fields by the school board. County can use that as one of the things that they want to spend their CIP on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joe Cormier, and I'm from Owings, Maryland. We've talked about a lot of things today. Mr. Hart, thank you for all your energy today. Where was it the last 2 years? Mr. Cox, you gave us a little bit of a timeline peek today from back to 2023 and 2024, but on the website, it starts at 2025. Where was the informed public consent when you changed the zoning in 2005, right after you signed the NDA? That needs to get rolled back, number one. You're worried about getting sued by billionaires, so Jeff Bezos can come into this county and do whatever he wants because we're scared about getting sued? Be worried about getting sued by the rest of us. There are 90,000+ people in this county that are using well water and using the bay and using the river. And we want to live here for the next 40, 50 years. And you guys are making a decision based off of nothing. When someone comes and knocks on your door, Mr. Hanson says, hey, we're fixing roofs in your neighborhood, and we can do you too, but you got to sign that contract today, as if there aren't 100 people doing roofs across this county. This is not a rush. If these sites are so valuable and so desirable, somebody will want to fill that space in 2 years. Somebody will want to come in 4 years. But like they said, grab them by the text amendment, right? Where are we going to get the chips for the hardware to go in these buildings when the largest helium supplier in the world, Qatar, got bombed during this war? Where's the production coming from? Because you can't just flip the switch. That's years of infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt to process that helium out of the ground. So we're going to spend our time and effort to rush this through, and for what? For something that's not going to be economically feasible, and they're just going to pull up stakes and run away. Who's going to fix it?
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Lee. Most of you already know me. I'm running for District 2 Commissioner for Mr. Cox's spot. And today, Use 3.
Mr. Lee, please state from where your town is.
I'm from Huntingtown.
Thank you.
I'm in Calvert. I'm a Calvert resident. Use 3, we completely regret the will of the people here. We sat in here and told you exactly how we felt about this moratorium, and you all want to do these text amendments instead. What is that doing for us, the people here? All I can say is come June 23rd, that all the people of this county have the same regrets and will towards Use 3 as you have for us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Teresa Wheeler, St. Leonard, Long Beach. Calvert County resident for many years, raised my children here. Now my children are raising grandchildren here. I can look out my porch and see flag ponds. So I too am within those 2 miles. I am also a water board member for Long Beach. And I'm very new, 3 years, but I am very concerned after hearing this gentleman with the water and the noise and the vibrations and everything, and I just have been listening, and I've never spoken public before, but I just thought you needed to hear me, because I am a resident, and I voted for all of you. And I'm just, thank you, Ms. Grasso, thank you, Mr. Hart, spoke with you last night, but you three, our family, my divorced family, has been down here forever. And I'm sure some of them in their graves are just turning around. And see, I'm getting very anxiety because I don't do public speaking. But thank you very much for listening, and I'm not for this at all.
Thank you.
Howdy, good afternoon. I'm Dawn McNellis. I live in St. Leonard. I actually live right across the street from Vera's, across the waterway. And the proposed data center that Natelli wants to take over is about 3.5 miles from my house. And my question here is, have any of you in this whole room, has anybody lived next to a data center? Have you been in a community that has been affected by data centers? Anybody here? Okay, so you guys are very unaware of the potential harm that the data center can bring. Point one, we are already an energy deficient county. Why are we bringing another energy hungry industry in? We already have raising energy prices. Us residents are seeing it. Just from my bill last year alone, it's already jumped $100. Of course, with the energy strain on the whole nation's energy grid, the data centers are just gonna bring more of a strain. Two, you guys know that there's about 18,000 kids that live in Calvert County. You are deciding the future for these children. Me, as a mother who is raising a future Calvert County citizen, how do we know this is what's good for the kids? I come from a state that has been completely obliterated by data centers, we continue to see how the data centers say, oh, we'll keep this promise, we'll keep that promise. Yet, instead of fixing any of the problems, they just pay the fines. And we've been seeing it all over the nation. This data center that's going in is no different than the ones in Loudoun County, no different than the ones that are in Oregon that have poisoned the water, no different than the one in Texas that are literally drying the whole state up. Also, if you guys think that the public is for this, let us, the people, decide. Put it on the ballot. Let our voice be heard. And also, I've been on the ground pushing for a paper moratorium support, as Mr. Hart knows. I've been talking to the locals. Have any of y'all been out day after day after day talking to the locals? It's been 2 weeks. I myself has gotten over 300 signatures on the petition, which has been put in. You guys have not said anything about the petitions we've been pushing, nothing about the petition online that has over 14,000 signatures.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Okay, no data centers. Y'all need to educate yourselves more on it. We are a small county. We need more educated answers than just
your time has expired.
These small.
Ma'am, your
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
I'm Nancy Elwine. My husband and I live on Camp Canoy Road. I don't speak publicly, sorry. We are literally on the border with Constellation. When we moved in a few years ago, we were delighted to be in forest and farming acreage and bordered forest and farming acreage. Constellation's hundreds of acres, it's beautiful. And then we found out just a few weeks ago that this beautiful area was now heavy industry. The beautiful forest that I call my enchanted forest with the deer and everything is now heavy industrial. And how did this happen? We talked to our neighbors, everybody's confused and wondering, how did this happen? Well, it seems that the normal process for an individual who owns farming and forest land, if they want to rezone it, they have to go through all kinds of process, which includes sending a letter individually to every neighbor that's going to be affected. This did not happen with Constellation because they were able to get a comprehensive rezoning. They didn't have to do that. Put a little notice in a newspaper, which nobody reads, have them say something in a couple of meetings, it's all a done deal. They maybe thought that, well, that was the end of it, and nobody would be the wiser. But the cat's out of the bag. We do know, and we're not going to allow it to happen. They're taking away our beautiful forest. It doesn't need to happen. Now, we thought the commissioners represented the whole county. I might be mistaken there, because it seems to be they're representing one landowner, happens to be a big company, but Constellation really has their ear, and maybe more, instead of representing us, the people. No data centers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna. My significant other lives here, but I live like an hour away in like Crofton. But I'm worried that like
Anna, can you please state your last name for the record?
Anna Tether.
Thank you.
I'm worried that if the price of electricity goes up, then it will affect me too. And with the price of living in Maryland going up, the last thing I want to do is pay the energy bill for something I don't even want. And I strongly believe that you should be fully aware of the health risks of this before you sign a permit. I'm most concerned about the pollution from low-frequency noises, and according to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, data centers they use hundreds of industrial fans to cool servers, which creates low-frequency noise that can exceed 90 decibels and cause hearing loss, increased stress, and cognitive impairment, especially for those over 45. It will also lower housing values and make it very hard for people to move. So I highly implore you to get a full evaluation of the health effects and how it will impact the environment and the community before it's too late. And the people of Calvert County deserve better, so please reconsider this.
Thank you.
I am Jana Barberio, a concerned citizen residing in Chesapeake Beach for 26 years. I'm opposed to any data processing center in Calvert County. I want to preserve the rural character of this community by protecting the environment and its citizens. Environmental burdens abound, impacting citizens and land health. Frederick County, Maryland, with 22 data centers, and Northern Virginia housing hundreds. Citizens understand commissioners' concerns about revenue. I recommend Calvert government use third-party auditing and a local DOJ and fight the blueprint. No need to raise taxes. Farmers or owners, you have an interest in protecting our rural land. Are we to blame for data centers? Our use of iPads, phones, laptops supposedly creates the need for AI in data centers. In reality, data centers are a result of push technology, new technology forced upon the public without their consent. In Calvert County Public Schools, students are provided laptops and asked to pull out their phones to do schoolwork and play Kahoot. Parents were not the impetus for either. Cell phones were used to resemble a narrow candy bar with belt holster, became dinosaurs when Verizon didn't sell them anymore. Phones had to be upgraded to Bluetooth phones when Maryland made the hands-free requirement through a 2010 law, making using a handheld a secondary offense. Updated in 2013, upgraded to a primary offense. Law enforcement can ticket drivers solely for holding a phone while driving, even if no other traffic laws were being broken. Bluetooth-capable cell phones enabled operating systems with AI and cloud drive refreshes anywhere from continuously for real-time data improvements to every year for major OS upgrade. When device is turned on, artificial intelligence is at work. Most of us did not ask for any of this. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
John McGuffin, Prince Frederick, Maryland. I guess I'm the only one in the entire county that is for the data centers. Okay? 16, 17, 18 generations of my family have been in this county. Some of you have been here 2 years. I want the data center to keep our county rural. I don't think people are understanding what this would do for our county in a positive aspect. Yes, I'm concerned about the environment. I want that studied and made sure that we're taken care of properly. No, I don't like the fact that it's in District 1, but I'm considering moving to District 1 myself, so it does not scare me. People have come at me on Facebook acting like, what if it was in your backyard? I don't mind it being in my backyard. I would rather have that than 5,000 more homes that's going to impact all our schools, and we'll have to have more schools, and we'll have to spend more money for those types of things. Route 4 will become a stoplight every mile if we don't get the data center. The folks against the data center don't understand that we have to supplement all of our income for the county with all other things other than a data center. This man right here, Marty Madden, posted on Easter the same article that was written 2 years ago when all of this came forth. And you say that the commissioners have not been transparent? They told everyone. We've known about this. And the people now are acting like it's brand new knowledge? This has been known and been in the works. And people that don't know must not be looking at the right things to find these things. And those three should be voted back in, and you can clap all you want for the other two. But those three love this county and protect it. Thanks for not clapping. You love this county, protect it. By getting the data center.
That's enough.
Don't understand.
Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to speak?
Hi, Heather Muldoon, an individual Lusby resident. I'd just like to say we have schools in the south here, 0.9 miles from the Natelli site, is Patuxent Elementary. 1.0 mile from the proposed site is Appeal Elementary. 1.2 miles is Southern Middle School. 1.9 miles, Mill Creek, and 2.4 Patuxent. These kids are spending 8 hours a day, every school day, from kindergarten through 12th grade, within 2.4 miles of the new data center in Nutelli, if we put it in. And I'm very concerned, as Ms. Grasso mentioned, about the low vibrations and the impact on those kids. So if you're worried about lawsuits from Jeff Bezos, maybe we should be more concerned about our children.
Thank you.
I'm short. I'm Jeanette Wysocki, Dr. Jeanette Wysocki. I am from Chesapeake Beach. I teach college level sustainability in STEM. So there's a couple things that I want to address that I haven't heard yet. So number one, when you compare the nuclear power plant to a data center, that's like comparing apples to oranges. When the nuclear power plant came in, it was federally regulated, and it had to meet the requirements of the federal government. Data centers have no such requirements. So we're just winging it, and the comparison isn't fair. So that's one point. The second point is, I live in Chesapeake Beach, and I won't be impacted by this, but what you're creating with these heavy industrial areas located centrally in Lusby are sacrifice zones. That's the official term for it when you put these facilities in marginalized communities. And that's what you're creating. So there's the pollution, the noise, the energy, all of that is creating the sacrifice zone in Lusby. And you're putting a target on it by it being co-located with a nuclear power plant and an LNG export facility. The wars that we've seen with the Russian invasion in Ukraine and the Iran war is creating these new fields that we haven't seen before. So don't do this to the southern part of the county. Okay? They deserve just as much as Dunkirk. And if you don't want it in your backyard, don't put it in their backyard.
Anybody else? Do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do. Dawson, I will go ahead and pass it over to you to administer the online participants.
Yes, ma'am. There are 19 people online. If anyone wishes to speak, please use the raise your hand function on Teams or press *5 on your telephone. Caller ending in 8173, we are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name and address and whether you'll be speaking as an individual or as designated representative of a group. Please press *6 to unmute your phone or press the unmute button in Teams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Turner. I live in St. Leonard, and I'm representing myself. I'm extremely concerned about this. I really don't understand why you're so interested in this, because we are in the top 30 wealthiest counties in the entire country. What do you mean we support income? How are we unable to pay for our schools? How are we unable to pay our teachers and unable to pay fields for our schools? It makes absolutely no sense. No sense to me whatsoever. So the solution to all this is, we're going to build a big data center that nobody wants. You need to be reminded that we elected you to represent us. Represent us. And I think I've heard one guy come up and say, I think this is a good idea because then you won't have to build new houses. What? Why can't we just leave this land alone? Leave it alone. We don't need Amazon here, because you know what's going to happen? We're going to have all these health problems, all these problems with our water, and then we're going to be unable to sue them because they're this humongous, powerful corporation. We will have nothing against them. You're leaving us to their devices. How could you do this to us? There's an election coming up in November. I hope you're ready for it.
Caller ending in 4444, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 to unmute your phone or press the unmute button in Teams. I have unmuted caller 4444.
Can you move to another caller, Dawson?
Yes, sir. Caller ending in 3674. We are ready to receive your comments. Please press star 6 to unmute your phone or press the unmute button in Teams.
Can you move to the next caller, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. It's hard to unmute, by the way. When you put star 6, it says you're unable to unmute yourself. I did it a couple times. But this is Vic Pham. I live in Long Beach, and I'm representing myself. Commissioners Hance, Ireland, and Cox Sr., you voted no on the data center moratorium today, but you did vote yes on it, I think, last month. So I expect and hope that you will vote yes when it comes back to the commission next month, now that the process as outlined today is being put into place, such as once the ordinance is drafted, the public meeting is held, and so on. As for the text amendment, it was a little confusing to know exactly how it could connect to the moratorium, but perhaps the commission can consider doing both. If there's a gap between the more terms of what it covers. I really strongly support Commissioner Hart's proposal of an independent company to conduct the comprehensive impact studies. They can't be connected with Amazon or Noteli or any other company that wants to build these data centers, but you could require them to fund the studies, but they wouldn't have any role in it. And as Commissioner Hart said, you all don't have the expertise and experience on such complicated issues, so these independent studies would be really important. And county residents, including myself, have raised a huge number of questions that need to be answered, and we need to really study and review the impact. I hope that the Community Advisory Board, with folks on there who are experts, can be included in that. And I do share so many of the concerns that have been expressed by the residents at this hearing and then also at the various public meetings. I've got, my husband and I are very concerned about the price to sacrifice the way of life, which is what Commissioner Hart mentioned earlier. And we're very concerned about what's going to happen down the road if we get into a financial situation where we need to sell our house and we're not able to, because more and more people do not want to live near a data center campus and they just won't buy the house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 1419. We are ready to receive your comments. Please press star 6 or use the unmute feature in Teams.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon to the commissioners and everyone there. My name is Destiny Brown. I'm a resident of Solomons, and I am speaking on behalf of myself. I will start with, we moved here in 2019 from Northern Virginia on purpose to get away from all that's going on in Northern Virginia. And I can't tell you how many times I've literally said out loud, as I'm driving down Route 4, how happy I am that we have moved away from the craziness going on in Northern Virginia to the peacefulness of Calvert County. We chose Calvert over St. Mary's for that reason. I love this county. I am excited to be in this county, and I'm scared to death of what the future of this county will be if these data centers come in without, I'm not saying never, but without knowing exactly what we're signing up for. I agree 100% on a moratorium until we have the data. It's the only prudent thing to do, to go forward without knowing exactly what the consequences are and going based on what the end users are telling you are the consequences. You can rest assured that they are not giving you the full picture. We need the full picture to make an informed decision that's not based on finances alone, but it's based on what's best for the future of this county, for the future of the residents. I don't have children, and I've said many times I'm glad because we are leaving them a quote-unquote crap show. And if Calvert County does this, it's going to be an even bigger crap show. Let me rephrase that. If we go forward without doing our due diligence, it's imperative. It's your responsibility to make a prudent decision, not based on minimum information and not based on information that you have obtained on your own.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you again for this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 4164. If you're ready to receive your comments, please press *6 or use the unmute function in Teams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
How you doing? My name's Dylan Johnson. I live in St. Leonard. I just wanted to start by saying a few things. One, everybody is kind of thanking Grasso and Hart, and I have a few issues with that, mainly because all they're doing is saying, we don't know enough, let's push this all back, this, that, and the other. All of this information is out there. The data centers are nothing new. They've been out for almost going on 20 years now. Yeah, granted, they haven't been in our backyard, I fully agree, but the research is out there. Hart continuously said that his little pinky is about all he knows about data centers. Well, that's not what anyone votes you in there for. It's your job to go out and get the research. You've had months to do it. I don't understand. You signed the NDA. You knew they were looking at the location. I don't understand what you were waiting on. An invitation? I have no idea. Also, I've reached out to every single commissioner. I've heard back from 2 of them. Neither one of them were Grasso and neither one of them were Hart. I have a unique ability to speak on data centers based on my current job and my experience around them. But just in general, the whole keeping Calvert rural thing, all that goes out the window as soon as we started putting the apartment complexes in Prince Frederick. That goes out the window when you put up quality built homes on the Goldstein property. I mean, those are thousands of acres that we clear cut for houses. No one cared then. Now all of a sudden it's a big deal because it's a data center. And look, I'm with everybody else. I want to know the impact of it. Do not get me wrong. I really do. I'm an outdoorsman. I love Calvert County. I was born and raised here. I want to know the impact just as much as everyone else. But some of the stuff that we're hearing is all just a ruse because it's an election year. Everyone that's got up and talked that runs as a candidate is just following the same 20 people that go to every meeting and complain about it because they didn't get voted in.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
And I'll just leave it on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 5718. If you're ready to receive your comments, please press *6 or use the unmute feature.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am Jennifer Hazard, and I live in Huntingtown. I'm speaking for myself. We elected you to serve us and what we wanted. And as you've heard from public comments, 99% are not in favor of this, or at least want all of the answers before opening things up and allowing people to come in here. You want to rely on text amendments, but how do you enforce those amendments if they break them? It seems that you cannot just turn them off. We're not allowed to do that, or and they only have to pay fines. A $1 billion company does not care about fines, so they will pay it, and then meanwhile, everybody in the surrounding area has to pay the consequences regardless. I'd rather you raise my taxes so that other families don't have to handle the consequences of these data centers, especially when we don't have all the answers. We do not know what is going to happen when they're built here. And I think that you should start listening to us because we are speaking and you're not listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 2953. We are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute function.
Hi, Kathy Decker, Leslie, Maryland. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Our community has made it clear that we do not want our future sold off to massive data centers without full transparency, proper planning, and meaningful public input. From the beginning, residents were not properly informed about the rezoning, the NDAs, and other key details surrounding these data centers. Many feel these changes were pushed through without public input, transparency, and notice they deserved. Before any action is taken, there needs to be much more research into long-term impacts on the water, power demand, traffic, noise, emergency services, property values, and the character of our area. A moratorium would have allowed for that. Have you taken the time to visit these communities where these data centers were and speak to the people who reside there? Have you listened to the people dealing with the constant noise, the increased traffic, the strain on the infrastructure, and the environmental concerns? My guess is no. You visited the plant, but you did not take the time to hear the communities that are living with the consequences. Why? Because you don't care. It's all about the money, not the people. The rezoning language that was changed should be revisited. The current wording intentionally creates opportunities for large-scale industrial development that many residents never anticipated or supported. Instead of allowing the 3 commissioners in the majority to keep deciding on the future, put it on the ballot and let the people decide. The fate of Calvert County should not rest in the hand of 3 commissioners determined to force through massive data centers development no matter what the residents want. You had the chance to support the moratorium, 2 supported, 3 voted it down. Cox, Ireland, and Hans. You're hiding behind your text amendment instead of doing what's right. Your text amendment strategy is shady and not enough to protect our communities. If you were listening to the residents, you would stop the process with the moratorium, do the studies, and work on text amendment later. Instead, it seems you're rolling the train forward for your personal gain rather than listening to the residents who
Thank
are
you,
selected
ma'am.
to
Your time has
represent.
expired.
Caller ending in 1000, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute function.
Dawson, please move on to the next caller.
Yes, ma'am. Caller ending in 9266, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute function.
Yes, my name is Justin Durr. I live on Nursery Road, and my property directly borders it. I will have data centers 400 feet on each side of me. And to the gentleman who's looking to move to Lusby, I got the perfect house for you, because you will see nothing but 2 data centers. I won't stay there. I have the unique opportunity, as well as the other gentleman. I work in Loudoun County every day, hauling stuff to and from these data centers. And I don't think you guys really, even with your little field trip up there for probably an hour to see what's going on, I don't think you understand the magnitude of what these things really are. The traffic, you're not going to make any jobs for Calvert County citizens. They're going to bring all their employees that are building the ones in Loudoun County down here to build these. It's just ridiculous what you guys are doing. And I would much rather have my property taxes raised, and that would be a small price to pay, because who's going to buy my house when it's unsellable because there's, 8 225,000 square foot buildings within 400 foot of both sides of my property? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 2706, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute function.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, so my name's Joe Young. I live in Owings. Concerned for a lot of my neighbors, particularly down south. And talking to lots of folks, it seems the majority of the community does not want this. So I just want to make a few points. The fact that no one here, none of the commissioners seem to have real, true answers And I went to both of the meetings, the presentation by Nutelli and Amazon Web Services. Neither of them could answer some of the more difficult questions that were asked either. Hence, I think why we do need those fully independent, impact analysis. If you're going to buy a car, do you go there and let the salesman tell you which model you should buy and why? I hope not. I hope that you would do research and, maybe Consumer Reports or something to find out what was the best. When it comes to the text amendment, I hope that there's not a way for somebody to sneak through the back door, as was mentioned. And if that happens, how will you commissioners be accountable to the community for kicking the can down the road on the moratorium? In addition, I want to say I was a little surprised to hear one of the commissioners say, basically, people who don't like it can leave the community and that more people will come. Well, the people who will come here in the future aren't the ones who elected you. It's the people who live here and pay taxes now. So I just wanted to take a minute to remind you of that. And for all of you, I think you need to listen to your constituents. And, otherwise you're going to hear for us when we decide who that we trust and who has the honor and dignity to lead Calvert into the future. That's all I've got. Thank you for hearing me this afternoon. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 4485, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute feature.
Hopefully you can hear me. I live in Huntingtown, and I have a question regarding our perk season.
Ma'am, please state your name for the record.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Teresa Taylor of Huntingtown.
Thank you.
Anne Arundel County opened its perk season on March 9th. PG County opened their perk season on March 18th. Charles County on April 6th. When is Calvert County going to open our perk season? Future county tax contributors need to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 1419, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute feature.
Hi, this is Destiny Brown. I already spoke, so I will only take 25 seconds.
Ma'am, your time has already expired.
Consider a one-year moratorium. That would be a compromise.
Ma'am, your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Thank you.
Caller ending in 1000. We are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. My name is Cornelius Fletcher. I'm from Huntingtown, Maryland, lifelong resident. Personally, my main worry is with that of the heat islands that are created by data centers. Currently, my parents and my friends are living in areas that would be affected by these heat islands. I do not want the already sweltering summers here in Calvert County to be any hotter for them or any other member of Calvert County. I don't want the data center anywhere in my county. I think I got my point across. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 3578, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute feature.
Yes, my name is Steve Coleman, 720 Solids Wharf Road, Lusby. I'd like to say, Mr. Hines, I was at a meeting 2 weeks ago. They were talking about how you're going to do the shoreline, and you said something about how you saw when people up north made some changes. They started putting sewage in the water, the oysters went away, the canvasbacks went away. There was a committee that made that decision many, many years ago that affected you. This committee is getting ready to make that same decision to affect people that will never know how it's affected for many, many years to come. I request that you put the moratorium back up for a vote at the next meeting There's no reason. You people are money hungry. You're looking for a way to get money into the county. Hey, I got an idea. The lay down area that the gas plant gave you, how about you lease that to Smeco? Put up some, photo cells. Hey, you could sell that electricity to the data center in Baltimore. Mr. Haynes, I hope someday my grandson is sitting on the board trying to decide what to do with your farm, or to convert it into a warehouse or nothing. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone else wishes to speak, please use the raise your hand function or press *5. Caller ending in 3632, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 or use the unmute feature.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thank you for having me. My name is Bruce Lyons, calling in from Prince Frederick, Maryland. I'm a lifelong Calvert County resident, born and raised here, raising 4 kids myself. I wanted to speak on just the topic of the fields and the sporting facilities for the kids in the community. For years, we've had to drive for at least an hour to other counties, multiple days a week, sometimes depending on the games, to other counties all around us, because we don't have the adequate fields that we need to provide tournaments here in our county. And this has been, not just my family, this affects hundreds of families around the community. It also impacts our high schools. Our schools, they're literally playing on dirt fields sometimes of the year, and it's just dust clouds while they're playing. It's embarrassing. People are coming from other counties to come here, and they're thinking, "Oh, Calvert County is this amazing county," and they look at these fields, and it's just sad. I think about the revenue that is spent in all of our surrounding counties by all these families that are going there for hotels and restaurants and gas and food vendors and all these different things. And that's all money that could be coming here if we had fields in our area that were of the same quality. All those families would be coming to our county and getting to visit here and stay for the weekend and in our hotels and eat at our restaurants and enjoy our fields here. Our kids are constantly asking, why do we have to drive so far for tournaments? Why don't we have these same kind of fields where we live? Don't we live in a good area? And it's hard to explain that to them, because knowing that our county, how rich this county should be and is, it's just not reflected in our kids' futures. And a lot of people that are here speaking today are, from visiting last night to Patuxent High, it was very obvious that the age in the room was not reflected for young families.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
50 and older. So I just wanted to put that out there for young.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone else wishes to speak, please raise your hand or press *5. There are no other callers online at this time.
That takes us to commissioner reports. Commissioner Grasso.
Okay, on the 24th of March, we all attended and presented the presentation of the operating and capital budget. On the 26th, I attended the adult treatment court, and also we attended data center meeting by AWS at Calvert Middle. On the 27th, Calvert High School hosted the final inspection for the sheriff's officers, and this included all 3 Southern Maryland counties, Calvert, St. Mary's, and Charles. And last night I attended the presentation of Patuxent High School that was given by Natelli.
Commissioner Hance.
So I too attended the sheriff's graduation. I was probably about 30, I guess. I graduated from all 3 counties there that night. It's always a wonderful celebration, and we get to host that every 3 years. Also on Saturday night, we attended the banquet for the Huntingtown Volunteer Fire Department, where they recognized some outstanding members for their service last year. It's always a great event to go to our volunteer fire departments. And I too attended all the data center events that have occurred recently. And I think that's all I have today. It's getting late. Thank you.
Commissioner
I want to thank Honeytown Fire Department for having me up there. It's good to see some of those folks I haven't seen in a while. And congratulations to all the new sheriff deputies. Such a dangerous job. That one young lady was up there, and her little one screamed, "That was my mom." You know, their boy. You know, prayers for them to always keep them all safe. And I just want to thank everybody for coming out today. Thank you.
Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to clear up a mistake I made 2 weeks ago that there was 2 book signings, and I recognized one book signing for Bonnie McGuffin for her poems, and we had another book signing by Barbara Warner, Real Life Experiences and Interesting Situations. So if you like reading books, check these 2 books out. They're very interesting, and I'm sorry for making that mistake. I too went to session 56, and congratulations on all the deputies. I also attended Huntingtown Firehouse. Congratulations to a department well-deserved for all their members and what they do for the community and every one of our citizens here in Calvert County. A couple weeks ago, I read to Barstow Elementary first graders. So Mrs. McNeil's class, Mrs. Strain's class, and Mrs. Kaufman's class, and I received thank you cards from all 4 classrooms. So these will be up in my office, and I appreciate the kids going their extra effort, and you know, doing this. So thank you to Barstow Elementary. That's all I have, Mr. President.
So Commissioner Cox reminded me I do have to clarify something that I said several weeks ago when Amazon was here. I mistakenly framed up a question improperly when I asked the representative that day. I asked her, what I meant to ask her was why they sign NDAs, and what I actually said was that why did she sign one with us? And that was not correct. We have never signed an NDA with Amazon or AWS. And since they've been here, we've never signed any kind of agreements with AWS for anything. We did sign an NDA with another company called Rowan, who is no longer, I don't believe, involved or interested in coming to Calvert County. And we did have a confidentiality agreement with Nutelli for a little while. Any of those agreements that we sign with any of those data center clients, they have all since expired. There's nothing in place today. Just wanted to clarify that mistake that I made that day. I'm human just like everybody else, and just didn't frame my question up appropriately. But just want to make sure that was clear for everybody. Thank you.
So, likewise, a lot of the other commissioners cleared some stuff up today. I didn't do a whole lot of talking. I listened to them, and you know, I actually prepared a statement, and it's going to be a little bit duplicative of what you've already heard. Some of it is, but I just tried to sum things up a little bit this week. The data center discussions over the last few weeks have been challenging, to say the least. While our board has been cohesive on most of the issues we've faced over the last 3 years, the factors surrounding this particular issue have caused some differences in opinions. I believe all want to do what is best for Calvert County and our residents. We all want to ensure that our constituents remain healthy, safe, and comfortable in our homes and in community, and we want Calvert County to be an affordable place to live. This process has been a learning experience for many of us. We have been approached regularly by citizens who have thrown information at us regarding the projects that we have had to verify before passing on to you. I've spent countless hours working to sort through the information that I have heard, tried to correct the misinformation, and shared the facts through the Calvert County government website. Our citizens elected us to make decisions for the betterment of our county, and we took an oath of office to do just that. Many of us grew up in Calvert County. We love this county, and we know it like the back of our hands. It can sometimes be difficult to see the changes that have taken place over the last 35 years. Through time, each Board of Commissioners has faced a different set of challenges. In the 1960s and 1970s, Calvert County was one of the poorest counties in the state of Maryland with one of the worst school systems. At that time, our county was primarily tobacco farms owned by families with deep roots to Calvert. Back then, the board had the foresight to bring a nuclear power plant here to Calvert County. That changed the county forever. It contributed hundreds of millions of dollars to commercial tax base and substantially invested back in our community. Moving forward to the 80s and early 90s, a couple of boards of commissioners met with financial hardships for the county and decided the best way to generate monies for our tax base was to open development. During this time frame, Calvert County exploded with the building of single-family homes. Most of Calvert County's roadways and other infrastructure were not built to sustain the kind of growth that took place during this period. This type of growth not only cost the county money and adequate public facilities, but also affected everyone who drives, shops, seeks medical assistance, and the list goes on. The same holds true today. Let's look at early to mid-2000s. Another board of commissioners was tasked with increasing our tax base. What were they going to do to generate revenue for Calvert County as it continued to change and financial obligations increased? The Dominion Code Point project was presented to that board, and they decided that project would have a significant positive financial impact on Calvert County. They were faced with a great deal of opposition and concern, but ultimately had a decision to make about what was the best thing to do for our county at that time. This project continues to contribute more revenue to the commercial tax base than any project to date. It is important to note that the pilot revenue generated from Constellation and Dominion presently contributes $81 million to Calvert County's commercial tax base annually. 10 years later, we're faced with a pandemic that forced prices to rise on nearly all commodities humans use in our day-to-day lives. Technology continues to rule the world we live in, with nearly everyone being dependent upon cell phones, tablets, or other sort of electronic device. Social media, AI, and video games have consumed the lives of many, taking away from family, social opportunities, and the ability to relax and take that time for us. The average household spends approximately $280 monthly on internet and phone services. Building materials rose as much as 45% during this pandemic and have remained permanently elevated. Insurance premiums and electric bills have played a major role impacting not only household budgets, but also government and business budgets as well. The government is not exempt from the rising cost of daily living. A primary concern of our residents was to eliminate high-density growth in the county, and we heard that request. This board tasked planning and zoning with updating the zoning ordinance. Numerous changes were made to clean up old language, definitions, and text amendments to minimize density in town centers from up to 20 units per acre down to 4 units per acre across the board, and to address citizen complaints surrounding the industrial zoning. The adequate public facilities ordinance was also updated during this time to ensure the public safety, school roadway, and other infrastructure demands do not become any more stressed than they already are. After approximately 18 months, countless staff hours, work sessions, and public hearings, the new zoning ordinance became effective March 1st, 2025. Several developments have broken ground within the last couple of years in Prince Frederick. These never would have been allowed through the Planning Commission had the changes in the zoning ordinance been made previously. The units per acre zoning restriction and adequate public facilities ordinance changes would have kept them from moving forward. Let's talk about our budget. Our school system continues to be in the top 10% of the state of Maryland, and the current BOCC continues to work with our Board of Education to ensure they are properly funded and our teachers and support staff are adequately compensated for the important jobs they do. We are fortunate to now have a great working relationship with our BOE and must continue to invest in our children as they are our future. With the cost that the Blueprint of Maryland has pushed to our county, we have invested more than $40 million in our schools over the past 4 years. The teachers' pension system increased by $1.65 million this year alone. That number is projected to double next year. Another significant cost over the past 4 years that has continued to rise as new requests come in for career emergency medical services. We currently invest about $9 million annually, with a projection to be nearly $16 million once fully staffed. Volunteerism continues to be a challenge, not only in the emergency medical services field, but in any organization. Calvert County is one of the few remaining all-volunteer fire services in the state. If we were to pay for the services they currently render to our citizens, it would cost us approximately $50 million in taxpayer dollars. We live in the safest county in the state of Maryland. Sheriff Cox ensures that his personnel are compensated fairly and that his men and women are given the necessary tools to do their jobs safely and effectively. With that being said, Sheriff Cox's budget remains a significant part of the county budget. It increases annually as technology advances and replacement schedules of vehicles and contractual services increase. Just to touch on our Department of Public Works budget for snow removal this year, we spent $5 million. This does not include the damage to our streets caused from freezing, thawing, and pavement joints, pothole issues. It costs approximately $425,000 per mile to have our roads repaired and resurfaced. We also have aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced, and this will cost millions of dollars to complete. There was an increase in the health department's budget of $3 million in 2025, and another $3 million was added for health care during this budget cycle. Employee benefits and compensation were another $3 million. The state continues to pass costs down to the counties. Nearly all the costs I just mentioned are recurring costs. Quick math on just these items potentially puts us at well over $100 million in recurring costs in future years. Now let's move on to capital projects that we talked about earlier today. In the pipeline, we have a sheriff's office, St. Leonard Firehouse, Solomon's Firehouse, and a community center to the tune of another $100 million. We went to Annapolis this year for bond requests and requested bonding authority for just over $80 million to complete a few projects, and now we would have to go back and ask for another $100 million within the next couple of years to complete these new projects. Again, quick math, it's $180 million in bonded debt over the next several years. Let's take a minute to talk about our fund balance and the importance of maintaining that AAA bond rating that you saw on the screen earlier. The current fund balance is approximately 35% of our budget, which is where it needs to be for us to maintain our current bond rating, which has a direct effect on our bonding rate. This ultimately influences how much interest is being paid using taxpayer dollars. These are monies that would only be used during severe emergencies. The bond hearing will be held at the end of this year to determine our rating. Since this board took office, we have had finance and budget challenges that have needed to be addressed. We worked with staff to hire a chief financial officer to improve the efficiency and overall operations of that office. This change has brought much needed clarity and confidence to one of the most important departments in the county government. Let's go back to data centers. There are currently 2 companies that are interested in developing data center complexes on the only 2 parcels of land that are zoned to allow data centers in Calvert County. The first parcel of land is owned by Constellation and is on the same property as Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant. Amazon Web Services and Constellation have been in negotiations for an unknown period. The speculations surrounding the magnitude of this project are ongoing. No specific details have been announced, and the only permits that have been requested are those from the Maryland Department of the Environment that show either 7 or 8 structures being built. The cooling system, from what I understand, is going to tie into the existing infrastructure of the power plant that pulls salt water from the bay and returns it to the bay as well. The second parcel, Calvert County owns, and the developer who is interested is Natelli Group. Natelli proposal is more detailed and shows 4 buildings being built on approximately 100 acres of cleared impervious surface at Offsite A. Offsite A is on the west side of the intersection of Route 4 and Cove Point Road. The cooling system for this project has been identified as using the gray water from the Solomon Sewage Treatment Plant. During last night's proposal for developing the Offsite A property, Natelli offered to purchase land near Mill Creek Middle or Patuxent High School and build a $30 million park very similar to the one that was designed for Offsite A. It was also stated that once operational, the tax revenue to Calvert County would be approximately $45 million a year when averaged out over a 4-year depreciation value of personal property. There have been mixed reviews on the new park, and citizens have questioned why the park wasn't built. Some people want the park on Offsite A, while others like the idea of moving the park away from the sewage treatment plant, the transfer station, and the CCSO gun range. The potential site near the schools on the east side of Route 4 has been appealing to some and not to others. Dominion gave the county approximately $9 million prior to this board to build that park at Offsite A. Approximately $800,000 of that was used to design the park, and the rest remains earmarked to build a park. The main issue is the estimated cost of the park that was designed is approximately $30 million. Right now, we don't have an additional $22 million to throw at that park. The majority of this board agrees that we are at a critical point financially, and decisions must be made to ensure our future financial obligations are sustainable. The recent tax adjustment increased revenues by about $9 million. We are at a point where we cannot tax our way or cut our way out of future debt. While some of our debt can be controlled and predicted, there are a lot of unknowns that exist. This opportunity has come at a time where debt has increased substantially, primarily due to rising costs across the board. We need a substantial revenue source to assist with our current debt situation, as well as to plan for our future. Is this a perfect scenario for a county? No, nothing's perfect. But this is an opportunity to minimize the disturbed footprint of growth on Calvert County soil. If we protect our water resources and ensure all infrastructure updates are paid for by the developers, we can capitalize on needed community infrastructure, whether it be a firehouse or a park or just minimizing residential growth. This will be accomplished with a significant hike to our commercial tax base in lieu of raising personal property taxes. I would like to explore giving a percentage of the revenue generated from a data center back to our residents. We will continue to educate ourselves and our residents about data center development, and will continue to follow the public process involved. We will continue to work diligently on hearing your concerns and incorporating them into text amendments to protect all of us so that Calvert County remains the best county in the state of Maryland. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. President, I move to recess to executive session pursuant to general provision, Article Section 3-305B 1I, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of an appointee, employee, or official whom the board has jurisdiction. 4, to consider a matter that concerns the proposal for a business or industrial organization to locate, expand, or remain in the state.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to move to executive session. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all.
Have a great day.